A little later that month O'Neill heard from Stark Young, after having been out of touch with him for a while, and brought him up to date on the cycle. "It's a tough job, much tougher than I had expected," he explained. "In fact, if I had foreseen the time and labor involved, I would have tried to forget the idea in favor of something less soul-grinding. But as Al Capone said of the rackets, once you're in, and there's no out." From winter through spring O'Neill labored without taking the rest he had promised himself. He revised a touch of the poet to relate it more closely to its sequel, More Stately Mansions. "That's the devil of this job, the amount of time spent on such revision," he complained to Nathan in May. "Sometimes, I feel sick about it, the constant driving on while seeming, in the light of final completion, to be making no progress." To Nathan he also expressed his disappointment at learning that Sean O'Casey's latest play had turned out to be a political tract. "I suppose," he said, "these lousy times make it inevitable that many authors get caught in the sociological propaganda mill. But O'Casey is an artist and the soapbox is no place for his great talent. The hell of it seems to be, when an artist starts saving the world, he starts losing himself." O'Neill added that he, himself, had on occasion been tempted to preach salvation, but had always managed to resist the impulse, for his true conviction was that the one reform worth cheering for is the second flood, and that the interesting thing about people is the obvious fact that they don't really want to be saved, the tragic idiotic ambition for self-destruction in them. Robert Sisk, who had abandoned his publicity post with the Theatre Guild to write movie scripts in Hollywood, discussed some of the broader aspects of American politics during this period with O'Neill. "He hated statism, and felt that it was the great evil of the world," said Sisk. "Ty was horrified at Hitler, of course, and not always impressed by some of the American statesmen, either. He was in fact, skeptical of politics in general. He even went so far as to outline a play, dramatizing his hatred of statism. He sent me the outline with a jocular letter, asking me to show it to Louis B. Mayer and Sam Goldwyn and get him $1 million for it." In June, 1939, O'Neill put aside the cycle and started writing a play he had been thinking about for 5 months. The play, begun on June 8 and completed on November 26, was The Iceman Cometh. In preparation for its writing he asked Sax Cummins, his Random House editor, to dig up some old anarchist literature. One of the items Cummins found for him was a copy of The Flame, published in 1914 by Hippolyte Havel. Regarding the future as a blank, O'Neill became more and more immersed in his own past. He set the play in 1912, the year of his attempted suicide, an act whose non-consummation he still occasionally regretted. His early, unanalytical sense of identification with the pipe dreamers of Jimmy the Priests and the Hell Hole, was now as O'Neill saw the end of his own life approaching, transmuted into a final and explicit expression of his philosophy of hopeless hope. Harry Hope's Saloon was the play's setting, where the derelicts who drank themselves insensible every night became symbols of O'Neill's own unattainable dreams whose bitter frustration he need never have known had he succeeded in killing himself with sleeping pills and whiskey 25 years earlier. The play's surface story concerns a traveling salesman, Theodore Hickman, who murders the long-suffering wife to whom he has been consistently unfaithful, in the belief that he is thus giving her peace. The play, however, has subsurface and sub-subsurface, and is perhaps the most intricately and symbolically coded of all O'Neill's plays. It is also probably his greatest. The Iceman Cometh has been lengthily analyzed in print from psychiatric, religious, and metaphysical viewpoints, and it may ultimately accumulate as large a body of scholarly discourse as Hamlet. One of the more perceptive and illuminating analyses was made to a friend by Dudley Nichols, with whom O'Neill discussed his play intimately during the time he was writing it. "The Iceman of the title is, of course, death," Nichols observed. I don't think O'Neill ever explained, publicly, what he meant by the use of the archaic word, cometh, but he told me at the time he was writing the play that he meant a combination of the poetic and biblical death cometh, that is, cometh to all living, and the old body story, a typical Hickey story, of the man who calls upstairs, "Has the Iceman come yet?" and his wife calls back, "No, but he's breathin' hard." Even the body story is transformed by the poetic intention of the title, for it is really death which Hickey's wife, Evelyn, has taken to her breast when she marries Hickey, and her insistence on her great love for Hickey and his undying love for her and her death-like grip on his conscience, her insistence that he can change and not get drunk and sleep with whores, is making death breathe hard on her breast as he approaches ever nearer, as he is about to come in the vernacular sense. It is a strange and poetic intermingling of the exalted and the vulgar, that title. The truth of the play, as O'Neill explained to Nichols and to 2 or 3 other close friends, was that Hickey had long ago begun to harbor a murderous hatred for his wife. She represented his own, punishing conscience. God, how Hickey had begun to hate his wife, said Nichols. When he gave her a venereal disease, and she forgave him, he wanted to kill her then, deep down in his unconscious. But of course the idea couldn't enter his conscious mind because he loved her, as she loved him. He'd been on that hop for years. So, when he finally had to kill her, knowing he had to be true to his own nature and go off to Harry's saloon for a shot of hope, a big drunk and a week with the tarts and bums, he first had to cook another pill of opium and grab the beautiful pipe dream that he was killing her for love so she wouldn't suffer any longer from his incurable debauchery. Hickey's delusion vanishes when he discovers that with Evelyn's death he no longer has the desire to go off on a drunk. He is forced to grasp at a new pipe dream that his release from a guilt-ridden marriage has cleansed him and removed the need for debauchery. How fiendishly clever the human mind is, said Nichols. When one dream is punctured, when we are finally brought face to face with ourselves or with reality, the mind jumps to another pipe dream and calls it truth, calls it facing reality. But Hickey's new pipe dream also vanishes when he discovers that his friends in Harry Hope's saloon will not buy it. They are appalled when they discover he has murdered his wife and regard it as the act of an insane man. Hickey, forced to seize still another illusion, convinces himself that his friends are right, that he is insane. "I don't see the play as pessimistic," Nichols observed. "It's surely not a gloomy play." O'Neill himself delighted in its laughter. He'd chuckle over the tarts and the others, he loved them all. He didn't feel that the fact that we live largely by illusion is sad. The important thing is to see that we do. The quality of a man is merely the quality of his illusions. We like illusioned people. No happy person lives on good terms with reality. No one has even penetrated what reality is. A fascinating interpretation of the religious symbolism in The Iceman Cometh has been published in Modern Drama by Professor Cyrus Day, who has pointed out what he calls several tantalizing resemblances between the play and the New Testament. Hickey as Savior has 12 disciples. They drink wine at Hope's supper party, and their grouping on the stage, according to O'Neill's directions, is reminiscent of Leonardo da Vinci's painting of the Last Supper. Hickey leaves the party, as Christ does, aware that he is about to be executed. The 3 whores correspond in number to the 3 Marys, and sympathize with Hickey as the 3 Marys sympathize with Christ. One of the derelicts, Parrot, resembles Judas Iscariot in several ways. He is the 12th in the list of the dramatis personae. Judas is 12th in the New Testament of the disciples. He has betrayed his anarchist mother for a paltry $200, Judas betrayed Christ for 30 pieces of silver. He is from the faraway Pacific coast, Judas was from faraway Judea. Hickey reads his mind and motives, Christ reads Judas's. Parrot compares himself to Iscariot when he says that his mother would regard anyone who quit the movement as a Judas who ought to be boiled in oil. He commits suicide by jumping off a fire escape, Judas fell from a high place or hanged himself. These resemblances can hardly be coincidental. They are no more than an undertone, to be sure one of many undertones or subordinate layers of meaning, but they are consistent with the main theme of the play, and they account for some of its otherwise unaccountable features, for example, the emphasis on midnight as the hour appointed for Hope's party, and the unnecessarily large number of derelicts in Hope's saloon. Don Parrot may well have been O'Neill's symbol for Judas. But, more factually, he was based on a man named Don Vos, whose mother was a friend of Emma Goldman. Vos, through his mother, had entree into inner anarchist circles. He was the stool pigeon whose information enabled William J. Burns to pin the bombing of the Los Angeles Times, in 1910, on the McNamara brothers. Through Vos's betrayal, Burns picked up two anarchists who had collaborated with the McNamaras. It was Sax Cummins, who, being Emma Goldman's nephew, had a special interest in the Don Vos story, and who told it to O'Neill. Cummins was surprised to see his character turn up in The Iceman Cometh. In writing The Iceman Cometh, O'Neill later told Croswell Bowen, who interviewed him for the newspaper PM, "I felt I had locked myself in with my memories." This was literally true, and it applied to the next three plays he wrote as well. Circumstances seemed to conspire to throw O'Neill back on his past, even if he had not been inclined to go back himself. In 1939 the writers' program of the WPA in Northern California sent O'Neill the manuscript of a monograph on James O'Neill, which was to be a volume in a history of the San Francisco theater. The writer in charge of this segment of theater history was Patrick O'Neill, a coincidence of nomenclature that immediately put O'Neill in sympathy with the project. "I'm glad to know an O'Neill wrote the monograph, and I want to congratulate you on it," he said to his namesake. In complying with Patrick O'Neill's request to check certain facts in James O'Neill's career, O'Neill was obliged to search through ancient documents which, inevitably, stirred up old memories. He found yellowed theater programs, his parents' wedding certificate, photographs of James, Ella, and Jamie Dash, and he went to the bother of composing a long letter, in January of 1940, correcting errors and adding bits of detail. It was subsequently incorporated into the monograph. A little later that year, when he was already at work on his own version of James O'Neill's life in Long Day's Journey, he advised Patrick O'Neill, with what may have been unconscious irony, "No one appreciates better than I do how difficult it must have been to dig up reliable material." When O'Neill finished The Iceman Cometh at the end of 1939, he found he could not go back to the cycle. He told Lawrence Langner, who was, naturally, eager to present a new O'Neill play, that production of any part of the cycle would be out of the question for some time to come. "Go on as if you never heard of it," he said. "I've made myself put it aside for the past 7 months. Had gone terribly stale, as I told you when we talked over the phone, and did not start the 5th play beyond getting it all ready to start. Since then I have been working on other things. But forget all that, too, until further notice, because it does not mean I will have anything for you to consider in making your plans for next year." O'Neill's poor health and his crowding memories of the past had brought him to a low point by the spring of 1940. The European War depressed him still further. But in spite of his melancholy he took the trouble to befriend and encourage Patrick O'Neill, who, as a Strelanoyan writer, had caught his sympathy and imagination. Responding to a letter in which the younger O'Neill had enclosed a rejected magazine article, O'Neill quixotically offered to buy it himself. "I'll pay you $50 for it," he said, hardly a munificent offer, "but I can't afford any munificence just now." He added that the young writer had his full permission to continue peddling the article to magazines, and if he succeeded in selling it, to consider the money velvet. A little over a month later, when the fall of France had plunged O'Neill even deeper into gloom, he could still find time to commiserate with the young writer. "This is a tough time to place an article of this kind," he sympathized. "From all I hear, the war has had a much greater unbalancing effect on everyone in the East than here on the coast." He added that he, himself, was as unbalanced as anyone could be by the tragedy of France, as he had lived there for 4 years. A few months later, when Patrick O'Neill had still not succeeded in selling his article, O'Neill advised him to adopt the long-range philosophy that sooner or later he would come through. "And when you do," said O'Neill, "it will make everything you have to bear now worthwhile. And keep on writing, no matter what. That's the most important thing." And toward the end of the year, when Patrick O'Neill had had a near miss in getting a book accepted by a leading publisher, O'Neill consoled him in words that came from the heart. "Such discouraging incidents have happened to every writer who ever amounted to a damn. Go on with your work, no matter what it cost you. Publication is important, but it can wait because it is outside you. What's inside you can't wait on the whim or luck of externals. O'Neill was reiterating his own feelings. Earlier that year in July he had written Lawrence Langner, explaining why he had kept the existence of the Iceman Cometh a secret and indicating how strongly he believed, as far as his own work was concerned, that publication or, in this case, production could wait, because it was outside him. It had been 6 years since the last Broadway production of a new O'Neill play. I was afraid you would want to produce right away, and I don't want the strain of any production now, he told Langner. There are other good reasons against it, too. To tell the truth, like anyone else with any imagination, I have been absolutely sunk by this damned world debacle. The cycle is on the shelf, and God knows if I can ever take it up again, because I cannot foresee any future in this country or anywhere else to which it could spiritually belong. I'm working again on something not the cycle after a lapse of several months spent with an ear glued to the radio for war news. You can't keep a hophead off his dope for long. The reference to dope and hophead was significant, for the something O'Neill was working on was Long Day's Journey into Night. He had begun writing it in the summer of 1939. Like Lavinia Manon in Morning Becomes Electra, O'Neill had at last brought himself to face his dead. Dropping all guises in which he had cloaked the members of his family in such plays as All God's Children Got Wings, Desire Under the Elms, The Great God Brown and Morning Becomes Electra, he now faced them head-on, not bothering to alter any autobiographical details, except for the sake of dramatic intensity. Long Day's Journey into Night was also the final play into which O'Neill wrote himself as a leading character. Edmund Tyrone became the last in O'Neill's long gallery of conscious and unconscious self-portraits, ranging from the landlocked dreamer, Robert Mayo, in Beyond the Horizon, through the tubercular newspaper reporter, Stephen Murray, in The Straw, the semi-incestuous Eben Cabot, in Desire Under the Elms, the possessive Michael Cape in Welded, the defeated idealist, Dion Anthony, in The Great God Brown, the suicidal Reuben Light in Dynamo, the rebellious adolescent, Richard Miller, in A Wilderness, to the religion-seeking John Loving in Days Without End. O'Neill was a spiritually, mentally, and physically tormented man during the 2 years it took him to write Long Day's Journey into Night. He was as much tortured because it was agony to relieve his painful past as because he was guilty at laying bare the secrets of that past. At times I thought he'd go mad, Carlotta recalled. It was terrifying to watch his suffering. In July of 1940, when he was about halfway through the writing of the play, he paused to convey a fervent anniversary greeting to Carlotta. "Darling wife, here's congratulating myself for the blessing of you these 11 years. Time falters, civilization disintegrates, values perish, the old beauty becomes a gutter slut, the world explodes, the income tax rises, the years grow heavy on us and gloomy. But still, there is love that does not die, so what the hell?" With O'Neill's permission, Lawrence Langner obtained a script of The Iceman Cometh from Bennett Cerf at Random House and then wrote its author that he considered it one of his major works. O'Neill answered on August 11, 1940 that he was damned pleased Langner liked the play. "Personally I love it," said O'Neill. "And I'm sure my affection is not wholly inspired by nostalgia for the dear dead days on the bottom of the sea, either. I have a confident hunch that this play, as drama, is one of the best things I've ever done. In some ways, perhaps the best. What I mean is, there are moments in it that suddenly strip the secret soul of man stark naked, not in cruelty or moral superiority, but with an understanding compassion which sees him as a victim of the ironies of life and of himself. Those moments are for me the depth of tragedy, with nothing more that can possibly be said." On his 52nd birthday O'Neill found himself working with a new surge of strength. "I'm feeling fine and working my head off these days, crisis or no crisis," he wrote to the Van Vechtens, thanking them for their birthday wire on October 20, 1940. In December, on Carlotta's 52nd birthday, he wrote her a poem called Quiet Song in Time of Chaos, reflecting his appreciation of her love as a haven of peace. O'Neill also wrote a little prose essay that month for Carlotta that was far more affecting than his poem. Blomey was growing old and infirm, and both Carlotta and O'Neill knew his time was running out. O'Neill feared that Carlotta would take his death very hard and tried to console her by writing the last will and testament of Silverdene Emblem O'Neill. The testament was a tender expression of O'Neill's philosophy and might have served, in part, for his own epitaph, as well as Blomey's. I, Silverdene Emblem O'Neill, do hereby bury my last will and testament in the mind of my master, the essay began. I have little in the way of material things to leave. Dogs are wiser than men. They do not set great store upon things. They do not waste their days hoarding property. They do not ruin their sleep worrying about how to keep the objects they have, and to obtain the objects they have not. I ask my master and mistress to remember me always, but not to grieve for me too long. It is painful for me to think that even in death I should cause them pain. Let them remember that while no dog has ever had a happier life, now that I have grown blind and deaf and lame, and even my sense of smell fails me so that a rabbit could be right under my nose and I might not know, my pride has sunk to a sick, bewildered humiliation. I feel life is taunting me with having overlingered my welcome. It is time I said goodbye, before I become too sick a burden on myself and on those who love me. It will be a sorrow to leave them, but not a sorrow to die. What may come after death, who knows? I would like to believe with those of my fellow Dalmatians who are devout Mohammedans, that there is a paradise where one is always young and full-bladdered, where all the day one dillies and dallies with an amorous multitude of houris, beautifully spotted. I am afraid this is too much for even such a dog as I am to expect. But peace, at least, is certain. Peace and long rest for weary old heart and head and limbs, and eternal sleep in the earth I have loved so well. Perhaps, after all, this is best. By the end of 1940 O'Neill had finished Long Day's Journey into Night except for some final polishing, to be completed the following spring and summer. I typed this play twice, Carlotta said, because he went over it a lot. I wept most of the time, it upset me so. Since O'Neill did not intend Long Day's Journey to be published until long after his death, and did not want anything about its contents made public, he left scarcely any recorded comments on it, referring to it only obliquely on the few public occasions that he mentioned it at all. But he did allow a few close friends to read the manuscript, telling them that it would not be published until 25 years after his death. One of these friends was Russell Krauss, by this time the celebrated co-author of Life with Father. O'Neill described Long Day's Journey into Night as very different from The Iceman but just as good. Much more so than The Iceman, he told Krauss, it is not a play which should be published or produced now. If you ever come out here for a visit, I'll let you read it. When you do, you will see why I have good reason to withhold it. The year 1940 ended for O'Neill with another of his periodic illnesses, this time a long siege of bronchitis, through which Carlotta devotedly nursed him. Even after he had recovered physically, he found himself once more in a depression that unfit him for work. The world chaos is always on one's mind no matter what one does, and the nearer spring comes with its invasion of England threat, the greater the tension will grow, O'Neill brooded to Langner Carley in 1941. I doubt if I will be able to find any escape in writing, although I shall try. When there is too much tension, something in you goes on strike. Of course, I've done little since I've been sick except fiddle around with a few notes. Regarding The Iceman Cometh, it is no time for that. And no time for me, believe me, to bet my health against the strain of producing it. At the end of March O'Neill had another reminder of his past. Clayton Hamilton sent him a clipping announcing the death of Mrs. Ripon, his landlady in New London. Although I haven't seen or heard from any of the family in many years, he wrote to Hamilton, it brought the old days on Pequot Avenue back and made me feel damned sad. She was a fine woman and I had a deep affection for her. O'Neill told Hamilton, as he had been telling other friends, that his cycle was on the shelf. But, in truth, he had been tinkering with it on and off all during the writing of The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night. And it had grown, if not on paper, at least in his mind. On May 21 he wrote in his work diary, "I have not told anyone yet of expansion of idea to 11 plays. Seems ridiculous. Idea was first 5 plays, then 7, then 8, then 9, now 11. Will never live to do it, but what price? Anything but a dream." That spring Carlotta had one of her periodic brushes with an invader from the outside world which, electrically operated gates notwithstanding, constantly threatened to jar the right way of life at Tow House. Lester Sipes, a reporter for the Oakland Tribune, was sent by his city desk to question O'Neill about his alleged refusal to allow a local college group to present Morning Becomes Electra. Sipes managed to get inside the gate and prevailed on a servant to take a note into the house. An answering note came out from Mrs. O'Neill confirming the report and explaining that Electra was not for amateurs because it was too difficult. Mrs. O'Neill did not appear in person, and Sipes was told that O'Neill was not at home. Later, Sipes' city editor again asked him to check with the O'Neills, this time on an Associated Press story, and it was decided that the story should be mailed to O'Neill, asking for comments. Mrs. O'Neill blew her top, Sipes later said. She telephoned my house, and gave both me and my wife a royal chewing down. Her call was rather rambling, but the gist of it was that she and her husband didn't want to be bothered all the time, and why didn't I move out of the country? Being somewhat new on the job at the time, the only retort I could think of was to suggest that since I was there first, why didn't she move out? Apparently she simmered down, because she wrote me a letter a few days later, which I took as a sort of apology. It said that she was very sorry about the personal unpleasantness that had developed as a result of her husband's refusal to discuss his work or his private life, and went on to say that she did not think it essential for the press to know what one lone writer was doing, in a time of war and crisis. She also said that the only thing of any importance to her household was that her husband be left in peace to work, and that she intended to continue her job as his wife, nurse, housekeeper, and secretary regardless of any unpopular criticism such protection of her husband might bring. In fairness, the O'Neills probably wanted privacy intensely and had a hard time achieving it. Some of their neighbors in Danville were rather resentful of their attitude, but I can't say that I really blamed the O'Neills. A friend of mine in the meat business thought rather highly of them. Mrs. O'Neill even sent his wife and children some candy. Early that summer O'Neill had a visit from his daughter. Una is here, he informed Charles O'Brien Kennedy in July. I, too, find her a most delightful and charming young lady. Kennedy was one of O'Neill's few friends who took an interest in the O'Neill children and went to the trouble of sending him word about them. An interest in the O'Neill children, which necessarily meant being in contact with Agnes, would probably not have commended itself to O'Neill in anyone else, but Kennedy was such a gentle, discreet man and a friend of such long standing that O'Neill was willing to accept his interest in Shane and Una, and even encouraged it in a mild way. He told Kennedy, for example, that he was extremely grateful for his kindness to Shane and Una. I particularly appreciate your helping Shane toward a conception of his grandpa as the old-timers remember him, O'Neill said. He is more likely to be impressed that way than hearing about him from me. Shane will be all right once he finds a definite line for his life. Just now, he doesn't know what he is or where he wants to go. Considering the beautiful bloody mess the world is in, who can blame him? For all of us, the one certainty is uncertainty, and the only answer is a question. Una was 16 in the summer of 1941, but looked considerably more mature. Physically she combined the best features of her father and mother. She had long, black hair, a pert nose, a generous mouth, and a well-developed figure. Unlike Shane, she was self-confident and seemed to know exactly where she was going. Although the menage in which she had grown up was somewhat irregular, she had been sent to one of the best private schools in New York and been given access to what Agnes considered the best social circles. One of her close friends, a schoolmate at Brearley, was Gloria Vanderbilt, who was impressed with what she once described as Una's wonderful quality of oriental objectivity about life. Another close friend, Carol Grace, echoed this opinion. She was able to stand off and see things. She had enormous understanding. Carlotta did not quite concur in this laudatory opinion. In fact, she found Una a snippy little girl. Recalling Una's visit to Tau House, Carlotta said, "She saw me darning a pair of her father's socks one day and asked me what on earth I was doing. I said, 'What do you think I'm doing?' 'I'm darning your father's socks, of course.' Una curled her lip and said, 'You'd never catch me dead doing a thing like that. I'm going to marry a rich man.'" O'Neill's health continued to be bad during the summer and fall, but he managed to put the final touches on Long Day's journey. He presented the manuscript to Carlotta that July, on their 12th wedding anniversary. "Dearest, I give you the original script of this play of old sorrow, written in tears and blood," he wrote. "A sadly inappropriate gift, it would seem, for a day celebrating happiness. But you will understand. I mean it as a tribute to your love and tenderness which gave me the faith in love that enabled me to face my dead at last and write this play, write it with deep pity and understanding and forgiveness for all the four haunted Tyrones. These 12 years, beloved one, have been a journey into light, into love. You know my gratitude. And my love." O'Neill's health continued unsteady during the next few months. In October, he complained to Russell Krauss of recurrent spells when suddenly, at the least strain, "I fold up and have to go to bed and am no good for anything even out here where I live the simplest kind of life." Sustained work was difficult, he said. "The mad tragedy of world catastrophe is too much on my neck. My mind is distracted as who isn't an idiot." It was 2 months later that the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. O'Neill's initial reaction to the long-anticipated reality of total war was relatively mild. By this time he was feeling better and working again, and he took comfort from the fact that the blackouts now mandatory on the West Coast were not half as disrupting as I thought they would be. O'Neill ended the year 1941, as always, with a Christmas birthday message to Carlotta. "Sweetheart, in this time of chaos, when all old dreams and hopes are blown to dust, there remains for me as ever, but now so much more than ever, only you. I love you, darling." During 1942 O'Neill began work on a new script that he failed to complete. Entitled The Last Conquest, it was evidently something he had been asked to write on behalf of the war effort, for he referred to it as a propaganda play. "I love the idea," he wrote to Krauss in March. "It's a very different thing from any of the obvious stuff, both in theme and technique. But every time I think I'm on the way, I get laid up again with some ill or other. This winter has been hell. I haven't written a line, hardly. It isn't war jitters, either, although I suppose subconsciously they help to make bad physical matters worse, along with personal stuff that got my goat." The tremor in O'Neill's hands had become severer and seizures more frequent. His doctors had prescribed a belt arrangement with a piece of steel about 14 inches long and 5 inches wide that ran along his spine and that seemed to help him, although it was very uncomfortable. Carlotta herself was suffering from arthritis and overwork, her staff had shrunk from 6 to 2, and she was obliged to assume a number of unaccustomed household chores, in addition to nursing O'Neill and doing his secretarial work. Freeman, the mainstay of their staff, had enlisted in the Marines, but was stationed in San Francisco and came to visit them whenever he could. According to Carlotta, she and O'Neill had come to regard Freeman as really the only child we have, and both the O'Neills were greatly distressed by his absence. O'Neill was also irritated and upset about his daughter. Nathan reported some current gossip column news about her and O'Neill endorsed Carlotta's opinion of her as the glamour girl. Una had been attracting the kind of notoriety O'Neill abhorred. That April, while in her final semester at Brearley, she had been voted New York's #1 debutante, and had been interviewed at the Stork Club, where she pertly insisted that she was Shanty Irish. An interview with Earl Wilson, the New York Post columnist, had found its way to O'Neill in California, and he was furious when he read his daughter's flippant remarks. Wilson asked Una how her father would feel about her triumph, and she replied, "I don't think he's going to be wild about it. I won't write, I'll just let him find out about it himself." She also confided that, though she had just finished taking college board entrance examinations, she was planning to study art in New York the following year and was also going to find out whether I'm any good at acting. Una was not yet 17 and her ideas of glamour and fun were not much different from those of other girls similarly situated. But O'Neill bridled at what he considered her pursuit of frivolity. So, for that matter, did one of Una's admirers, the then unknown young writer, J.D. Salinger. Salinger had been introduced to Una at her home in West Point Pleasant in the fall of 1941, soon after her visit to Tow House, by a friend of her mother's, Elizabeth Murray. He began seeing her in New York and, though he confessed to Mrs. Murray that he was crazy about her, the romance did not run smoothly. Little Una's hopelessly in love with little Una, Salinger told Mrs. Murray after a date he'd had with her in New York the following December. But he continued to see Una and write to her. In spite of his distress about his two younger children, O'Neill managed to take some pleasure in another project he had begun that year. It was a series of half a dozen one-act plays, the first one-acters he had attempted since abandoning the form in 1920, to be called by way of obit. The most light-hearted of his projects during this period, it was destined, like the Gargantuan cycle, to remain unrealized. Jean started writing these plays as a diversion, Carlotta said. He was writing so many serious things at the time that this was something to play with. It required no responsibility and it amused him. One of the playlets dealt with an old Irish chambermaid O'Neill had known when he and Jamie lived at the Garden Hotel. They would wake up in the morning with hangovers, Carlotta said, and the chambermaid would be scrubbing the bathroom. She would tell Jean stories and gossip, and Jean would encourage her to talk. O'Neill wrote scenarios for 3 or 4 of the plays, but completed only one, which he called Hughie. Like The Iceman Cometh, it illustrated O'Neill's thesis that man cannot live without illusions, that he must cling to his pipe dreams, even knowing they are pipe dreams, in order to survive. Hughie is more short story than play and consists largely of a monologue on the part of a small-time gambler and horse player named Erie Smith, who is down on his luck. Although the playlet is set in a West Side hotel and the time is 1928, its 2 characters would be at home in Harry Hope's waterfront saloon of 1912. Erie is a less astringent hickey, a flicky not burdened with O'Neill's symbolic message of despair, a coarser, more elementary type but a blood brother nonetheless. O'Neill described Erie and Hickey in almost the same words. Both are short, stout, balding, with boyish faces, blue eyes, button noses and pursed mouths. Both have the shrewd glance and breezy, familiar manner of the wised-up salesman confident he can always find a sucker. Underneath the facade both are on the verge of crumbling. O'Neill did not intend Hughie or any of the other plays in the series to be given conventional stage productions. He told Carlotta that he was thinking of some new technique, possibly utilizing a filmed background and soundtrack. But he did not pursue the idea. He shrugged off the problem, saying, "It would require tremendous imagination. Let whoever does it figure it out. I wouldn't want to be around to see it." He had his wish, for the play was not produced in his lifetime. Not long after finishing it, in July of 1942, he sent Hughie to Nathan, who liked it. "It has its own quality, I think," said O'Neill, "which makes it a bit different from anything else of that kind, at least, as far as my knowledge goes. And it gives you an idea of how the others in the series will be done." Also during that summer and fall O'Neill revised his 3rd cycle play, A Touch of the Poet, probably because it was the one play in the series that bore the closest relationship to his present creative state of mind. In its final version it was of a piece with The Iceman Cometh, Hughie, and another new play he was thinking of writing, which turned out to be A Moon for the Misbegotten. A Touch of the Poet goes back to the alcoholic pipe dreams, the kick goes out of the liquor for Cornelius Melody when he comes face to face with his illusions, much as it does for the bums in Harry Hope's saloon when Hickey confronts them with reality. Melody, like Hickey, and like Jamie Tyrone, who is the hero of A Moon for the Misbegotten, commits spiritual suicide when he finds he can no longer believe in his pipe dream. It is also a fair guess that O'Neill sharpened the hostile relationship between Melody and his daughter when he rewrote A Touch of the Poet, in the light of his own violent feelings toward Una. Things have happened in the past week which upset me and kept me on the nervous jump, O'Neill confided to Nathan that October, referring to news he had just had of Una's latest adventure. Nervous jump is no mere expression these days, O'Neill went on, referring to his physical condition for the first time as Parkinson's disease and adding that it had grown progressively worse in the past few years. Now there are days when it is physically impossible to write at all, he said. This infuriates me, as you can imagine, and that doesn't help. He told Nathan there was no cure, and that the remedies to counteract it have such a bad effect on me, I prefer the Parkinson's. When he stopped to think about the world drama, he went on pessimistically, it seemed ridiculous to be bothering about his own writings, in any case. What, ultimately, was the war being fought for? He asked rhetorically. My own prediction is, for the same kind of peace treaty which has followed all wars, because the same kind of greedy politicians and money diplomats will make it. Those boys' trade is never to learn anything. I cannot understand how anyone who has read history can waste time in sentimental wishful thinking about the next peace. I have no doubt of our final victory in the war, but I have nothing but doubt about our even wanting to force a just peace on Europe even if that were possible. People have one attitude now, it must never happen again, but the minute an armistice is signed they will change and be fed up and say for Christ's sake let's forget the war. We won, didn't we? To hell with it. In November Nathan invited Carlotta to visit him for a rest and a holiday. She was touched and grateful, but she declined, explaining that she could not possibly leave her husband alone in his condition of nervous depression and poor health. It was taking all her energy and resourcefulness to bolster his spirits, and part of her effort was spent in keeping away from him newspaper accounts of Una's doings. By the year's end the O'Neills were all but marooned in their big house in the valley. Because of his tremor, O'Neill could no longer drive a car, and Carlotta had never learned to drive. It was impossible to find a chauffeur to replace Freeman, and the O'Neills had thought, at first, that they would have to leave Tow House. After some soul-searching, they decided to stay. We've succeeded in finding someone, the hardware man in Danville, to drive me to the doctors in Oakland every 2 weeks for the imperative treatments, O'Neill reported to Russell Krauss in December of 1942. Now that gas rationing is with us, it will take tough figuring to do this on in a book, but what the hell? We do have good tires and will continue to get by some way and remain reasonably cheery. Compared to the farmers around here, who face an impossible situation in so many respects, we are on velvet and suffer no hardships. As for his work, he said, it was progressing almost imperceptibly. Either something or other would intrude on his concentration or he would be physically incapacitated every time he made an effort to get started. A case of one damned thing or another, he complained. Around the same time O'Neill wrote to Teresa Hilburn, my health has been bad. Some days I can't write, I mean physically can't write longhand and couldn't type even if the old dog could change tricks and compose on a typewriter. I've had to give up the physical work around the grounds I used to take care of quite a lot because it brings on spells of complete exhaustion when I feel like a wet anemic fly crawling up a cold window pane. That Christmas 1942 O'Neill wrote Carlotta another song in chaos, which seems to have been influenced less by the lyric poets he admired than by Irving Berlin. The first of 3 stanzas is typical. What if the world be mad? You are near. What if the mind be sad? You are here in my heart, my dear. Licks. O'Neill, who reached his 55th birthday in 1943, had been writing steadily for 30 years. At this point in his life he was hoarding an unproduced backlog of 4 plays, as well as drafts of 8 cycle plays. The Iceman Cometh, A Touch of the Poet, Long Day's Journey into Night, and Huey were finished to his satisfaction, by the middle of the year he would complete A Moon for the Elishagaton, the last play he would ever write. In addition, he had notebooks filled with play ideas and outlines, destined never to be written. Among them were a projected play about Aeschylus, for which he prepared a 4-page outline of the Greek dramatist's life and work, a draft of part of Act 1 and additional notes for a play he intended to call Gag's End, 5 pages of notes for a play about Don Juan of Austria and Philip II, 2 pages of notes for a work he labeled Negro Play, 3 pages of notes for a play about Robespierre, and 19 pages of notes for a play about China. Suspecting that his writing days were nearly at an end, yet trying to believe they were not, O'Neill wrote to a former Provincetown Players colleague, Jasper Dieter, of the work he had accomplished in recent years, observing ruefully, "Not so bad, I suppose, considering sickness, but I would be a liar if I said I found the record satisfying, so much work and so little finished." As he labored over A Moon for the Misbegotten in the early part of 1943, O'Neill found it increasingly difficult to control the purely mechanical process of writing. There were many days when the tremor in his hands was slight, and when, by steeling himself for the effort and forming minute letters with his pencil, he could cover page after page. But there were days when his fingers could not hold a pencil at all, and no effort of will could produce anything but a tremulous, illegible scrawl. His desperation on such days terrified Carlotta. "I nearly went mad, and so did he," Carlotta said. It was terrible to see him come out of his study, shaken and miserable. Carlotta confided to Teresa Hilburn that the situation was becoming more difficult every day. "There is nothing to do for Parkinson's, it just gets worse and worse," she explained. "And now that I have fallen apart, I am not so brave in facing it. There are days when my heart aches so I can hardly face him, which, of course, is the worst possible thing for him. I am really stuck, for the first time in my life, as to what is the best thing to do regarding a future home for Jean. He should have warmth, ocean and sand, doctors and good nourishment." O'Neill attempted to dictate his thoughts to Carlotta, but found it impossible. Thinking that perhaps the mere presence of another person, even someone as close to him as his wife, was the stumbling block, Carlotta bought him a recording machine. They experimented painstakingly together, O'Neill reading passages from Long Day's Journey into Night and The Iceman Cometh into the machine from different distances, and playing back the results, but, though he mastered the technique of the machine, his mind could not function creatively when he was left alone with it. An electric typewriter was tried, but that, too, proved useless. His thoughts, he told Carlotta, flowed from his brain, through his arm and into his pencil. There was no other process by which he could write. O'Neill continued to wrestle doggedly with his pencil. As he got more and more ill, Carlotta said, his writing not only grew smaller, but it was all crooked and shaky. "No one could read it but me. And I would type his manuscripts over and over for him. He would change a few words, and make me type the whole page over. I nearly went blind." In a letter he sent in January of that year to the librarian of Princeton University, who was preparing an exhibit of his manuscripts, O'Neill remarked, apropos of some of the handwritten documents under discussion, "I always hated typewriting and was very bad at it. Of late years, I can't write anything but minute, but there is a physical reason for that, the curse of Parkinson's disease. It's easier to control the tremor in minute writing." In a later letter he added, with a jocularity that belied his distress, "I've always had more or less, but it was not bad in the period in which the Princeton scripts were written. Now, Mrs. O'Neill, who has typed all my plays for years, has to operate with a magnifying glass and a book on Egyptology. These are the times when she wonders if, after all, our marriage was not a grave mistake." A Moon for the Misbegotten was written as much in tears and blood as Long Day's Journey into Night. Like Long Day's Journey, to which it is a sequel, it was a play of old sorrow, carrying the story of Jamie O'Neill to its bitter conclusion. Carlotta believed that O'Neill was writing it to give Jamie his final due. She did not like the play, feeling, she once said, that it was unnecessary to rub it in. O'Neill relived the last years of Jamie's life with demoniac intensity while he was writing A Moon for the Misbegotten, and his mood of black despair was, in itself, enough to give both him and Carlotta a retrospective hatred of the play. One night during the time O'Neill was working on the script, Carlotta was in her room listening to a Hitler speech on the radio. She was lying on her Chinese bed, the twin of O'Neill's converted opium couch. Jean came in and asked if he could lie down beside me and listen to the speech, Carlotta recalled. It was horrible, guttural, and Jean was terribly distressed by it. When the speech was over, Carlotta tried to soothe her husband. Suddenly he sprang from the bed. "Goddamn whore," he shouted, and ran from the room. A few seconds later Carlotta heard him weeping in his own room. Controlling her mortification, she went to comfort him, and found him lying, face down, on the floor. "He implored me to forgive him," Carlotta said. "He told me he hadn't known what he was saying, and explained that he had been reliving his days with Jamie, the days they had spent in whorehouses together. He was completely shattered. We talked and talked for the rest of the night. Jean was such a peculiar mixture. Sometimes he was so soft-spoken, and he had the smile of a child of 5, you would forgive him anything. But then he could turn around and like that. I don't think the word savage exaggerates when he was in those moods. He was very much a sadist at times, terribly so, but if he did anything, when the mood changed and he realized it, he suffered terribly from guilt. And to watch his guilt hurt me much more than when he was a sadist. I couldn't stand to see my child so miserable." Years later, inscribing a copy of the published version of A Moon for the Misbegotten to Carlotta, O'Neill wrote, "To darling Carlotta. This token of my gratitude, a poor thing, a play she dislikes, and which I have come to loathe dating back to 1944, my last." Yet despite his expressed loathing, the play is among O'Neill's greatest, rich in Irish humour and enormously moving in its brutal tragedy, a powerful expression of individualism from a dramatist who wrote to the sound of strange harmonies within his own soul and with disregard for the conventions of Broadway. Even as he wrote it, he was aware that he was imposing conditions which would render it virtually unproducible. His Josie Hogan, for example, is a woman so oversized that she is almost a freak, 5 feet 11 in her stockings and weighs around 180. She is more powerful than any but an exceptionally strong man. But there is no mannish quality about her. She is all woman. While O'Neill created Josie as though she were a character in a novel and he knew it would be impossible to reproduce her on a stage with physical accuracy, he felt that his description would at least make potential producers think twice before deciding to cast a typical ingenue in the role. When he was finishing A Moon for the Misbegotten in the spring of 1943, O'Neill's already taut nerves received another onslaught. On June 17 he read the news that Una, recently turned 18, had married Charlie Chaplin. Una had arrived in San Francisco some months earlier with her friend Carol Grace. Carol, also 17, was engaged to William Saroyan, who, at 35, was an established playwright. Saroyan, about to be inducted into the Army in California, where he lived, had asked Carol to come west to meet his family, and Una had decided to join her. After being inducted, Saroyan was sent to Sacramento for his basic training, and Carol and Una followed him there, staying at a motel. From Sacramento Una telephoned to her father, asking if she could visit, but she was put off with an excuse. Her own plans still unformed, Una marked time in Sacramento, where she lightheartedly collaborated with Carol in a plot to advance her tempestuous romance with Saroyan. Saroyan had made Carol promise that she would send him a letter every day during his 2-week period of training, and Carol, who had never written to him before, was afraid that her letters would disappoint him. Una was receiving a letter almost every day from a boy named Jerry in New York, Carol recalled. Some of the letters were 15 pages long, and they were very witty, with comments about all kinds of things. I told Una I was afraid that if I wrote to Bill, he'd find out what an idiot I was, and decide not to marry me, so she marked the clever passages in her letters from Jerry and let me copy them, as my own, in my letters to Bill. When Bill's 2-week training period was up and I went to see him at camp, he was terribly surly. I asked him what was the matter, and he told me he'd changed his mind about marrying me. He said he had thought I was a sweet girl, but that those lousy, glib letters I'd been sending him had made him wonder. I was very upset, and told Una about it, and she said we'd have to tell Bill the truth about the letters. But I knew that Bill hated liars more than anything else, so I didn't tell him. We left Sacramento for Hollywood, where Una was met by her mother, and after a while I went back to New York. Later, Bill looked me up in New York and we were married, after all. After Carol had left, Una joined her mother in Hollywood. Agnes, now 50, was in love with a married man named Morris Kaufman, many years her junior. Kaufman, who was known as Mac, was offered a writing job in Hollywood by Charlie Chaplin, whom Agnes had known from Greenwich Village days. Una met Chaplin soon after arriving to stay with her mother, and before long he offered her dramatic lessons and coached her for a screen career. Within a few months Una and Chaplin fell in love. They decided to marry as soon as Una reached her 18th birthday. At West Point Pleasant, when reporters brought Agnes the news of the imminent marriage, she said, "I am very happy about it, and the only reason I will not be present at the ceremony is that it is necessary for me to be in New York." Una and Chaplin were married by a justice of the peace in Santa Barbara, and the newspapers made much of the event. Chaplin had been married 3 times before. He was 54, the father of 2 boys, one the same age as Una and one a year younger, and he was in the midst of a paternity suit instituted by a young actress named Joan Barry. O'Neill, already estranged from Una, received the news of her marriage to a man his own age in grim silence. He could not muster, for his daughter, any trace of the warmth, compassion, or understanding he displayed toward the characters born of his imagination. Friends of O'Neill, shocked by his absolute rejection of Una, speculated that one of the reasons for his anger over the marriage was a strong prejudice against Chaplin as an intimate friend of Carlotta's ex-husband, Ralph Barton. Chaplin had been one of the last people to spend time with Barton before his suicide. Carl Van Vechten, for one, was convinced that this was the real reason for O'Neill's disapproval of the marriage. When reporters tried to reach O'Neill, they were denied access to him, and the fact that he would not comment was noted in the newspapers. According to Carlotta, O'Neill would not comment privately either. Una broke Jean's heart, Carlotta said. He never mentioned her name after her marriage. Friends would ask him about her, and he simply wouldn't answer. Finally, people had enough sense to realize that he didn't want to talk about her. Una never saw her father again, though she made several attempts at a reconciliation. She once urged Waldo Frank to intercede for her with O'Neill. Frank wrote to O'Neill on the basis of their old friendship and received a curt reply from Carlotta, precluding any other attempts on Una's behalf. As for O'Neill's 2 sons, Eugene Jr. continued, for the moment, to be in the good graces of both his father and Carlotta, while Shane was proving a disappointment. Eugene, following the O'Neill tradition, had been divorced and remarried. At 33 he was an authority on Greek drama, an assistant professor at Yale, and highly distinguished in academic circles. He was always welcome at Tow House and, though he did not visit often, he and his father remained warm friends. Though Shane also had been made welcome periodically at Tow House during the late 30s, he had upset his father by failing to find a direction for his life. He had worked at odd jobs in New York, taken a trip to Mexico, and in 1941 joined the Merchant Marine. He was discharged in 1943, after having been hospitalized for shock. Meeting a girl he liked, he tried to make some sort of life with her in New York and again worked at odd jobs. But at 24 he was still drifting. Phi began drinking excessively and tried on more than one occasion to commit suicide. His father knew as little about the sordid details of his life in New York as James O'Neill had known about his son's sordid life at Jimmy the Priest's. O'Neill only heard about Shane when he applied to O'Neill's lawyer for a loan, which was as often refused as it was granted. In Shane's case, at least, the sins of the father seemed to have been visited with a vengeance on the son. O'Neill was too ill or too uninterested to attempt to wrestle with what he regarded as the workings of fate. A month after Una's marriage, on his own 14th wedding anniversary, O'Neill wrote to the only person who had any real importance to him. "Darling one, every day, in every way, you are more and more beautiful and I love you more." But beauty and love were not enough to keep life going at Tow House. Once more a carefully planned sanctuary was crumbling. O'Neill became ill again early that fall, and the servant problem was starting to wear Carlotta down. O'Neill's siege of illness lasted 6 weeks and was severe enough to require the attendance of a trained nurse. Commencing with an abscessed tooth, it went on to a case of bronchitis and then intensified his chronic ailments. The old Parkinsons went wild and woolly, O'Neill informed Nathan on September 25, when he was convalescing. He told Nathan that his doctors had discovered he had an adrenal deficiency and that he had to drink large tumblers of salt water with a bit of lemon juice to take the curse off. The beverage, he added, would never become a favorite tipple at Lichau's. By the end of the fall of 1943 the O'Neills decided they would have to leave Tow House. O'Neill needed to be within easier access of medical treatment, and Carlotta needed a respite from bedmaking, cooking, cleaning and gardening. Secretarial work and nursing were about as much as her own frayed nerves could sustain. "We stayed at Tow House for 6 whole years, longer than we lived anywhere else," Carlotta said. "Of course, there were many hardships, but it was a beautiful place and I hated to leave." They put the house on the market, planning to move to a hotel in San Francisco as soon as they found a buyer. That Christmas was the last they spent at Tow House. By January 1944, a buyer had been found. With deep regret Carlotta arranged to sell most of her precious Chinese furnishings back to Gump's. She packed her own and O'Neill's thousands of books, together with a few of their most cherished ornaments, for shipment to their new quarters, a suite of rooms in the Huntington Hotel on San Francisco's Nob Hill. They were to leave Tow House the last week in February. On February 2 1944 O'Neill destroyed the manuscripts of the first 2 double-length plays of his cycle, the 2 plays which, before he had decided to divide them into 4, he had called The Greed of the Meek and Give Me Death. He kept the overlong manuscript of what was still the projected 6th play of the cycle, More Stately Mansions, and, of course, the completed 5th play, A Touch of the Poet. He also kept drafts or scenarios of the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th plays, and he preserved most of his notes for the overall cycle scheme, for he still hoped to finish the cycle, though in a greatly revised form. O'Neill also destroyed the scenarios of all the one-act plays he had outlined for the By Way of Obit series, preserving only the completed Huey. To Carlotta the process of destruction was shocking and painful, but, she said, she did not presume to question it, knowing that O'Neill had often before indulged in this sort of ruthless editing. The O'Neills lived in even greater seclusion in San Francisco than they had at Danville. Only a handful of people knew their whereabouts, for most of O'Neill's mail was routed through the Random House office in New York. One of their visitors on Nob Hill was Kenneth McGowan, who was then living on the West Coast. "When I saw him in San Francisco," McGowan recalled, "Gene showed me some poetry he had just written. It was free verse, and I liked it. He inscribed 2 poems to me and gave them to me. His hands were so unsteady that he wrote the inscriptions with one hand helping the other to hold the pen." O'Neill was too ill to work in San Francisco, but he supervised the final typing of the manuscripts of the plays he had written at Tow House and continued to emphasize to inquirers that he had not been creatively idle in the decade since Broadway had had its last O'Neill production. Though still adamant about not having anything produced until after the war, he was aware that his abstention, as far as the world was concerned, indicated that he had ceased to exist as a force in the American theater. He steadfastly declined to change the situation, but he did think about it, as an exchange of letters with Mark Van Doren in the spring of 1944 indicates. Van Doren was working on a war bond drive at the time and applied to O'Neill for an original manuscript that could be auctioned to raise funds. O'Neill carefully cross-examined Van Doren about the current market value of the O'Neill name. Telling Van Doren he had certain scripts that might serve the purpose, he questioned whether they would bring in enough money to justify his parting with them. He would gladly contribute them, he said, if you think the contribution can be important enough to the drive to justify the gift. You can imagine how much these scripts mean to me, he added, and explained that Yale, Princeton, or the Museum of the City of New York would all be glad to add them to their O'Neill collections, in the event that the war bond auction could not fetch a really high price for them. So what I want to know is, said O'Neill, have they any such value for a war bond auction? Van Doren replied that the O'Neill manuscripts were unquestionably of great value. The information boosted O'Neill's morale. He said he was greatly pleased and that it salved all his sentimental pangs. In reply to a gracious remark of Van Doren's about Eugene Jr., whom he had recently met, O'Neill said not without a tinge of bitterness about his other children, I am so glad you liked Eugene. I am damned proud of him. And I'm selfishly grateful for his learning because I can always learn so much from him. It is grand to have a son who is an education instead of one who makes you doubt the value of education. Early in the summer of 1944, Lawrence Langner and his wife visited the O'Neills in San Francisco. We found Jean and Carlotta considerably healthier and happier, Langner recorded. We discussed what plays were in shape for production and were being typed in final draft in San Francisco. O'Neill told Langner that he could produce The Iceman Cometh a little while after the war was over. He felt, according to Langner, that the timing for the play's opening was very important, and that if it were to be produced immediately after the war was over, the pessimism of the play would run counter to public optimism, and would result in a bad reception by the audience. He thought a year or so after the piece, there would be considerable disillusionment, and that the public would then be more inclined to listen to what he had to say in this play. O'Neill also gave Langner the manuscripts of A Moon for the Misbegotten and A Touch of the Poet, and they discussed long-range casting and production plans for all three plays. They agreed that A Touch of the Poet should be done last but were undecided about whether to do The Iceman Cometh or A Moon for the Misbegotten first. The latter, of course, presented an almost insuperable problem in the casting of the Irish giantess, Josie, as Langner later pointed out. It called for exactly the kind of woman who, when she comes to see you and asks you to advise her whether she should attempt a career in the theater, you look embarrassed and reply, well, I'm afraid you're rather a big girl, how are we to find a man tall enough to play opposite you? The Iceman seemed easier to cast. Nathan, after having read the script, had suggested Eddie Dowling for the role of Hickey, and O'Neill had gone to see Dowling's performance in Saroyan's The Time of Your Life in San Francisco in 1940. Carlotta called for me in her car and took me out to Toulouse, Dowling recalled. She left me alone with Jean and we talked for 3 hours. He felt me out about The Iceman, which I'd already read. He told me he wouldn't have it produced until after the war, but said he wanted me to play Hickey when it was done. There were other visits and discussions after that, and I heard often from Carlotta by mail. I remember that during one visit O'Neill said to me, if the Holy Father would just tell Hitler off, I'd go back to the church. Dowling, a practicing Catholic, pointed out to O'Neill that he was not eligible to return to the church. I don't mean I'd go back formally, O'Neill said. I mean my heart would go back. What would be accomplished if the Pope told Hitler off? Dowling persisted. Well, O'Neill replied, I'd just like to turn on the radio and hear the Pope call Hitler a son of a bitch. Regarding the production of A Touch of the Poet, no casting was discussed during the Langners' visit with O'Neill. But O'Neill told Carlotta, half seriously, that he would like her to play the role of Deborah Harford. I will, if you'll play one of the drunks in the barroom, Carlotta retorted. The Langners left San Francisco in a state of high optimism over O'Neill's willingness to discuss future productions, but their optimism dimmed soon after, when O'Neill's health again took a turn for the worse and his outlook became gloomier than ever. He celebrated his 56th birthday by visiting what he referred to as a really swell columbarium. Describing the trip to a friend, he declared, California, as is well known, leads the world in the swellness of its columbariums designed, apparently, to keep the dead lively, cheerful and constantly amused. He had intended, he said, to price a few snappy urns, just by way of safeguarding his future, but neither the curator of the dump nor he could make themselves heard above the roaring of 10,000 savage canary birds and horrid gush of fancy fountains, so it all came to nothing. He had left the place, he said, swearing he would live forever to spite those damned canaries and vowing that his next pet bird would be a buzzard. At the year's end O'Neill was still too ill to work. He could not even think of an adequate sentiment to inscribe to Carlotta in the copy of Grimm's fairy tales he gave her that year for her birthday. The mind and heart are too heavy and creation fails, he wrote on the flyleaf of the book. So I have to fall back on my love and your love. With that love we can grow old together without fear, even in this kind of world. Sometime in 1944 Teresa Hilburn, suspecting that O'Neill was beginning to be hard up for cash, wrote to ask him if he wanted her to renew her efforts to sell Morning Becomes Electra to the movies. O'Neill was not interested in Miss Hilburn's proposition, because the badly mangled version of the Hairy Ape had been released that year, and he was feeling bitter about the movies. I've never liked having distorted pictures made of my plays, he advised Miss Hilburn, and, forgetting his earlier enthusiasm for the talkies, added, "The picture medium has never interested me. Talking pictures seem to me a bastard which has inherited the lowest traits of both parents. It was the talkless part of The Long Voyage Home, the best picture ever made from my stuff, that impressed me the most. So you may understand what my feeling is about a film sale of a favorite play I know Hollywood will distort. Let's consider The Hairy Ape. It remains one of my favorites. I sold it because, with Tow House and Ranch overhead on my neck, I had to sell it or sell some of my securities whose income pays the alimony. I didn't really want to sell because I knew no one in Flollywood had the guts to film my play, do it as symbolic expressionism as it should be done, and not censor it into imbecility, or make it a common realistic Stoker story. So when I tell you I am not going to see the film nor read one word written about it nor even admit that it exists, I sure mean it. But all the same, I will always feel guilty. The memory of what the Hairy Ape is, was, and should be, will, in a sense, be spoiled for me. The picture, even if financially a hit, will soon be forgotten, and the play will remain as if no picture had ever touched it. But still, I will always regret. As for Morning Becomes Electra, he said, he was sure Katharine Hepburn would be splendid as Lavinia, but the screenplay would end as a dreadful hash of attempted condensation and idiotic censorship, as the strange interlude film was. He was almost convinced, he added, that he should not sell Morning Becomes Electra to the movies at any price. A little later, O'Neill publicly affirmed his antipathy to the motion picture industry. Plays should never be written with actors or Hollywood in mind, he declared. This is a terrific handicap to an author, although few of them seem to realize it. The theater should be their sole thought. If this were only true, you would find sound development underneath the plays of today. Unfortunately, just the opposite is occurring. When the European War ended in May 1945, the O'Neills immediately began planning their return east, but the state of O'Neill's health and nerves made it difficult to set a date for the trip. Civilian travel was still restricted. Carlotta would pull strings, wait, clear away red tape and, finally, get space on a train. With the hard-won tickets in her pocket, she would find that O'Neill could not make the effort to move. I once had everything packed and on the train, Carlotta recalled, and just at the last moment Senk said no, I don't think I want to go. So I had to return to the public relations man at the railroad, thank him for his courtesy, and tell him I was very sorry, but Mr. O'Neill had changed his mind. He told me I needn't be sorry, he had 100 people waiting for the cancelled space. But then we had to start all over again, waiting. We weren't able to get space on a train until almost the end of 1945. By that time the war with Japan was over and there was no longer any obstacle to O'Neill's return to Broadway. LX. The O'Neills moved into an 8th-floor suite of the Barclay Hotel, in the East 40s, on their return to New York. Langner and his wife, among the first to greet O'Neill, were taken aback by the change in his appearance since they had last seen him in San Francisco. He seemed to have lost a great deal of weight, Langner recalled. But, oddly enough, the life of activity on which O'Neill now embarked, for him it was the equivalent of a wild social whirl, appeared to soothe his nerves. After a few weeks in New York, Langner said, Gene's health improved, especially after he began to work on The Iceman Cometh. He enjoyed his visits to the Guild every afternoon and he began to put his manuscript into final shape. We all felt the fact that he was at work again in the theater was doing wonders in bringing him back to health. O'Neill did not confine his new gregariousness to Guild personnel. He resumed his friendship with a number of people he had not seen in years, made new friends, went out to bicycle races, ball games, racetracks, prize fights and 52nd Street jazz places, and granted interviews and entertained visitors. He bought a television set and went to movies. On a few occasions he dined out and attended the theater. He also sat through a fellow playwright's dress rehearsal, sipped champagne at a party, flirted with young actresses, and even made a speech at a semi-formal banquet. He spoke of settling down permanently somewhere near New York and expressed regret at having stayed away from Broadway so long. In fact, he totally reversed his ivory tower attitude, and to many of his friends he seemed to have acquired a new vitality. The pattern that had followed his return from France and precipitated his flight to Georgia and subsequent breakdown and immolation in California was beginning to repeat itself. This time, though, the state of social euphoria was far more pronounced and lasted for over a year. One of O'Neill's earliest visitors at the Barclay was the theatrical producer Max Gordon, who had co-sponsored the vaudeville production of In the Zone in 1917. Gordon entertained O'Neill for 3 hours one afternoon, telling him George M. Cohan jokes and singing him Cohan songs, among them some unpublished ones that Gordon had committed to memory. O'Neill loved the songs, Gordon recalled. They almost lifted him out of his seat. He particularly enjoyed my telling, Cohan had said to me when one once expressed the THIRD success of radio would hurt theater business. Max, don't worry about radio, said Cohan. The only thing that will keep an American in a room is a dame. Other visitors to the Barclay included Richard Weeks, O'Neill's Princeton classmate and fellow culprit in the affair of the station master. Gene remembered every detail of the jam we got ourselves into at Princeton, Weeks said. He loved to reminisce about those days. Mrs. O'Neill told me my visit had done Gere a lot of good and she asked me to come again. I saw Gene several times after that. Walter Casey, a boyhood friend from New London, also was warmly welcomed by O'Neill. Casey, several years O'Neill's junior, had worked on the New London Telegraph with O'Neill, and hero worshipped him. Now living in New York and doing freelance writing, he maintained his ties with New London, which was one of the reasons O'Neill enjoyed seeing him. Among O'Neill's companions when he went out on the town were Joe Haidt, the Guild's press agent, and Winfield Ehrenberg, his attorney, who had inherited O'Neill as a client in 1944 after Harry Weinberger's death. I took O'Neill and sometimes Carlotta, too, to hockey games and bike races, Haidt said. There were a couple of the hockey games and O'Neill got a big kick out of that. O'Neill's strong point of contact with Ehrenberg, a man with wild eyebrows and an ebullient manner, was their common love of jazz. Gene would phone me, and we'd hit the jazz joints along 52nd Street, Ehrenberg recalled. Once in a while, he'd take a sip of a drink, just for appearances. Gene would applaud and thank the musicians when he liked a number. He once inscribed a book to me, to my office hound lawyer and jazz-around pal. He liked going to the races, too. We'd hire a limousine to drive us out to the track. He was a $10 better. One of the first services Ehrenberg performed for O'Neill was settling his alimony problems with Agnes. Jean had been paying alimony for years, Ehrenberg said. I wrote Agnes saying I thought it would be to her benefit to make a settlement. I meant to imply that a settlement would leave her free to remarry. She agreed to the settlement. Ehrenberg did not hit it off well with Carlotta. She was too much of the grande dame for me, he said. She fancied herself an old-line aristocrat. He made no effort to disguise his feelings for Carlotta, and she did not put herself out to be cordial to him. She hates my guts, he once told O'Neill. O'Neill did not contradict him. During the early winter and spring of 1946 O'Neill also saw a good deal of Sax Cummins, who was working with him on the book version of The Iceman Cometh, and of Robert Edmund Jones, who was to design the sets for the play. In addition, he spent some time with Charles O'Brien Kennedy and resumed his personal contact with George Jean Nathan. Barrett Clark also came to see him. Clark, who had not seen O'Neill in 10 years, was shocked by his altered appearance when he visited him in March. Clark found him to be painfully thin and shrunken, looking as though he should be in a hospital. Clark also discovered that O'Neill's interest in the world about him seemed deeper and broader than before. He seemed no longer to object to being a part of the practical theater, he made no complaints about publicity, casting, having to meet strangers, Clark recorded. I thought I could detect in him, even, a little pleasure and excitement in the prospect of casting his new play, being on hand at rehearsals. O'Neill also renewed his acquaintance with S. N. Behrman and attended a rehearsal of Behrman's play, Dunnigan's Daughter, which the Theatre Guild was producing. Behrman was puzzled when O'Neill told Langner afterward that the play was much too optimistic. That's an odd thing to say, Behrman remarked, and Langner explained that O'Neill was deeply pessimistic about the state of the world. He had recently observed, said Langner, that the atomic bomb was a wonderful invention because it might annihilate the whole human race. As a safeguard, in the event that the human race survived, O'Neill, on his arrival in New York, made a careful disposition of Long Day's Journey into Night. On November 29, 1945, he carried the manuscript of the play to the offices of Random House, where Bennett Cerf and Sax Cummins were waiting for him. He told them, as he had told a number of other people, that the play must not be published until 25 years after his death. When O'Neill gave us the script of Long Day's Journey, he wanted to seal it up, Cerf recalled. He insisted it be done with red sealing wax. We sent out for some, but when it arrived, none of us knew how to use it. We used up 2 boxes of matches and got wax all over our hands before we finally managed to seal the envelope that held the script. After the ceremony, we put it in our downstairs safe. Before leaving, O'Neill dictated and signed a covering document, asking Cerf to countersign it. I am this day depositing with you, on condition that it not be opened by you until 25 years after my death, a sealed copy of the manuscript of an original play which I have written, entitled Long Day's Journey into Night. The document went on to stipulate that when the play was published 25 years after his death, an advance of $5,000 should be paid to his executors or administrators. Cerf accepted the terms on behalf of Random House. In the spring of 1946 the O'Neills moved from their hotel to a penthouse apartment at 35 East 84th Street, which had been occupied, until his death that April, by Edward Sheldon. Always at home with his own ghosts of the past, O'Neill was spiritually attuned to the ghost of his tragic fellow dramatist. Sheldon had been blind and partially paralyzed for 20 years when he collapsed in his apartment of a coronary thrombosis. Possibly Carlotta found the atmosphere less congenial, though she labored, as usual, to make a comfortable and gracious home for her husband. She decorated the 6 large rooms in bright colors, moved in some favorite Chinese furniture, and bought a canary, which she named Jeremiah. But the strain of an urban existence soon began to fray Carlotta's nerves. A conciliatory note written to Carlotta by O'Neill on their 15th wedding anniversary in a shaky, almost illegible hand, indicated that all had not been perfectly serene between them. I wish you could, forgive all the mistakes and injuries done one to another through thoughtlessness or lack of understanding. In justice, as everyone but ourselves seems to know, our marriage has been the most successful and happy of any we know until late years. Here's for a new beginning. O'Neill was now at work preparing The Iceman Cometh for production. It had been decided that Eddie Dowling would direct the play, and that it would be too much for him to take on the role of Hickey as well. James Barton, who had been scheduled to play Harry Hope, was assigned the part of Hickey, and Dudley Diggs was cast as Hope. O'Neill incorporated a few songs into the play, and he paid careful attention to their rendering. One of them was a rowdy ballad, The Sailor Lad, which O'Neill wanted sung drunkenly in Act 1 by Willie Oban. He asked Sax Cummins' wife, Dorothy, who was a concert pianist, to help put the music on paper. Jean sat beside me at the piano, Dorothy Cummins recalled, and croaked the word slowly. Jack, oh, Jack, was a sailor lad, and so on, with all the raps, and I played the notes and finally got it all down. In his inscription to her copy of The Iceman Cometh, O'Neill later wrote, with much love and devotion and gratitude for your collaboration with me with your The Sailor Lad music. As was usual with an O'Neill play, there was the problem of script length. I marked lots of places for possible cuts, Langner said. O'Neill then went over my suggestions and wrote yes or no in the margin next to the places I'd marked. There were mostly no's, and the no's were written in a firm hand. The yes were written in a trembling hand, obviously with reluctance. O'Neill ultimately consented to considerable cutting, but not enough to satisfy Langner. On one occasion, according to Langner, I told Jean that at my request my assistant, Paul Crabtree, who played the part of Don Parrott, had counted the number of times a certain point was repeated, and this, in actual fact, was 18 times. Jean looked at me and replied in a particularly quiet voice, I intended it to be repeated 18 times. The Guild had assigned one of its production assistants, Shirley Weingarten, then in her early 20s, to provide O'Neill with secretarial assistance. Shirley, a slender, dark-haired girl with enormous blue eyes and a pretty, sensitive face, quickly endeared herself to O'Neill. At our first meeting I was scared, she later recalled. O'Neill had been an institution to me. The day after we were introduced, he was given a little office at the Guild, where he arranged to come every afternoon at 2 o'clock. He was in his office ahead of me the first day he came in to work, and when I arrived he stood up. Please don't stand up, you don't have to do that sort of thing in an office, Shirley murmured. But offices would be so much more pleasant if men would observe the rules, O'Neill replied. Sherlock offered O'Neill a cup of tea, which he accepted. But his hands trembled so that he could not get the cup to his mouth. Embarrassed for his sake, Shirley remarked that the day was too warm for tea and asked if O'Neill wouldn't prefer Coca-Cola. O'Neill, embarrassed by Shirley's embarrassment, agreed to the Coca-Cola, and she gratefully hurried to a nearby store and returned with a bottle and 2 straws, which O'Neill had no trouble managing. Shirley worked with O'Neill almost daily, typing not only the edited version of The Iceman, but also the revised versions of A Moon for the Misbegotten and A Touch of the Poet. She had to use a magnifying glass to read O'Neill's small writing. He would go over the typed pages very carefully, Shirley said. He knew exactly where every comma should be, without referring to the original script. O'Neill grew so dependent on Shirley's assistance that he asked her to be present at all rehearsals when the play was ready for production in September. I became a cigarette fiend at rehearsals, she said. O'Neill smoked a lot and it was difficult for him to light a cigarette because of his trembling hands. I thought it would embarrass him if I lit his cigarette for him, so every time he reached for a cigarette, I took one, too, that way I could light his without making a production of it. In her copy of The Iceman, O'Neill later wrote, with affection and gratitude for all she has done since the first typing job, all the kindnesses in the many small things that only the sensitive do, or the sensitive appreciate. I have a guilty feeling I have not been sufficiently appreciative at times, or have even been downright rude, taking it for granted you should light cigarettes for playwrights. Carlotta also became fond of Shirley, and Shirley warmly returned her affection. She dined at the O'Neills' penthouse on several occasions and confided in Carlotta about her impending marriage to Steve Alexander, the production assistant on The Iceman. Shirley gradually acquired a cozy knowledge of O'Neill's and his wife's points of view on various subjects. They told her, for instance, of their battle with their newly acquired television set. They bought it mainly because O'Neill wanted to watch the fights, but apparently they mistrusted it from the beginning. One night they were watching a particularly exciting bout when the picture suddenly faded away. O'Neill was fit to be tied, Shirley said. He made a series of phone calls, until he got the home telephone number of the salesman who had sold him the set. He was terribly insulted, and he demanded that the set be removed the next day. It was. O'Neill also told Shirley that he loved French prize fights, because the spectators took such an active part in them. He talked about a fight he saw in France when the spectators beat up the referee because they thought he had given an unfair decision, Shirley said. I asked him if he approved of that, and he said, of course he did. The referee's decision had been unfair. The Iceman Cometh was scheduled for a Broadway opening on October 9, 1946, and extra rehearsals had been allotted because O'Neill, once again, declined to submit to a pre-Broadway tryout. He was never absent from rehearsals, however, and he managed to find time to flirt quietly with the actresses in the play. The cast called for only 3 women, the status-conscious prostitutes who insist on being called tarts, not whores. Marcella Markham, a young actress with flaming red hair, had been personally cast by O'Neill as Cora. I was eager to do well in the part, she later recalled, and one day at rehearsals, with the Stanislavski idea in mind, I asked O'Neill if he'd really known a Cora. Now, Marcella, O'Neill chided her, do you want to know, did I know a Cora, or how well did I know a Cora? Marcella blushed, and O'Neill smiled at her confusion. He loved to tease the girls in the play, she said, not only me, but Ruth Gilbert, whom he knew from Wilderness. Once during a rehearsal he happened to overhear a kidding conversation I had with one of the actors. The actor was propositioning me, and I told him he was marvelous, but he didn't have the right smell. O'Neill told the actor, too bad, boy. When the actor walked away, O'Neill asked me, do I have the right smell? I told him, positively. Even though he was obviously ill, he had a remarkable vitality. And he was the most gentlemanly man I've ever known. During a later rehearsal, Marcella told him she had heard a rumor that he had once been an anarchist. Did you ever blow anything up? She asked him. O'Neill replied, the only thing I ever blew up was the foam off a schooner of beer. O'Neill's vitality was also apparent to his director, Eddie Dowling. One day during the DRCSS rehearsal period, Dowling arranged for O'Neill, himself and the whole cast of 19 to have lunch at Gilhuli's, a well-known 8th Avenue saloon. They began walking from the theater, the actors still in the Iceman costumes and makeup that made them look like bums. On the way along 8th Avenue they picked up half a dozen real bums, who followed the actors, thinking they were fellow derelicts. When they arrived at Gilhuli's, the owners started throwing the bums out, including some of the actors. O'Neill asked Gilhuli to let them all stay. The real bums lunched there, along with the actors, as O'Neill's guests. Another time, when O'Neill and Dowling were about to enter Gilhuli's for lunch, a tall man wearing a black beard came up to them and, to Dowling's amazement, addressed O'Neill as Dad. It was Eugene Jr. He asked if he could look in on a dress rehearsal. O'Neill said he could if it was all right with Dowling, and Dowling told him to come that afternoon. After the rehearsal, Eugene told his father the play was wonderful. That evening, though a light rain was falling, O'Neill decided to walk all the way home from the theater to his apartment. Dowling was afraid the walk would be too much for him, but O'Neill insisted that he would enjoy it. Dowling decided to accompany him, and as they walked, O'Neill talked about Eugene Jr. with warmth and admiration for his accomplishments as a scholar. Eugene Jr. attended several other rehearsals, and his father was always glad to see him. It had become uncomfortable for father and son to meet in O'Neill's home because Carlotta's affection for Eugene Jr. had cooled. Eugene Jr. knew that Carlotta disapproved of his leftist political affiliations and he enjoyed teasing her about it. "How's the old Tory?" became his habitual greeting when he and Carlotta met. "He changed suddenly," Carlotta said years later. "He grew a beard, got a fat belly from drinking and became a communist." The beard was grown as payment for an election bet and was considered rather attractive by Eugene's friends. The fat belly was barely noticeable, for Eugene's large frame could carry considerable weight. It was true that he was a consistent drinker, but none of his friends considered him an alcoholic. At his worst, he never matched his father's youthful excesses. It was also true that he had been a communist for 6 months, before the war. Gene's politics were mixed up. His friend Frank Meyer, a radically reformed ex-communist himself, once said. His general tendency was anarchistic. He was anti-war. But he tried to enlist, only to be turned down because of the injury to his skull as a result of his boyhood bicycle accident. He tried to get into the OSS but was rejected. "Politically, I was moving to the right much faster than he, and we had a lot of arguments." Eugene, at 36, was teaching classics at Yale and had co-edited a 2-volume edition of the Greek drama, which was acknowledged as a major contribution to scholarship. But his political and personal life were becoming increasingly unstable, and Yale was beginning to have misgivings about him. He had been divorced from his second wife and was living with a woman named Ruth Lander, who was separated from her husband. Gene was running away from his real gifts, Meyer said. He was diverting his real talent. By 1946 he had half a dozen things on his mind other than his teaching career at Yale. He was interested foolishly, I thought, in mass education, and was beginning to think in terms of radio and television commentary. He also had an idea he could act. He did have a wonderful voice. Carlotta was much more disturbed by Eugene's activities than his father was. "I used to argue with Eugene Jr., she said. "I told him my first husband was a Tory, and a brilliant man, known all over Europe. Eugene's father would just sit there and never interfere. After Eugene left, I would say, 'I make a home for you. How can you sit there and let him talk to me that way?' Gene would say, 'Why don't you leave the room when he comes? Why don't you go into the bedroom?'" Carlotta was more kindly disposed toward Shane for a time. When the O'Neills arrived in New York at the end of 1945, Shane was working as a mechanic and living in Lower Manhattan, on King Street, with Catherine Givens, to whom he had been married in 1944. At the instigation of Eugene Jr., who was trying to keep a big brother's eye on Shane, O'Neill saw Shane and his wife. "I like Gene," Catherine once said of her father-in-law. "He was fun to be with. But he wasn't a man you could turn to when you needed help. I think he felt, somehow, that his children had driven him." Catherine gave birth to a son on November 16, 1954, and she and Shane named him Eugene for his grandfather. O'Neill never saw the child, but Carlotta visited Catherine at the hospital and later called at their Coldwater flat on King Street, bringing a layette. A few weeks later Catherine and Shane were invited to dinner by Carlotta and spent a pleasant evening with her and O'Neill. The older O'Neills continued to see both Shane and Catherine at intervals until the end of the year. Their cordial relationship was abruptly broken off early in 1946. On February 10, at 2:03 p.m., Eugene O'Neill III, aged 2 months, 24 days, was brought to St. Vincent's Hospital by ambulance. The examining doctor pronounced him dead on arrival. According to the records of the chief medical examiner's office at Bellevue Hospital, where an autopsy was performed the following day, Shane had told the examining doctor, Peter Castiglia, that Catherine had last seen the infant alive and well at 4 a.m. on February 10. At noon, she awoke and found him in his crib, not breathing. The infant showed evidence of neglect, Dr. Castiglia's report continued, with maceration of scrotal tissue and lower abdomen, probably the result of unchanged diapers. The death certificate listed the probable cause of death as postural asphyxia from bedclothes, accidental. Carlotta was appalled when she heard the news, and later said that O'Neill was no less so. Neither Shane nor his wife ever saw O'Neill again, but months later, O'Neill received a phone call saying Shane was ill and needed help. O'Neill agreed to send Winfield Ehrenberg, his friend and attorney, to visit Shane. "Jean called me," Ehrenberg said, "and told me to see what I could do for Shane, who was then living in a little hotel in Greenwich Village. I took a friend who was a doctor along with me and we went up to Shane's room. I'd never met Shane, and we assumed the young man in the room was O'Neill's son. The doctor asked him to strip, examined him, and said there was nothing wrong with him. Finally realizing the mistake in identities, the young man told Ehrenberg and the doctor that he was not Shane. He said he was a friend who had dropped in and been offered the use of the room by Shane, who had gone out to dinner. I called Jean and told him what had happened," Ehrenberg said. "He thought it was very funny." The impending Broadway opening of the first new O'Neill play in more than 12 years and O'Neill's personal re-emergence from isolation did not go unmarked by the press. He was interviewed by a rash of newspaper and magazine reporters and within the next few months became the subject of a number of full-length studies, including a 3-part profile in The New Yorker. Most of the reporters found him genial and expansive, if physically frail. Early that August he sat on the terrace of his penthouse and told the columnist Earl Wilson, among other things, that Carlotta could not join them because she was busy in the kitchen killing cockroaches. A few weeks later O'Neill permitted Nathan to interview him for his column. For the benefit of Nathan's readers, O'Neill discussed not only his new plays but also, among other things, a scheme to open a saloon in partnership with Nathan. He had tried to cut The Iceman Cometh by about 3/4 of an hour, he told Nathan, but had been unable to cut it more than 15 minutes. "If there are repetitions," he added, "they'll have to remain in, because I feel they are absolutely necessary to what I am trying to get over. As for A Moon for the Misbegotten," he said, "it would go into rehearsal immediately after The Iceman Cometh had opened and needed no cutting, which gives me just that much extra time to eat spaghetti and lie in the sun and worry about the third play, A Touch of the Poet." As for the saloon, it was to be the realization of a boyhood ambition. "When these 3 plays of mine are on, why don't we open up one together?" Nathan quoted O'Neill. "Not in town, but somewhere out on Long Island near the ocean, because I still don't want to miss my swimming. You once said you had a good name for such a dump, high dive. It wouldn't cost us much to start it, and I'll throw in my old barroom piano that you drop nickels into. It's in storage now and I'm getting lonesome for it. We might not make any money, considering that most of our friends would open charge accounts and lovably forget them, but it would be a great sensation again to eat up the free lunch." On September 2 O'Neill held a press interview at the Theatre Guild, as he had done shortly before the production of Morning Becomes Electra. As always, he was outspoken, taking little cognizance of whatever may have been the fashionable attitudes of the times. In an era of post-war optimism, and a surge of elation over his country's victorious emergence as the leading world power, O'Neill calmly expressed his view that the victory was a hollow one and that America was a flop. "I had a French friend, one of the delegates at the San Francisco conference, who came to see me," O'Neill said. "I asked him, if it's not betraying any great secrets, what's really happening at the conference? He shrugged his shoulders and said, it's the League of Nations, only not so good. And I believe it. Of course, I may be wrong. I nearly always am." Reiterating the philosophy underlying his 11-play cycle, he declared, "I'm going on the theory that the United States, instead of being the most successful country in the world, is the greatest failure. It's the greatest failure because it was given everything, more than any other country. Through moving as rapidly as it has, it hasn't acquired any real roots. Its main idea is that everlasting game of trying to possess your own soul by the possession of something outside it, thereby losing your own soul and the thing outside of it, too. America is the prime example of this because it happened so quickly and with such immense resources. This was really said in the Bible much better. We are the greatest example of "For what shall it profit a man, if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" We had so much and could have gone either way. If the human race is so damned stupid that in 2000 years it hasn't had brains enough to appreciate that the secret of happiness is contained in that one simple sentence, which you'd think any grammar school kid could understand and apply, then it's time we dumped it down the nearest drain and let the ants take over. After allowing this statement to sink in, O'Neill shifted to a lighter vein, complaining half-jokingly of the fact that during his absence from New York they tore down the old Cadillac Hotel where I was born. He added, "That was a dirty trick." He then answered questions about The Iceman Cometh and his other unproduced plays, and said he hoped to resume writing soon. "But the war has thrown me completely off base," he explained, "and I have to get back to a sense of writing being worthwhile. There is a feeling around, or I'm mistaken, of fate. Kismet, the negative fate, not in the Greek sense. It struck me as time goes on, how something funny, even farcical, can suddenly without any apparent reason, break up into something gloomy and tragic. A sort of unfair non sequitur, as though events, as though life, were being manipulated just to confuse us. I think I'm aware of comedy more than I ever was before, a big kind of comedy that doesn't stay funny very long. I've made some use of it in The Iceman. The first act is hilarious comedy, I think, but then some people may not even laugh. At any rate, the comedy breaks up and the tragedy comes on. When most of the members of the press had departed, an out-of-town reporter, Herbert Stoeckel, broached O'Neill about his plan to open a saloon in Long Island. "I haven't forgotten about it," O'Neill told Stoeckel. "Nathan can handle the bar, but I want to be at the cash register." He added that living in a New York apartment was not his idea of living. "Our next and permanent home," he said, "will likely be on Long Island." In a separate interview for the New York Times Magazine a few days later, O'Neill once again sat for the writer-artist S.J. Wolfe, who drew him with sunken cheeks and fiercely burning eyes. "Like Poe, he looks as if he were surrounded by an aura of mysterious sorrow," Wolfe noted in his text. O'Neill talked to Wolfe of James O'Neill. "Almost the first words I remember my father saying," O'Neill remarked, "are, 'The theater is dying.' And those words seem to me as true today as when he said them. But the theater must be a hardy wench, for although she is still ailing, she will never die as long as she offers an escape." Analyzing his father's era, he added, "It was a prudish age which has left its impress in the form of present-day censorship. This to me is one of the biggest obstacles to the artistic development of the theater. Now, before a play can be safely produced, somebody has to say it will not corrupt the morals of 6-year-olds. Switching to the topic of movies, O'Neill, who had finally decided to sell Morning Becomes Electra to the films, remarked that, though he deplored the inroads of Hollywood into the Broadway theater, it did not mean that he was opposed to motion pictures. "I enjoy many of them," he declared. "I recently saw a new picture based on the life of Nurse Kenny that I liked tremendously." Rosalind Russell's performance in the role of Sister Kenny had helped influence O'Neill's decision to sell Morning Becomes Electra to RKO, for it was Miss Russell who was to play Lavinia. But the most important factor in his decision was that Dudley Nichols would write, direct and produce the film. Having made up his mind to sell Electra, O'Neill set about being as picky as possible about the details. After studying the contract, which covered something like 50 pages, O'Neill said to Shirley Weingarten, "I think there's going to be trouble here." Assuming he was serious, Shirley asked, "What trouble?" O'Neill told her that there was some small print that gave the movie company the jukebox rights. With a smile he added that he didn't know whether he should hand over those rights, as they might amount to something in the future. Then O'Neill advised RKO that he would sign the contract only under condition that they buy a jukebox for him. It was his idea of a joke about all the financial mistakes he had made in the party with regard to his works. When RKO was unsuccessful in unearthing a jukebox, O'Neill signed the contract anyway. The film was released in die winter of 1947. Despite a cast that included, in addition to Miss Russell, Katina Paxson, Raymond Massey, Michael Redgrave, Leo Gen and Kirk Douglas, the picture was both an artistic and a commercial failure. Around this time O'Neill was also the subject of a long article for Life by Tom Pridcause. O'Neill gave Prideaux permission to print a passage from the sealed Long Day's Journey into Night, telling him it was the best play he had ever written, but otherwise maintaining what Prideaux called his mysterious silence about the work. The passage was Edmund Tyrone's monologue about the sea's mystic influence on his soul. To obtain illustrations for the article, Life sent the photographer Arnold Newman to O'Neill's apartment. The magazine acceded to O'Neill's request that Newman spend only 30 minutes with his subject. 30 minutes was just about the time it usually took me to put my equipment away, Newman later said. But I went up with Tom and rushed through the assignment. We had to move some furniture, and when the shooting was over we tried to put a Chinese cabinet back in place. O'Neill insisted on helping. I grabbed the legs of the cabinet and some delicate, carved wood came apart in my hands. I was horrified and offered to pay for the damage. O'Neill wouldn't hear of it, said it was nobody's fault. He was charming. Then he took me to the door to say goodbye, and we got into a conversation about painters and art that lasted a half hour, this, after being warned not to stay more than 30 minutes. He invited me to a rehearsal of The Iceman Cometh, and several Life editors asked if I'd take along some pictures of O'Neill and ask him to sign them. I took a dozen prints with me, and, after the rehearsal, I started giving them to him one at a time. Because of his tremor, it took him almost 10 minutes to sign just 2 pictures. He would have signed them all, but I told him that was all I needed. I didn't have the heart to ask him to sign any more. He then asked me to photograph his wife, but somehow we never got around to making the arrangements. 3 days before the opening of The Iceman Cometh, O'Neill was interviewed for the Times Sunday drama section. Recovering from a bad cold and dressed in slacks, sport jacket, and red carpet slippers, he received his interviewer, Karl Schriftgieser. He said he was confident that the play could hold the interest of the audience throughout its 4-hour running time, and added, "I do not think that you can write anything of value or understanding about the present. You can only write about life if it is far enough in the past. The present is too much mixed up with superficial values, you can't know which thing is important and which is not. The past which I have chosen is one I knew." You ask, what is the significance, what do these people mean to us today? Well, all I can say is that it is a play about pipe dreams. And the philosophy is that there is always one dream left, one final dream, no matter how low you have fallen, down there at the bottom of the bottle. I know, because I saw it. Before the play's opening, O'Neill took the trouble to autograph advance copies of the published version of The Iceman, scheduled to be released on the same day as the Broadway premiere, for every member of the cast and production staff. "Carlotta called me to get the list of names," Shirley Weingarten said. It must have taken O'Neill days to write all the inscriptions, because of the difficulty he had using a pen. The last O'Neill play to be produced on Broadway during his lifetime opened at 4:30 on October 9, 1946, a Thursday afternoon. O'Neill gave his opening night tickets to Ehrenberg and spent the evening at home. In theater circles, the opening was considered a momentous event, and more than the usual number of celebrities crowded into the Martin Beck Theater, gulped down an intermission dinner at the theatrical restaurant, Sardi's, and hurried back to their seats. Although many members of the audience were fascinated, a good number were puzzled and bored, a fact that must, in retrospect, be blamed to some extent on the production. Lawrence Langner, though unwilling to shoulder the blame for the inadequacies of the Guild production, later conceded that James Barton's performance in the pivotal role of Hickey was a disappointment. During the opening night dinner intermission, Langner wrote, "Unfortunately for us all, James Barton was forced to entertain a crowd of friends in his dressing room, instead of resting, so that by the time he came to make the famous speech which lasted nearly 20 minutes in the fifth act, he had little or no voice left with which to deliver it. As a result, the last act, which should have been the strongest of all, fell apart in the center. As it was, The Iceman Cometh had a considerable run, and one which I think would have been much longer had not James Barton developed a case of laryngitis, so that it became increasingly difficult to hear him during the latter part of the play." Langner telephoned a report to O'Neill during the dinner intermission, and when the last act curtain fell he went to the O'Neills' apartment, accompanied by other members of the guild. "I could not help remarking to Jean that, in my opinion, The Iceman Cometh, like St. Joan, would never be properly presented until after the expiration of the copyright, when it might be possible to cut it," Langner said. Jean smiled at me in his usual disarming way and said it would have to wait for just that. Later O'Neill gave Langner a copy of the manuscript, on whose first page he had written, "To Lawrence Langner, the hell with your cuts." Most of the daily newspaper critics applauded the Guild production. As for the play itself, the critics were divided among those who considered it a masterpiece, those who praised it with reservation, and those who found it a great disappointment. Most of the reviewers, even those favorably disposed, complained that the play was unnecessarily long and repetitious. Richard Watts, Jr., led off the praise in the New York Post, writing that The Iceman was a superb drama of splendid and imposing stature, which is at once powerful, moving, beautiful, eloquent and compassionate. There is a wild, cascading power in O'Neill dramas, which, if tamed, would destroy the freedom and scope of his fierce and brooding imagination, and the excessive length, the sometimes unnecessary verbiage and the deceptively leisured interludes of an O'Neill play are a small price to pay for keeping his essential quality intact. Editing might make The Iceman seem more efficient, but it would endanger the magnitude of its spirit. John Chapman, of the Daily News, found it a magnificent drama, magnificent in plan, in size, in scope, in depth. "It is a frightening play," too, Chapman went on, "terrifying and shocking, a powerful and moving thing, a part of life itself. A great dramatist has cut the ordinary commercial stage down to its tiny real size." Brooks Atkinson, on the Times, felt that O'Neill had written one of his best plays and saluted him as a man who writes with the wonder and heart of a poet. Murmuring gently about its great length, Atkinson wrote, "But if that is the way Mr. O'Neill wants to afflict harmless playgoers, let us accept our fate with nothing more than a polite demurrer. For the only thing that matters is that he has plunged again into the black quagmire of man's illusions and composed a rigadoon of death as strange and elemental as his first works." Ward Morehouse of The Sun said for all its long windings the play has power and intensity, and Robert Coleman of The Mirror predicted it would be a terrific hit. Howard Barnes, critic for the Herald Tribune, was among those who found the play unsatisfactory. Fye said O'Neill had peopled the stage of the Martin Beck with fascinating characters, had involved them in a magnificent riddle of life and death, and then left them and an audience singularly untouched. Writing for the newspaper PM, Louis Cronenberger echoed Barnes's disappointment. "To say that I do not find The Iceman very impressive is not to imply that a great deal of it is not interesting, is not individual, is not expert, is not finely theatrical, or that in a theater where mere slickness is too quickly applauded and real seriousness is too seldom apparent, The Iceman is not worth having or seeing. It should be seen. But The Iceman leaves me dissatisfied. It is much too long for what it says. Play is more long-windedly explicit than it is in any way profound." John Mason Brown, discussing the play in the Saturday Review of Literature some days later, found more merit in it than Cronenberger, but felt there was no excuse for his having said at least twice everything that could have been better stated by being suggested, and added that if anyone but O'Neill had written the play it would have been drastically, and properly, cut. Most severe in his criticism was Robert Garland, of the journal American, who said the play was neither first-rate Broadway, first-rate Theatre Guild, nor first-rate Eugene O'Neill. O'Neill was disappointed by the play's reception but unshaken in his own high opinion of it and far from despondent. An interview in Time 12 Days Alter the Iceman had opened and 5 days after he had reached his 58th birthday, quoted him as saying, "I'm happier now than I've ever been. I couldn't ever be negative about life. On that score, you've got to decide yes or no. And I'll always say yes. Yes, I'm happy." Time followed this ebullient for O'Neill comment with its appraisal of O'Neill as a master craftsman of the theatre, but not a great dramatist. "O'Neill docs not seem to be a man of great, searching or original intelligence," said Time, adding, however, "but as a playwright, O'Neill remains the greatest master of theatre the U.S. has ever produced." Many other publications, both in the United States and abroad, chose this period to review the body of O'Neill's work, and a surprising number of them took a far less flattering viewpoint both of the Iceman and his other plays than Time. During the next few years O'Neill's stature underwent a steady decline, and the consistent sniping of small but shrill voices did much to undermine his already ragged health. Curiously, The Iceman Cometh, like any great play, reveals its reviewers more than they reveal the play, Dudley Nichols remarked, on the occasion of the play's successful off-Broadway revival. All of them complain of its length. Yet they are held by it to the end. What is really at fault is ourselves. We have lost the faculty of sustained attention. I use the phrase which Gene used in telling me, years ago, why he was reluctant to have the play produced even the first time. He said, "We have been conditioned by radio, TV, the movies, advertising, capsule news, and a nervous brevity in everything we do, to a point where we have lost the power of sustained attention, which full-bodied works of art demand. Unless something moves and jerks, we soon turn away from it. If it doesn't chatter or talk like a machine gun, we don't listen for long." Winchell knows this perfectly. He adopted a style which can hold anyone's attention for 15 minutes and make what he says sound important no matter how trivial it may be. Winchell is a master of the modern style. He is its arch-creator. Joshua Logan catches the style in the theater. He makes things happen for the eye all the time, no matter whether the play is saving anything or not. Now, a trivial play can be all movement, but a great play cannot. The truth is, about The Iceman Cometh, all kinds of things are happening all the time, but you have to listen and watch, and you hear repetition because that is the way O'Neill planned it, so that you cannot miss his meaning, and the emotions generated by his drama. Late in 1946 O'Neill answered a letter from Tennessee Williams, who had written to him in praise of The Iceman. He said Williams' note had been particularly welcome because it came at a time when he was down in the dumps. It was another year before the accumulated tension of public undervaluation, continued inability to write, and the pressure of a new production caught up with O'Neill. During the next few months his geniality and social expansiveness reached an unprecedented high. At the end of November he accepted an invitation to dine with Russell Crouse and his wife at their home and to meet the Irving Berlins. Carlotta called Crouse before the evening of their date to say she and O'Neill had decided to come after dinner, because O'Neill was having too much difficulty with his tremor to be comfortable dining with strangers. She explained that she had to cut his food for him. Crouse said he would ask the Berlins to come after dinner, instead. Gene and Carlotta came for dinner, Crouse said, and at 9 the Berlins arrived, wary of the meeting themselves. I found out later they told their chauffeur to wait, thinking they'd stay for a short time. They stayed until 2 o'clock. Berlin started to play some of his songs on the piano, and before long O'Neill was standing next to him, croaking along with the tunes. Berlin went on to other popular songs after he'd exhausted his own. At 11:03 the Howard Lindsays and the Bennett Cerfs arrived, having been summoned by Crouse when he saw how well things were going. Carlotta, who had been a little stiff at first, had fun too, after a while, Crouse recalled. And Gene had the time of his life. Carlotta told me later that Gene had been so stimulated he had not been able to sleep for hours after he got home. She wrote Krause a note thanking him for making Jean so happy. Inspired by the success of Krause's Irving Berlin evening, Cerf, soon after, invited O'Neill to his home for a Berlives evening. Ives sang after dinner and later O'Neill joined him in some sea shanties, Ives picking up the accompaniment. The songs got dirtier and dirtier, said Cerf, and Carlotta finally went home by herself. I took Jean home at 3 a.m. Cerf did not receive a thank you note from Carlotta. On December 5, Krause invited the O'Neills to accompany him to a performance of the Berlin musical Annie Get Your Gun, starring Ethel Merman, and after some hesitation they accepted. Carlotta made me promise not to let anyone know they were going, Krause said. She was afraid Jean would be swamped by acquaintances and autograph hunters. They both enjoyed the show, and, afterwards, I took them backstage to meet Merman. They spent about an hour in her dressing room. She and Jean got on very well. Chorus kids kept coming in for autographs and Jean had a wonderful time. Carlotta, however, was not enjoying her husband's social blossoming as much as he seemed to be. O'Neill was dispelling in only a few months the aura of unapproachability which she had helped him nurture for years. He appeared to be responding too readily to the admiration of attractive young actresses, and Carlotta, at 58, though still lovely, could no longer compete on the level of glamour that had been her mainstay for so many years. In addition, she was concerned about O'Neill's health and was worried, justifiably as it turned out, that too much social exposure would wear him down. It was on her that the burden fell when O'Neill was in ill health, and he had several bouts of flu and nerves during this period. In November, for example, Carlotta wrote for O'Neill to Mrs. Clayton Hamilton, who had sent word of her husband's death, I am writing to you because it is so terribly difficult for to write. You no doubt know he has paralysis agitans, which is heartbreaking to us who love him. And on the same date Carlotta typed a letter dictated by O'Neill to Charles O'Brien Kennedy, in which he wrote, I've been laid up not from punches but from just plain fatigue and flu. A reflection of the state of stress that existed between O'Neill and Carlotta was manifested in a note he wrote to her at the end of the year and which, together with a number of other love letters, notes and dedications, has been reproduced in a volume called Inscriptions, privately printed by the Yale University Library, under Carlotta's supervision. I am sorry for the unhappiness I have caused you. How unhappy it has made me, you have seen and know. Let us forget and forgive, darling. We have love still, sweetheart. We have the chance of a new life. Alexei. A Moon for the Misbegotten, which the Theatre Guild decided to put into rehearsal early in 1947, was a quick disaster, a playwright's and producer's nightmare. O'Neill was displeased from the start with some of the casting. He became ill during rehearsals with one of his habitual respiratory infections. In spite of his antipathy to tryouts, the production was sent out of town and was met with the same sort of puerile censorship that had beset All God's Children Got Wings, Desire Under the Elms, and Strange Interlude. The production never reached New York, and it wasn't until 10 years later that the play was presented posthumously on Broadway. Since then it has had several productions, but it has not yet come into its own in America. Its power and beauty may not be fully appreciated until it is offered, some ideal day, in repertory with Long Day's Journey into Night and with the same actor alternating in the role of the 1912 Jamie Tyrone and the 1926 Jamie Tyrone. The major casting problem, of course, is the 28-year-old Josie Hogan, who not only has to be huge, but must possess the range and experience of an enormously seasoned actress. When the Theatre Guild began casting, O'Neill insisted that all three major roles, Josie, her father, Hogan, and Tyrone, be filled by actors of Irish descent. Langner and his associates interviewed countless women for the role of Josie. Marcella Markham was among those who felt she had a chance of getting the part, but she was abruptly disqualified when it became known she was Jewish. We just killed ourselves trying to find Irish actors, Langner said. Judy Holliday has never forgiven me for not letting her read for the part. I had to tell her she couldn't because Jean wanted only Irish. The actress who finally won the role was Mary Welch. Having read in a newspaper drama column of the search for a Josie, she presented herself at the Theatre Guild. I had just returned from playing a leading part on tour with Ethel Barrymore and was full of youthful arrogance, she recalled. I announced that I was ready to play Josie for them. Miss Welch was told that she was the right age, temperament, and origin, but that she looked too normal. They wanted someone who weighed at least 50 pounds more than she did, and also someone with much more acting experience. Since Miss Welch was persistent, she was finally advised that she could meet O'Neill the following week, when he would be interviewing other actresses. I arrived for my appointment about 8 pounds heavier, Miss Welch said, and dressed in Kelly green. When O'Neill was confronted by Miss Welch, he nodded pleasantly but remained silent as he was informed of her qualifications. It wasn't until we were left alone that he seemed to relax and then try to put me at ease, said Miss Welch. His searching eyes focused constantly right on my face, but instead of their arousing a self-conscious behavior in me, they seemed to put me on my absolute honor to express myself as clearly and as simply as I could. O'Neill's first questions were, "Are you Irish with that pug nose? What %? From what part of Ireland are your people?" He said he wanted as many people as possible connected with the play to be Irish, explaining that, although the setting was New England, the dry wit, the mercurial changes of mood, and the mystic quality of the three main characters are so definitely Irish. "Of course, I'm Irish, 100%, County Cork," replied Miss Welch. O'Neill's smile emboldened Miss Welch to slip into a brogue and tell him about her grandmother, who used to say, "I'll never eat a plate of stew, those dishes of mystery." After discussing Ireland at some length, O'Neill gave Miss Welch a script of the play and asked her to come back and read for him in 2 weeks, which she did. O'Neill's previous warmth and my own overwhelming love and desire for the part had given me courage to memorize large sections of the play and to boldly use Josie's main prop, an old broom. Miss Welch said. The guild seemed impressed with at least the long preparations I had made, but they were still worried. Dismissing the guild's reservations about Miss Welch's size, O'Neill said, "She can gain some more weight. I think the emotional quality is just right." Within the next few months Miss Welch added 5 more pounds, by stuffing herself with potatoes, bananas, and desserts, and gave 3 more readings of the role. On the day the final decision was to be made between her and several other contenders for the part, she was invited to O'Neill's apartment an hour before the audition. He had simply wanted to put her at ease before the ordeal, and he assured her that she was his choice. "That day I signed the contract to play Josie," she said, with the added, unusual clause, "the artist agrees to gain the necessary weight required for the role." James Dunn had previously been selected to play James Tyrone. J.M. Kerrigan was engaged to play Hogan, after unsuccessful efforts were made to induce Barry Fitzgerald to take on the role. And Fitzgerald's brother, Arthur Shields, was assigned to direct. During the first rehearsal the actors were so moved by the play that they dissolved, one by one, into tears. O'Neill, who wept along with them, told the cast of his agony when writing the play. At the end of the reading O'Neill expressed some misgivings to Langner. "We were not at all certain of our cast," Langner said, "but while we were worried about Mary Welch, Jean was worried about James Dunn. I had taken him to see a screening of the movie, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, and he had liked Dunn enormously in it and said he was just right for James Tyrone. But during rehearsals he kept complaining that Dunn wasn't playing the role with enough gentlemanliness. He kept telling me that his brother was a gentleman. I told him that his brother may very well have been a gentleman, but the way he'd written James Tyrone, that quality didn't exactly come across, and that Dunn was playing the role as written." O'Neill couldn't accept this. "I felt that he had idealized his brother, and would never be able to accept any actor in the part." Since no one was at all confident about the production that had been assembled, it was decided to have an out-of-town tour in a series of Midwestern cities, a decision in which O'Neill concurred reluctantly. Because of his ill health O'Neill did not attend rehearsals regularly, but he turned up as often as he could, to complain to Langner and to offer suggestions to the actors. He gave us some notes that really helped us, Mary Welch recalled. One of them was that we were playing the tragedy of the play too soon. He felt it should be played almost for farce in the first act, and develop into tragic stature in the fourth. During breaks in the rehearsal, he often told us jokes about his early days. He seemed to look for humor everywhere. Once, during the rehearsal of a drinking scene, he provided the male members of his cast with some method instruction. "You don't get drunk that way on bonded whiskey, you get drunk that way on bootlegger stuff," he told them. Arthur Shields, who was not called in until after the cast had already been engaged, met O'Neill shortly before the first rehearsal. "We agreed," said Shields, "that the play should be staged with as little movement as possible, that is, with very little bouncing around. He asked me if I wanted to cut the play, and I said no. I explained that I had been brought up in the Irish theatre, where the author was considered more sacred than in this country. 3 days before we left New York, he asked me again if I thought there were portions that should be cut, and I told him no, that I felt there was a flow and rhythm to the play, as in a poem, and that the flow would be hurt by cutting." O'Neill did not plan to go out of town with the play, but he attended the final dress rehearsal in New York with Carlotta. "I know you will play Josie the way I want it," he told Mary Welch, as he embraced her. At the play's opening night on February 20, 1947, in Columbus, Ohio, Miss Welch received a dozen red roses from O'Neill, with a card that read, "Again my absolute confidence." At the end of the second act, Langner noticed a group of people leave the theater. He wondered whether they had been upset by some of the language in the play, and he asked the doorman whether they left on this account. The doorman replied, "No, they just said they were Irish." The play received uneven notices in Columbus and in several other Midwestern cities. When it reached Pittsburgh early in March, it was scored by the local press and greeted with indignation by the Chamber of Commerce, whose secretary declared himself shocked by reports of the smut in it. The play's reputation had preceded it to Detroit, and when the production opened there on March 10 the city was aroused. On the second night the play was closed by the police, and the Detroit Times announced the news on its front page in inch-high red letters. "Whole theme too smutty," Snyder says, read a smaller headline over the story. "It isn't just a matter of profanity," declared police censor Charles Snyder. "The whole theme is obscene. It is a slander on American motherhood. The play will have to be rewritten before I will let it go on." Langner's wife, Armina Marshall, and Teresa Hilburn, who were touring with the play, were summoned to meet with a member of the censor's staff. One of the objections he made, recalled Miss Marshall, was that the word mother was used in the same sentence with the word prostitute. He mentioned other words which, he said, should not be used on the stage. Now, mind you, the censor warned, the actor can go ahead and say the sentence right up to the obscene word, and then he can make a gesture. But he cannot use the word. "You've allowed the Maid of the Ozarks to play here in Detroit," retorted Miss Marshall, "and yet you will not allow a play written by Eugene O'Neill, the greatest playwright in America, who won the Nobel Prize." "Lady," said the censor, "I don't care what kind of prize he's won, he can't put on a dirty show in my town." "This is not a dirty show," protested Miss Marshall. "This is a great play which the Maid of the Ozarks is not." "Lady," he replied, "when the Maid of the Ozarks came here, it was a very different play. I helped rewrite that play, and we finally let it stay here." "Well, I'm afraid you'd have your problems cut out for you to rewrite a play by Mr. O'Neill," said Miss Marshall. The remark upset him considerably. "Listen, lady," he shouted. "I don't have to sit here and take that from a woman." James Dunn then entered and pacified him. The official agreed to talk over the matter with Dunn but stipulated that he did not want a woman present. After a lengthy conference, an agreement was reached to delete 8 words. Joe Haidt, who was still handling publicity for the Theatre Guild, telephoned O'Neill in New York about the deletions. O'Neill laughingly agreed to them. St. Louis was the last stop on the line for A Moon for the Misbegotten. O'Neill had never seen it performed, having been too ill and too disgusted to travel to one of its out-of-town stands. The Guild wanted to recast the play and have another try at it, but, according to Langner, Jean asked us to defer this until he was feeling better, and he also asked us to postpone the production of A Touch of the Poet for the same reason. The Guild reluctantly acceded to O'Neill's wishes about delaying A Touch of the Poet, even though Robert Edmund Jones had already drawn preliminary sketches for the sets and plans had been formulated to have either Spencer Tracy or Laurence Olivier portray Cornelius Melody. O'Neill himself had told Nathan not long before that there was no contemporary actor who could do justice to the role. "What that needs is an actor like Maurice Barrymore or my old man," said O'Neill. "One of those big-chested, chiseled mug, romantic old boys who could walk onto a stage with all the aplomb and regal splendor with which they walked into the old Hoffman House bar, drunk or sober. Most actors in these times lack an air. If a playwright doesn't work up entrances 15 minutes long for them and have all the other characters describe them in advance as something pretty elegant, noble, chivalrous, and handsome, the audiences won't be able to accept them for much more than third assistant barkeeps, if that." Shortly before A Moon for the Misbegotten left for its tryout, O'Neill had run into censorship problems with The Iceman Cometh, which had concluded its Broadway run of 136 performances and was being readied for a road tour. In this instance it was the Boston censor who took umbrage at some of the unclean O'Neill dialogue. O'Neill flatly refused to make any of the requested changes, characterizing them as idiotic. "Boston audiences, I am sure, want plays as written by their authors and as produced originally in New York," O'Neill declared to the newspapers. "They do not want plays weakened and made silly by an ignorant and stupid censorship which knows and cares nothing about drama. This is the sort of censorship I experienced years ago with Strange Interlude, which was barred from Boston and forced to play in Quincy so Bostonians could see it." The Guild rerouted the play to Baltimore. The National Theatre in Washington, D.C., also was on the Iceman itinerary at a time when public feeling was aroused over the theater's policy of barring Negroes from the audience. A group calling itself the Washington Committee for Racial Democracy had been picketing the theater for several months. Presumably the theater's contract with the Iceman Company was legally unbreakable and the show went on there, but O'Neill indicated that he would not have permitted his play to appear had he been aware of the National's policy. In reply to a wire from a committee member, the Rev. Wilfred Parsons, O'Neill stated, "I am and always have been opposed to racial discrimination of any kind. I assure you I will insert a non-discrimination clause in all future contracts." With the burden of production a constant annoyance, O'Neill's health continued shaky during the winter and early spring of 1947, but his thirst for social contacts remained unslaked. He even managed to have several brief, platonic, but decidedly clandestine meetings with a young actress, Patricia Neill. She had been among those who had read for the role of Josie, and O'Neill had considered her for Sarah Melody in A Touch of the Poet. In November of 1946 she had gone into the Broadway production of Lillian Hellman's Another Part of the Forest. Between then and the period of rehearsals and out-of-town run of A Moon for the Misbegotten about 3.5 months she and O'Neill met 4 or 5 times. She had written O'Neill to tell him she liked The Iceman Cometh, and O'Neill had replied, thanking her and congratulating her on her success in Another Part of the Forest. Soon after, he decided to pursue the relationship. "The Theatre Guild would call me," she said, "and ask me to come to their offices to see O'Neill. We would sit and talk in Miss Marshall's office, usually for about 2 hours. He'd insist on lighting my cigarettes, even though it might take as much as 2 minutes. We talked about everything. Once we talked about my name. I had some Irish blood, and my grandmother's name was Fitzgerald. He said he was sure that the name, Neill, was actually O'Neill, gone north. After one of our meetings, he decided to take me to Hicks for a soda. He held his glass in both hands, close to his chin, and kept it there, drinking his soda through a straw. He was pleased he did so well. He had the kind of face I loved cracking. That day at Hicks I told him, I'm 21 today. He said, "I wish I'd known someone like you when I was 21. During one of our meetings, he told me that I could do any of his plays I wanted to. A little later that year I went to Hollywood, and he wrote me several times. In one letter he told me he was convinced I'd be a great actress." By the spring of 1947 Carlotta was generally, if not specifically, aware that O'Neill was overextending himself. On June 8 she wrote to Charles O'Brien Kennedy, complaining of her husband's activities. Carlotta said that Gene had been confined to bed, with temperature, as a result of overfatigue, Kennedy later recalled. She mentioned that his doctor had warned him against doing too much, and that she had done her best to see that he followed instructions, but that Gene was a stubborn Irishman. During this period O'Neill was being interviewed by Hamilton Basso for the New Yorker Profile, published the following winter. O'Neill advised Basso to see Doc Ganny in New London for background on his youth. Increasingly preoccupied with nostalgic memories of his past, O'Neill was, nevertheless, still hopeful about his future creativity. He told Basso, "It's very hard right now, not being able to work. I want to get going again. Once I get over this thing, these shakes I have, I feel I can keep rolling right along." O'Neill also told Shirley Weingarten, around this time, that he had an idea for a comedy he hoped to be able to write soon, but when Shirley offered to give up her job with the Guild and devote herself to taking his dictation, he declined the offer, saying he could not possibly dictate. "My pencil has become a part of my brain," he explained. Shirley married Steve Alexander on November 7 and invited the O'Neills to a small wedding party. Carlotta declined, saying that she and O'Neill never went to parties, but that she would like to arrange a wedding dinner at her apartment. To Shirley's surprise, O'Neill did come to her party but without Carlotta. "He was gracious to everyone, and wonderfully alive," Shirley said. "He drank 2 glasses of champagne." One of the guests, a drama reporter, asked him if he would sign his collection of O'Neill plays, and O'Neill promised he would. "When I asked him if he didn't think that would be a big chore for him, he said, 'If someone takes the trouble to read all my plays, I have to sign them.'" Another guest, a pretty actress, gave him a lecture for being too reserved and for not having a political conscience. She shook a finger at him. He adored it. 2 other guests at the party were Louis Nichols and his wife. Nichols, who had served as the Times drama critic while Brooks Atkinson was a war correspondent, took the newlyweds and O'Neill home in his station wagon. O'Neill was dropped at his apartment house, and as he left the car, he remarked, "I'm going to catch hell for this." O'Neill apparently relished his little fling and was rather pleased to have piqued Carlotta, for soon after that he gleefully told his Princeton classmate, Richard Weeks, of his escapade and of Carlotta's disapproval. Carlotta gave the dinner party for Shirley and her husband a week later. But Carlotta's affection for Shirley evidently had begun to wane. The O'Neills' wedding present to the Alexanders was a check for $170, the royalties for the Czechoslovakian production of The Iceman Cometh. Years later, Shirley attributed Carlotta's coolness in part to an incident that had taken place before her wedding. Shirley had read the somewhat ribald novel, Nightwood, by Juna Barnes, and knowing that O'Neill had been interested in Miss Barnes's work during his Greenwich Village days, had discussed it with him. O'Neill had asked Shirley to get him a copy of the book and she had done so. The next time she saw the O'Neills, according to Shirley, Carlotta expressed her disapproval of the book, and of Shirley's interest in it. To such transgressions as his meetings with Patricia Neill and his attendance at Shirley's party, O'Neill added another social engagement. On December 18 he attended a stag dinner at a West 45th Street restaurant to celebrate the 60th birthday of Robert Edmund Jones. O'Neill arrived after the meal and apologized for being late, explaining that it was embarrassing for him to dine in public because of his tremor. He did, however, speak in tribute to Jones, painstakingly sign the souvenir programs of all the other 22 guests, among whom were Arthur Hopkins, Joe Mielziner, Lee Simonson, Walter Houston, and John Mason Brown, and sat for a group photograph, in which he smiled happily. O'Neill, soon after, became remorseful about upsetting his wife. His birthday message to her on the 28th was abject. Asking Carlotta please not to sneer, he assured her once again of his love for and need of her, a truth, he said, which could support them in their old age against the sneers of the world. I do not offer you anything but my love, my heartbreak, my need of your love, and my apology that I should have forgotten your card at Christmas. I paid for that in tears, he wrote. I love you, Carlotta, as I have loved you, as I always will. Carlotta apparently chose to disbelieve him. It was not long after that she felt herself sufficiently put upon to leave her husband. During the second week in January, 1948, O'Neill learned through friends that Eleanor Fitzgerald, with whom he had had no communication in many years, was seriously ill and had been ordered to the hospital for an operation. Fitzy telephoned O'Neill and, according to Sax Cummins, who was present at the O'Neill apartment during the telephone conversation, Fitzy told O'Neill she needed money for the hospital. Gene was very sympathetic and said he would send a check for $100, Cummins recalled. Gene and I started reminiscing about the Greenwich Village days, and Carlotta seemed annoyed. The next day, Gene called me and said, "My Frau has flown the coop." Carlotta had, indeed, walked out. Since O'Neill apparently had no idea where Carlotta had gone or how long she would stay away, and since he was too ill to be left alone, Walter Casey moved into the apartment to take care of him. O'Neill must either have discovered Carlotta's whereabouts within a few days or else found a friend in common who knew where she was, for he sent her an anguished note on January 19. "Darling, for the love of God, forgive and come back. You are all I have in life. I am sick and I will surely die without you. You do not want to murder me, I know, and a curse will be on you for your remaining days. I love you and I will. Please, darling." But Carlotta did not return. 9 days later O'Neill, as though determined to make good his threat, slipped and fell in his apartment, fracturing his left shoulder. At about 1 in the morning of the day of the accident, January 28, Sax Cummins, who had spent the evening at O'Neill's apartment, left O'Neill and Casey together and went home. They had been drinking coffee all evening, but when Cummins left they switched to whiskey. At 3 they both went to bed, Casey taking several sleeping pills. About an hour later O'Neill tripped on his way to the bathroom. He felt sharp pain in his arm but did not know how badly he had injured it, and he tried to get up. "You don't realize," he later told Shurus, "that when you lose the use of an arm, you lose your equilibrium. I couldn't coordinate, couldn't get to my feet." He shouted for Casey, but Casey, in a deep sleep, did not hear him. He kicked his feet against the floor, hoping to arouse the tenants below, but that brought no response. "It was a terrifying experience," he told Shirley, "I lost all track of time. I felt as though I was alone, in a nightmare." Finally, at about 5 in the morning, Casey awoke and found O'Neill lying on the floor. He was terribly distressed at not having heard him and remorseful over the drinking and the sleeping pills. He immediately telephoned to O'Neill's doctor, George Draper, who called a younger associate, Dr. Shirley Fisk, and asked him to take the case. When Dr. Fisk reached the apartment he decided that O'Neill should be hospitalized. Since Casey was unwilling to assume responsibility for the move, and since O'Neill apparently did not wish Carlotta called or did not know where to reach her, Casey asked that Cummins be notified. "I got to Gene's apartment quickly," Cummins said. "I called a private ambulance, and Dr. Fisk put Gene on a stretcher and we rode with him to Doctor's Hospital. Casey stayed in the apartment to take care of things there." Dr. Fisk, an engaging, lanky, blond, blue-eyed man in his 30s, was aware that O'Neill had been drinking before the accident. Like practically every doctor who ever treated O'Neill, he was immediately attracted to him, and so was his orthopedist, Dr. Robert Lee Patterson, whom Dr. Fisk called in on the case. Dr. Patterson, also in his 30s, was congenial and dapper, with more than a trace of the southern drawl his name warranted. O'Neill was a damn good patient, Dr. Patterson recalled. Phi would always greet me with a little smile, and say, "Nice to see you, doctor." He never complained. It was very difficult to estimate whether to write orders for sedatives because of this. But the X-rays showed that the fracture was severe, and he must have had considerable pain. We didn't have his arm in a cast. It was in a sling with a circular bandage around the chest wall. I always saw him when he was propped up in a semi-sitting position. We kept him cranked up like that because it made it easier for the Iraq Turk to heal. He always managed a smile at the end of our meeting, even when he was uncomfortable. O'Neill had a corner room on the 10th floor, overlooking the East River. He could see the boats passing by, said Dr. Patterson. During our first meeting, we talked about John Masefield. O'Neill had mentioned a passing boat, and I told him I didn't know anything about the sea. He said he'd just love to get near it, and that brought up the subject of Masefield. He quoted a few lines from Sea Fever, and I told him I'd met Masefield during the war, when I'd been with an army hospital in it in England. O'Neill also talked to Dr. Patterson about Carlotta. He didn't know where she was, Dr. Patterson said, and told me he had detectives out looking for her. As it happened, Carlotta was also my patient during this time. While O'Neill was in the hospital, she came to me for treatment of an acute back pain. I put her into the hospital, without telling her that her husband was there. As a matter of fact, I think she had detectives out looking for him, too. She was in a room on the 9th floor of the hospital for a time, and neither of them knew the other was there. I'd listen to her side of the story, and then take the stairs up to the 10th floor and listen to O'Neill's side. I talked to both of them about being understanding. During this time other friends of both O'Neill and Carlotta also were attempting to reunite them. Lillian Gish, who visited O'Neill and was in touch with Carlotta, told him, "Carlotta loves you, Gene. I believe you need her and she needs you." There is no doubt that O'Neill wanted a reconciliation. He and Carlotta eventually learned of each other's whereabouts, and less than 2 weeks after O'Neill had been hospitalized, which happened to be the 20th anniversary of his and Carlotta's elopement to Europe, he wrote to her reminding her of the occasion, and imploring her not to regard the date as the commemoration of a flop. "Please, sweetheart," he said, "I have been through hell and you have. I could never act again as I have acted. I love you, darling, darling. Don't leave me." Carlotta was not quite ready for a reconciliation. But she kept track of her husband from a distance. She telephoned Dr. Fisk about him, and talked to him at length about her domestic difficulties. She talked about what a difficult man O'Neill was to live with, Dr. Fisk recalled. "I was young then, and felt emotionally involved in the life of a great playwright. My sympathies were all with him. He was such a benign man, such a warm, understanding human being. One day Mrs. O'Neill came to see me in my office at 90th Street. She again spoke of her problems with O'Neill and implied that I was incapable of understanding her difficulties. She found out, once, that an actress had been to visit him and she called me and gave me hell about it." O'Neill received a good many visitors, and Dr. Fisk was unable to recall which actress it was to whom Carlotta objected. It may have been Claire Luce, who had not seen O'Neill in many years, and who hurried to his bedside when she heard of his accident. "I was shocked at how changed he was," she said, "and shocked by the sadness in his eyes. He spoke to me haltingly and painfully about his tremor, and I suggested that he try yoga, which I had once tried, and he seemed interested. I thought it would help him relax while he had to be in bed. He reminded me of the time we'd gone to a nightclub together. He remembered every detail, and said it was the only time he'd ever been inside one. He enjoyed talking about it." O'Neill seemed in good spirits to many of his other visitors. Shirley spent some time with him, offering her services as secretary, and he dictated cheerful notes to friends and answered business letters. He signed some of the letters himself. "I'd love to see you anytime in the evening beginning next week," he wrote to Russell Crouse on February 3. "By then I ought to be able to cook up a smile of welcome or sing to you faintly, 'Oh, come and be sweet to me, kid.'" He also wrote to the Van Vechtens, thanking them for a gift of flowers and asking them to visit. One day he was signing papers and laughing, Shirley said. "I asked him what he was amused about, and he said, 'Well, Agnes is finally getting married.'" O'Neill was in a good enough mood to talk about the screening of the movie Odd Man Out that Shirley had arranged for him some months before. He loved the picture, Shirley said. He was very moved by the woman's sacrifice at the end. He said that was the role a woman should play, the role of sacrifice for her man. He talked a great deal about the old days. He spoke of the old chorus girls and of New York and Chicago gangsters. The Langnas visited him, as did Nathan. Some of his friends thought that his cheerful frame of mind indicated he was resigned to a permanent break with Carlotta, and several, who believed that she had been holding too tight a rein on him, were ready to congratulate themselves on what they regarded as his escape. But others were convinced from the start that the separation was only temporary. "It was Tristan and Isolde, all the time," Crouse said, adding that whenever Carlotta got angry with O'Neill she would buy a hat, and that sometime during this period she showed Mrs. Crouse her wardrobe of headgear, which ran to about 30 or 40 hats. "We knew Jean couldn't live without Carlotta," Fania Marinoff said. "A great many people thought he could, but Carl and I knew they needed each other, and would always go back together." Carlotta believed that efforts were being made in some quarters to turn O'Neill permanently against her. As impetuous in her dislikes as she was in her friendships, she could grow wrathful in the face of what she regarded as betrayal. Shirley Weingarten was among those who were affected by the situation. One day, while O'Neill was still in the hospital, Shirley said, "I was at the Guild and a secretary said there was a Miss Monterey on the telephone, asking for Armina Marshall." The secretary was puzzled by the use of the name, Monterey, but she was sure she recognized Mrs. O'Neill's voice, and since Armina wasn't in, and she knew all O'Neill matters were routed through me, she called me to the phone. I said, "Is it you, Carlotta?" She answered, in an icy voice, "I am calling to speak with Miss Marshall." "Get off the phone." I was stunned. It was the last time I ever spoke to her. According to Dr. Patterson, Carlotta eventually came to see her husband at Doctor's Hospital. Dr. Patterson looked in on O'Neill after she left and found him in an emotional state. He couldn't sleep after her visit, he said. By mid-April O'Neill's shoulder was healed. He and Carlotta had reached an agreement, stipulating that they would leave New York City and return to seclusion. They decided to go to Boston, and then look for a house not too far from that city, so that O'Neill could be near the specialists he required and yet reside in isolation with Carlotta. When O'Neill left the hospital on April 19 and said goodbye, Dr. Patterson told him he wanted to receive a letter from him in his own hand. "I can't do it," O'Neill said. "You go to your desk and sit down," said Dr. Patterson, "and you'll hear a voice. It will be Robert Lee, and Lyle say, 'Quit shaking and write me.'" A few weeks later Dr. Patterson received the letter. It came from the Ritz-Carlton in Boston, and was written shakily in O'Neill's own hand. Just a few inadequate words of gratitude, that my arm was saved, that I had for a while the privilege of knowing as fine a man as you, and lastly that through your influence Mrs. O'Neill and I are together again with hope and love and a future. Dr. Patterson was touched by the letter. He wrote back that he was pleased O'Neill had settled in Boston, which, in orthopedic circles, is considered to be the home and the tops in our profession. That August he beard from Carlotta, also on Ritz-Carlton stationery. She wrote that she and O'Neill were very happy, Dr. Patterson said. She complained that O'Neill was doing too much smoking and coughing. She said that both she and O'Neill realized it takes two people to make a marriage go, that you must help each other in the end, that she and her husband had always been happy when living alone in the country and working, and that they were looking for a small house, which we can take care of. She said she was tired of building big houses. New York, she added, was a horrible place. LXII. Life for the O'Neills was relatively calm during the next year or so, and for a time it seemed as though Carlotta had been right in persuading her husband to return with her to seclusion. Early in July of 1948 O'Neill wrote to Carlotta, in her copy of The Iceman Cometh, that out of their sorrow, pain, and misunderstanding had come a new vision of deeper love and security, and above all, serenity, to bind us ever closer in our old age. And several days later, on their 19th wedding anniversary, he presented her with a 2-volume edition of the poetry of Christina G. Rossetti, which he inscribed, "Now, with our 60th birthdays looming close upon us, I want to say to you, you are my love forever, my love, sweetheart. And I want to promise you that I will do my utmost to cast out whatever remains in me of selfishness or thoughtlessness that could possibly hurt you, wishing with all my heart only for that which will make you happy, for your happiness is my happiness." He was feeling chipper enough, soon after, to compose a rhyme to Russell Krause's newly arrived daughter, which he dispatched from the PTZ Carlton. "Welcome, Lindsay Ann. I wish I'd just been born, too. 'Cause then in 16 years, or moo, I'd be saying I love OO." At the end of July Carlotta found the small house by the sea she had been looking for. She later described it as a dinky summer cottage, but added that she turned it into a beautiful little house with a total expenditure of about $85,000 of her own money. The house was a 6-room, 50-year-old frame structure perched on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic in Marblehead Neck, about 25 miles from Boston. The Neck, separated from Marblehead proper by a long causeway, was an exclusive, affluent summer resort and a haven for yachtsmen. The house Carlotta bought was set on a small, hilly plot on the outermost curve of land, a stretch called Point O'Rocks Lane. Of all the houses O'Neill had occupied, it resembled most closely his former home at Peaked Hill Bar, for, though considerably more elegant, it too was as close to being seaborne as any building based on land could be. Carlotta added a glass-enclosed porch facing out to sea, from which it was possible to imagine oneself afloat. Gazing ahead, the view was unbroken. Europe lay in a straight line over the horizon, Cape Cod was to the south, Cape Ann to the north, and the treacherous waters of Marblehead Harbor were guarded by a favorite bit of O'Neill scenery, an offshore lighthouse. The house was so much on the water, Carlotta said, that it was tied to rocks by steel cables, and when the storms came up they came right up over our heads. We expected to go out to sea at any moment. It took nearly 3 months to complete the renovations, which included the installation of an elevator between the first and second floors, thorough insulation such as double-layered windows, and, of course, the carefully selected furnishings which were Carlotta's trademark. While waiting in Boston for the house to be ready, O'Neill received word from New York that confirmed his belief in the utter hopelessness of his younger son. On August 20, Shane, having been arrested 10 days earlier with 3 capsules of heroin in his possession, pleaded guilty to a charge of narcotics addiction and received a 2-year suspended sentence on condition that he enter the federal hospital at Lexington, Kentucky, for treatment. O'Neill offered no assistance and had no further contact with Shane. His children hurt him, Carlotta said, and when he was hurt, he never said a word. He just sat there and died. He knew I'd stick, and he'd take it out on me. Though O'Neill rarely mentioned Shane and Una, and though he chose to regard himself as the injured party, it is impossible to doubt that he felt some measure of guilt and failure toward them both. O'Neill, just past his 60th birthday, moved into his new house in October, 1948. Although he had done no work for many months, he still harbored a shred of hope that he could take up his writing again. For while the tremor had spread to other parts of his body, notably his legs, he thought that the shaking of his hands had lessened somewhat. It must have been this hope that sustained, for a time, the illusion of serenity he had envisioned a few months earlier in his note to Carlotta. At the end of 1948 he still seemed to be in relatively good spirits. On December 6 he wrote a long and cheerful letter, in his own hand and in writing that was tiny and shaky, to Charles O'Brien Kennedy, apologizing for not having acknowledged sooner some nostalgic photographs Kennedy had sent him. His only excuse, he said, was that he had been busy getting settled in his new house just big enough for us two. But O'Neill could not work, and as the months went by he was gradually forced to realize that he would never be able to finish his cycle or even attempt one of the lesser plays he had outlined. His tremor grew worse and worse, and though he received constant medical treatment from the best doctors in Boston, it could not be alleviated. The sustained physical effort of writing pages of manuscript was beyond his strength. He sat in his study or on the porch and brooded, staring for hours out to sea through a pair of powerful binoculars. He read desultorily, dipping, most often, into Spengler's The Decline of the West. Few people visited, for the list of those who were welcome had dwindled, and those who were still personae grati Krauss, the Langnas, Charles Kennedy, Robert Jones, Dudley Nichols, and my she were among them now trod warily, conscious that Carlotta was on her guard against a repetition of the recent New York debacle. With work no longer filling his life, and love, much as he tried to persuade himself to the contrary, no longer the spontaneous passion it had been, O'Neill seemed pathetically happy when one of his few remaining friends made an appearance during the long, idle months at Marblehead. Charles Kennedy recalled O'Neill's tremulous welcome when he visited. On one occasion Kennedy brought O'Neill some tomatoes picked from his sister's garden in the nearby Massachusetts town of Waltham. Kennedy's sister had wrapped each of the large, ripe, tomatoes separately in cellophane and put them into a paper bag. As the two men sat on the porch in companionable silence, O'Neill, with the bag on his lap, peeled the paper from each tomato with trembling hands and stared at it in silent appreciation. Kennedy was touched by O'Neill's pleasure and saddened by his isolation. Another time, I remember sitting on the porch and looking out at the boats in the harbor, Kennedy said. It was a beautiful scene, and I knew, in his heart, Jean would have liked to be on one of those boats. He said very Lurtka. But once in a while he'd drop a word, and the longing was evident. I would never want to repeat those heartbreaking visits. Another person who was warmly welcomed by O'Neill and upset by his barren existence was a local doctor who was called in frequently to treat his narian tour colds and other minor ailments. Dr. Dana was a tall, crisp New Englander, with a hesitant, boyish smile and a long-legged stride. His initial reaction to O'Neill's situation in Marblehead was shock at the famous writer's lack of contact with the outside world. He knew little of O'Neill's personal background but fell quickly under the spell of his charm. The decor responded to O'Neill's seeming need to be rescuer from himself and made several efforts to rouse his patient from the apparent apathy in which he was immersed, for he could not, at first, bring himself to accept O'Neill's sedentary resignation to his illness. But his well-meant attempts to get his patient out of the house for a change of scene were abortive. For instance, O'Neill vetoed Dr. Dana's suggestion of an outing on a quiet boat ride. The doctor resigned himself to supplying O'Neill with the companionship he seemed to crave. He would often extend his professional visits, at his patient's invitation, to include an hour or more or talk or a session of listening to jazz records. Once he brought his patient a newly issued Louis Armstrong record, and O'Neill, after listening appreciatively but not uncritically, said, "Louis can't hit that high C anymore." One day Dr. Dana suggested that a drink now and then might relax millimeter, but O'Neill said that even the mi-fest aperitif intensified his palsy. According to Dr. Dana, when, around Christmas time, he asked if any of O'Neill's children would be coming to spend the holidays, inquiring particularly****na. Carlotta quickly interposed with, "Please don't ever mention her name here." O'Neill was silent. Carlotta had become more necessary to O'Neill than ever. She seldom left his side now, for his food had to be cut for him, his cigarettes lighted, and many ether homely chores managed for him, all of which she attended to. She nursed him tenaciously, and although she sometimes complained to friends of the grueling, she refused to engage anyone at that time to help care for her husband. Toward the end of 1946 Carlotta made a statement to the mess about her husband's health. "He hasn't worked for 3 years and God only knows if he ever will be able to," she was quoted as saying by the New York Times. "It's terrible. It gets worse. The hands tremble and then the feet." Explaining that O'Neill was obliged to live in seclusion, rarely seeing anyone but herself and a servant, she added, "It makes him nervous to have someone in the house." The house on Point O'Rourke's Lane, while it was picturesque and gay during the summer, was something less than cheerful during the fall and winter. Most of the residents abandoned their houses then, and if O'Neill ventured outdoors, which he seldom did except to visit medical specialists in Boston, he was greeted by the gloomy aspect of shuttered windows, frozen brown earth, wind-torn, naked trees, and a hostile, grey sea. Little by little the snug, love-filled, new home became a prison haunted, like Lavinia Mannon's mansion, by ghosts of the past. Added to his frustration over not being able to finish the work he had planned was the knowledge that the reputation based on work he had completed was either being attacked or ignored. Eric Bentley and Mary McCarthy were among the leading anti-O'Neillians in the United States. "Among the untragic tragedians the most spectacular is Eugene O'Neill," wrote Bentley. "At everything in the theater except being tragic and being comic he is a success." He added that the good clean fun of a Hitchcock movie is better. Miss McCarthy found O'Neill's work maudlin, crude, and, of course, repetitious. In April 1948, when The Iceman Cometh had been published in England, the Times of London literary supplement carried such a scathing attack on O'Neill that the New York newspapers reported it. The anonymous critic for the most important of Britain's literary publications had a good word to say for only a couple of the 29 O'Neill plays that had been published in England up to that time. "Mr. O'Neill is as puritanical as Mr. Shaw, but his puritanism, unlike Mr. Shaw's, unlike Milton's, unlike Andrew Marvell's, has no grace or geniality," said the London Times, adding that O'Neill's characters were ineffectual egoists and that his stage tricks were the sort of stuff that might be written by an earnest sophomore. In the United States, Brooks Atkinson vigorously took up O'Neill's defense, and a revival of the S.S. Glencairn plays at New York City Center helped somewhat to reaffirm O'Neill's stature, but in many literary quarters he was a dismissed or forgotten man. Langner thought a production of A Touch of the Poet or a new attempt to present a Moon for the Misbegotten would be a healthy thing both for the theater and for O'Neill. O'Neill, however, could not make the effort. "I don't believe I could live through a production," he told Langner. With his Christmas gift to Carlotta in 1949 O'Neill wrote, in a painfully shaky hand, "To Mama and still as over all the years, sweetheart and darling and beloved wife and friend, too, in these days of sickness and despair." Carlotta's health was poor too. She occasionally suffered from arthritis, and the constant strain of caring for O'Neill was sapping her strength. O'Neill's boyhood friend, Joseph McCarthy, recalled hearing from her in the spring of 1950. Mrs. O'Neill wrote that she and O'Neill were both ill and in very low spirits, McCarthy said. And in June O'Neill wrote to Dr. Lyman, from whom he had just heard for the first time in many years. "My own health has been extremely poor. All the drugs tried have made me feel worse instead of better. I wish I were back at Gaylord Farm lolling on one of the rest chairs." O'Neill had become so depressed over his illness, which he now understood could never be alleviated, that he had begun once again to think about taking the long swim into the moon's wake that had tempted him several times before. He spoke often of suicide and, sometime in 1949, formally joined the Euthanasia Society of America and permitted his name to be used on its letterhead. A pamphlet issued by the Society about that time, and bearing O'Neill's name as a member of the American Advisory Council along with, among others, those of Max Eastman, Robert Frost, Somerset Maugham, and Robert Sherwood, listed a group of typical tragedies in which a wife or husband gave or attempted to give the gift of annihilation to a suffering spouse. Mercy killing was one of the few methods of death dealing O'Neill had never got around to in a play. An added source of distress for O'Neill during this period was his almost total estrangement from Eugene Jr. Under the new regime of exclusivity, O'Neill had been out of touch with his elder son, for Eugene had suggested to his father, during the O'Neill's separation in New York, that he leave Carlotta permanently and move in with him. Eugene had recently become a member of a bohemian colony in Woodstock, New York, where he had rented a small house and bought some acreage adjoining the property of his friend, Frank Mover. He no longer was on Yale University's teaching staff but held part-time jobs at other institutions, including lecturing at Princeton. He made some radio appearances and joined Meyer on lecture platforms, debating such topics as current bestsellers, the modern guilt complex, and the American educational system. Meyer was Eugene's frequent companion and confidant from the summer of 1947, when Eugene arrived in Woodstock. Meyer lived there permanently, supporting himself and his family by writing and editing, and Eugene spent several days a week there, occupying his Greenwich Village apartment during the days his teaching or his radio work called him to New York. He moved into his rented house with Ruth Lander, and soon after paid $4,000 for a 28-acre tract of land, which he began clearing for the site of a house, Meyer recalled. He loved the outdoors, and enjoyed chopping wood. He told me his father had co-signed a bank loan for the payment on the property. He also told me, soon after his father left New York for Boston, that he didn't think he'd be seeing him anymore. His relationship with Carlotta had deteriorated, he said. During one of his visits to the hospital, his father had told him, "I have to go back to her, I can't live without her." Eugene had interpreted this as a farewell speech. He had the impression his father was telling him he had been given a choice between him and Carlotta, and that his choosing Carlotta meant Eugene's exclusion in the future. While the elder O'Neill took refuge with Carlotta, the younger tried to console himself with Ruth. But it was not a tranquil relationship. Eugene was unfaithful to her and occasionally beat her. Ruth, however, continued to keep house for him over a period of several years. "We would both cook meals," she later said in discussing their domestic arrangement. Eugene was a good cook and had his favorite recipes. One of them was eels in a sauce. "We usually had 2 martinis before dinner and he had sherry with his coffee every morning. His hands often trembled, especially when he was shaving the side of his face and trimming his beard and mustache. He kept 3 or 4 straight razors for this job. His tremor was worst in the morning. He thought he was getting Parkinson's like his father. He told me that he knew he needed a psychiatrist, but that, as he put it, the daddy of them all, the only one who could have understood him, was dead. One morning, he said to me, 'As of today, I can commit suicide any time.' He explained he had just gotten a special clause written into his life insurance policy. He told me he had tried to kill himself once, in New Haven. In the summer of 1949, Ruth walked out on Eugene. According to Meyer, the incident set Eugene off on a year-long orgy. He had 18 girls during that period, Meyer recalled. He also started drinking heavily, more than I realized at first, although I never saw him really drunk. By the summer of 1950, Eugene, who was now 40, persuaded himself he really loved Ruth and decided to try to get her back by asking her to be his third wife. After leaving Eugene, Ruth had formed a friendship with a man in the garment business who lived near Woodstock, and she occasionally encountered Eugene in local saloons. Sometime in September, Ruth agreed to return to Eugene. "He told me, we'd have a baby, and I could leave my hair blonde, although he preferred me as a brunette," Ruth said. Eugene conveyed the good news to Meyer. "I told Gene to stop worrying about women and get back to serious work," Meyer recalled. "Gene said he had to have someone to work for. I told him he had himself to work for and asked him if he couldn't make the effort to get back on the right track. Eugene answered, 'I've slipped too far. I can't get back.'" The reconciliation with Ruth did not last long. "I had told Gene I'd marry him, after he'd pounded me about it for 3 hours, Ruth said. "I was slightly hysterical by the time I said yes. But when I went back to his house with him, later, I told him I couldn't go through with it. I felt sorry for him. He had been rejected by everyone, first by his father, then his mother, then Yale, then his father again, then me, but I couldn't stay with him. There was insanity in his eyes. Late on Saturday night, September 23rd, a common friend of Eugene's and Meyer's telephoned Meyer that Eugene had been seen in various bars around town talking of Ruth's desertion and declaring he was going to commit suicide. "I didn't think Gene would kill himself over Ruth," Meyer said, "but I knew he was capable of suicide. We'd discussed the subject many times and we were thoroughly agreed that in a case where things became intolerable for a person he should kill himself. Both of us were against the Christian viewpoint of suicide being sinful." Meyer and his wife, Elsie, went in search of Eugene, but failed to find him in any of the bars or in his home. "I even searched his land, to see if he'd tried to hang himself from a tree," Meyer said. Finally, early on Sunday morning, the Meyers gave up their search and went to sleep. Eugene telephoned them late Sunday morning. Meyer and his wife drove down the road a quarter of a mile to visit him at his house. "He looked beat," Meyer said. "I didn't want him to be alone and asked him to come to us for dinner. He didn't want to, at first, but he finally said he'd drive over in a little while. At dinner we talked about our worry of the night before." Elsie told Gene he shouldn't speak of suicide, and added, "Of course, you'll never kill yourself." "I said I realized now I had been foolish to worry, that I should have known he would never commit suicide impulsively, but would take time to plan it properly." Then Eugene, in perfect seriousness, told the Meyers that he had been thinking, the night before, of using the chain that hung across a private lane adjoining his and Meyer's property to hang himself with. "I thought you'd planned something more thorough than that," said Meyer uneasily. Eugene left Meyer's house at 11. He had had a few drinks before dinner and some beer after. He seemed relaxed, but he was unusually quiet and his face was gray. "I went to bed at 3 but couldn't sleep," said Meyer. Around 3:30, Gene came back. He said he'd slept, but was wide awake now and wanted a drink. He had no liquor in his house. "I had half a bottle of bourbon, and each of us had 2 stiff drinks. We sat talking for about 2 hours, mostly reminiscing. He mentioned at one point that perhaps he had been wrong about suicide, that maybe the Christian viewpoint was the right one, after all. Elsie was in bed in the adjoining room and she didn't get up, but she and Gene exchanged a few words through the door. He told her, 'I'm a man of iron if I come through this.' He had a teaching engagement in New York later that day. It was now 5 a.m. Monday, so he decided to get a few hours of sleep on my couch. He asked me to leave the bottle where he could find it, and I did. There wasn't enough left in it to make him drunk. I went to sleep, and when I got up at 11, Gene was gone and so was the bottle. I guessed he had followed his usual routine of driving to Poughkeepsie, from where he would take the train to New York. An hour later Ruth telephoned Elsie Meyer. She said Gene had given her permission, before she left, to go back to his house and pick up her clothes, Elsie recalled, but she claimed she was afraid to go alone, because she couldn't be certain Gene had gone to New York, and if he was home he might hit her. "I was positive Gene was in New York, but I said I'd pick her up and go with her to the house." Elsie put her 5-year-old son, John, into the car, and started out. She had to pass Eugene's house to fetch Ruth and was startled to see his Jeep parked in the driveway. He must have felt ill and cancelled his teaching appointment, she thought. She parked, told her child to wait in the car, and knocked at the front door. There was no answer, but the door was open, and Elsie, fearing that Eugene might be really ill, walked into the living room. She saw Eugene lying at the foot of the stairs. "Intellectually I knew he was dead," Elsie said. "But emotionally I couldn't accept it." Eugene's telephone had been disconnected because he had carelessly neglected to pay the bill, so Elsie ran to the nearest neighbor's house and phoned for a doctor. Then she called her husband and told him, "He's done it." "When I got back to my house," Elsie added, "Ruth telephoned, wanting to know what had happened to me. I'd forgotten about meeting her. I told her Gene had killed himself." Eugene had apparently left Meyer's house around 7 or 8 that morning, possibly intending to bathe, shave, and change for his trip to New York for Monday, according to Ruth, was the day he always went through the ritual of trimming his beard and mustache. But sometime during his preparations he decided to put his razor to a different use. He drank off the last of Frank Meyer's bourbon, sat down at the driftwood desk on which his father had written plays in Provincetown, and scribbled on a scrap of paper, "Never let it be said of O'Neill that he failed to finish a bottle. Abayat Vale." Then he climbed the stairs, filled the bathtub, stepped into it and slashed his wrists and left ankle. According to the coroner's report, he had apparently stumbled downstairs about 20 minutes later, in a kind of animal panic attempt to save himself. Neither the Meyers nor Ruth attributed Eugene's death to straitened finances. He had back salary coming to him and was due to earn a minimum of $10,000 during the coming year, from lectures and various other freelance activities to which he was committed. Nor did the Meyers consider the possibility that Ruth's rejection caused the suicide, although Ruth herself had a hysterical tendency, at first, to take the blame. "I went to pieces after Jean died," she said. "I went to a psychiatrist for help, and he finally convinced me that the most I could have done was postpone his suicide, but that I couldn't have prevented it." It devolved on Elsie Meyer to break the news of Eugene's death to his mother, early that evening. Kathleen Pittsmith, now widowed and still living in Douglaston, had a standing dinner date with her son in New York for either Monday or Tuesday of each week. If Kathleen did not hear from Eugene on Monday, she knew he would call her Tuesday to confirm the time and place of their meeting. At 5:50 p.m. that Monday, the 25th, a newspaper reporter telephoned her and asked if she expected to hear from her son that day. "I thought Gene had gotten married suddenly," Kathleen later said. "He had told me he was planning to marry Ruth. I told the reporter I didn't expect to hear from Gene any more that day, but that I'd be seeing him the next day." The reporter, with a tact Kathleen later acknowledged gratefully, informed Kathleen her son had been involved in an accident in Woodstock that morning, and urged her to telephone the Meyers at once. Not until then did she learn, from Elsie, that Eugene had killed himself. It was Ehrenberg on whom fell the burden of notifying O'Neill. But he did not reach O'Neill personally. He telephoned Marblehead, and Carlotta came to the phone. "Gene was sitting in a chair right across from me," Carlotta recalled. "The lawyer told me, Eugene has killed himself. I said, 'Are you sure?' and he said, 'Yes,' and I said, 'I don't believe it,' but he repeated that he was sure. I hung up the phone and sat down, Gene watching me with those black eyes of his. 'Well, come out with it, what is it?' Gene said. And I told him, 'Eugene is ill, very ill.' 'When did he die?' Gene said. I told him what the lawyer had told me, and after that he never mentioned Eugene again except that one time, when he said we could publish Long Day's Journey now that Eugene was dead." O'Neill did not attend his son's funeral but, according to Kathleen Pittsmith, he paid all the expenses. He and Carlotta each sent separate flower pieces for the coffin. Not long after Eugene's death, a former Yale associate of his visited O'Neill in Marblehead. When he was alone in the room with his visitor, O'Neill asked, "Why did he do it?" The visitor was unable to enlighten him. O'Neill did not put the question to Frank Meyer, but Meyer nevertheless volunteered a partial answer and received a warm acknowledgement from O'Neill. 2.5 weeks after the suicide, Meyer wrote to O'Neill that Eugene had always wanted his father to have his PhD diploma, in case of his death, and asked if he could forward it to him in Marblehead. "I should have written you much sooner had there been anything I could presume to say," Meyer went on. "You are probably the only person to whom I can say nothing of significance about him which you do not already know. But if you would like me to write or care at any time to talk to me, please say so." The bite was deep. The woman had little to do with it and whiskey nothing. Dispossession. Othello's occupation gone. O'Neill answered from Point O'Rocks Lane a week later that Meyer's letter had been a great pleasure to him. "To learn that Eugene had wanted me to have his PhD diploma warmed my heart," he said, and asked that it be sent to him in Marblehead. Meyer was one of the very few people who heard from O'Neill in the weeks following Eugene's death. The blow caused O'Neill to insulate himself more than ever from the world outside Marblehead. But at least one other person and, surprisingly, a member of the long-since rejected Provincetown Playhouse group did hear from him. She was Edna St. Vincent Millay's sister, Norma. When O'Neill heard of Edna St. Vincent Millay's death, on October 19, he sent a floral wreath to her home in Austerlitz, New York. "I was very impressed," Norma Millay recalled. "I suppose it was just by chance, but the flowers were fall colors, all Vincent's favorite colors." O'Neill's health, both mental and physical, declined steadily during the next 3 months. He dwelt more and more on suicide as a possible solution for his own problems and deplored the vestiges of Catholic indoctrination which held him back from this step. He told Langner, with whom he discussed the subject more than once, that he had decided he couldn't commit suicide by jumping into the water. With bleak humor he explained that he was too good a swimmer and would instinctively try to save himself. One of the few outsiders who had an occasional glimpse of O'Neill during the bitter months immediately following Eugene's death was a local foot patrolman named John Snow. Snow, a fair-haired man of medium height in his early 40s, was a familiar figure to residents of the area. He had been assigned to the same beat, which included Point O'Rocks Lane, during 5 consecutive winters, and he made it a part of his routine to drop in on the isolated winter residents in his area 2 or 3 times a year, as a gesture of reassurance. On several occasions he was invited into the O'Neill house by Carlotta, who brought him into the dining room for a 5 or 10-minute chat with O'Neill. Seated at the long, wooden dining table, O'Neill would exchange brief pleasantries with the patrolman. Although he found it difficult to follow O'Neill's halting speech during his first visit, Snow gradually grew accustomed to it, and he listened attentively when O'Neill explained that he had come to Marblehead both for seclusion and for the pleasure it gave him to listen to the pounding surf, especially during stormy weather. Snow found Carlotta pleasant and gracious, and he commiserated with her about her arthritis. The last time Snow visited the house O'Neill did not speak at all. Snow assumed that speech was now too much of an effort. By the end of 1950 the little house on Point O'Rocks Lane had become a trap of smoldering emotions. Carlotta's arthritis caused her severe pain. Both Carlotta and O'Neill were taking pain-killing and sedative drugs. O'Neill was at the end of his rope, forced to live a life of idleness, in which he could do nothing but brood about past failures, present futility, a future in which he would grow increasingly helpless and dependent upon Carl Tta. As a friend later put it, with 2 towering personalities like Jean and Carlotta, ill, cooped up and cut off from the world that way, the lid was bound to blow off sooner or later. That Christmas there was no written greeting of love from G. Neill to Carlotta, no birthday salutation, and no message of hope for the new year. The O'Neills, now both past their 63rd birthdays, managed but only just to get through the first month of the year 1951 with no outward sign of the storm that was gathering momentum within. Sometime after nightfall on February 5, I-951, O'Neill walked out the front door of his house. Where he thought he was going, whether it was just as far as his legs could carry him, or whether it was for a final swim in the ocean, will probably never be known. But it is plain that he was not going for a turn about his garden, for he could walk only with great difficulty. Even with the aid of a cane his legs were unreliable. He would sometimes try to take a step forward and crumple backward instead. Yet, when he left his house that night, he was in such haste that he forgot his cane. Moreover, 8 inches of snow had fallen the day before and lay in a frozen crust over the ground. The temperature was in the low 30s, but O'Neill wore no overshoes, coat, or hat. He was dressed in slacks and a wool shirt. O'Neill took a half-dozen faltering steps, then stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. He lost consciousness from the pain. His right leg was broken at the knee. For some time, perhaps as long as an hour, he lay in the snow. Carlotta was wrestling with her own demons inside the house. She had been taking a medicine containing bromide for nervous tension, Not knowing she was allergic to the drug, the bromide was beginning to have a toxic effect. Although unaware of it at the time, Carlotta had gradually been giving herself a galloping case of what was later diagnosed as bromide intoxication, an illness that arises in some people when the bromide, instead of being excreted, is absorbed by the blood and affects cerebral centers. This condition is often characterized by periods of confusion, dizziness, and disorientation. Carlotta later said she waited for O'Neill to return from his walk. But her memory of that night, and of the events following, was clouded by drug-induced psychosis and must be evaluated accordingly. When he didn't come back, I became very much worried, she added. And I heard a noise, like an animal caught in something. Walking to the balcony, I saw it was O'Neill, who had fallen on the rocks and could not get up. I went to him and tried to lift him. At that moment, she said, Dr. Dana arrived. I thought it was very strange he should arrive, when neither of us had telephoned for him to come, Carlotta recalled. Dr. Dana, however, said he had received a message at about 9 o'clock that night, summoning him to Point O'Rourke's Lane. He had been making house calls and had been notified by his office that someone had telephoned from the O'Neill house. Since the message had not stipulated an emergency, Dr. Dana had assumed he was being summoned, as he had been on other occasions, to treat one of the O'Neills for a sore throat or some other minor ailment, and he completed his round of house calls before heading for Point O'Rourke's Lane. According to his account, it was about 10 o'clock when he turned his car into the driveway of the O'Neill house. He climbed the front steps and rang the doorbell. As he waited in the dark, he thought he heard a faint cry from somewhere in the yard, but wasn't sure of its source. The door opened, spilling light from the house, when Dr. Dana heard the cry again. This time he recognized it as a call for help. He sprang down the steps and across the yard, almost tripping over O'Neill. Dr. Dana helped him up, noticing his injured leg. Half dragging him, Dr. Dana said, he got O'Neill to the house. According to Carlotta's recollection, she helped the doctor carry O'Neill into the house. The doctor took O'Neill's arms and shoulders, and I took his legs very carefully, and we carried him inside, she said. As Dr. Dana later recalled, both of the O'Neills were overwrought. He said that O'Neill lay silently in the room, while Carlotta uttered phrases of dismay, wringing and twisting her hands. Preoccupied as he was with O'Neill's broken leg and chilled condition, it did not occur to him that Carlotta was herself in need of medical attention. He was concerned with getting O'Neill quickly into a hospital, and he telephoned for an ambulance, a private one, so that the call would not be registered in the local police office and there would be no publicity in the newspapers. He wondered fleetingly what had led up to O'Neill's fall, but he did not ask for an explanation, and neither Carlotta nor O'Neill offered one. Carlotta said she asked the doctor what should be done about O'Neill's injured leg. He said, Carlotta reported, that O'Neill had better go to the hospital. The next thing I knew, an ambulance drove up. The Japanese boy went to the door and said, Madam, ambulance for the master. Carlotta added that she thought the ambulance's arrival was very strange, because, as far as she knew, nobody had rung for one. But I didn't say anything, because I didn't think it was my place to say it, she observed, adding that she realized it was necessary for her husband to get proper medical care. So we helped him into the ambulance, she said, and off he went to the hospital. Dr. Dana, who referred to his records for confirmation of the episode, followed the ambulance in his car to the hospital in the nearby town of Salem. Ty saw O'Neill comfortably installed in the modern red brick hospital at 11:30 o'clock and made arrangements for a bone surgeon to attend to the broken leg. Then he drove home, haunted by the look of desperation on O'Neill's ashen face. Dr. Dana felt a deep sense of dismay. He thought of the mental torment O'Neill had endured in recent months, and he wondered whether it was at all possible that O'Neill might have been on his way to commit suicide when he fell. Carlotta said that she became terribly nervous and worried after her husband left, and that she took a large dose of her medicine to calm her nerves. She had been instructed, she said, to take the medicine whenever she was very nervous and felt really on the edge of things. After a bit, she continued, I began to feel very dizzy. And I began to get more worried. She recalled that she put on her street clothes and then told her houseboy, Saki, I'm going over to the hospital to see Mr. O'Neill. He said, shall I take you in my car? And I said, no, you better stay here and take messages if anything happens. I walked out to the main road and stood there, thinking maybe a taxi would come along and I could take it, and if not, I'd start to walk. Well, I was walking along, quietly, and an automobile stopped. It was an automobile the Marblehead Neck police officers used for going over all the roads in the area once or twice a day. Carlotta remembered getting into the car at the suggestion of one of its occupants, and asking him to take her to see her husband at Salem Hospital. While we drove, things began to get a bit fuzzy, she said. The last she remembered, she was taken to the patient's entrance of Salem Hospital. Then she went out like a light. O'Neill had departed for Salem on Monday night. Police and medical records show it was late Tuesday evening when Carlotta was admitted to the hospital. On Tuesday, February 6, the Langnas arrived at their home in Westport, Connecticut, from a trip to Nassau and were given a message by their caretaker to the effect that Mr. O'Neill had broken his leg and Mrs. O'Neill would like Mrs. Langner to please come to Marblehead. Mrs. Langner immediately put through a call to the house at Point O'Rocks Lane, but was told by the servant who answered the telephone that Mrs. O'Neill had gone out. Puzzled, Mrs. Langner said she would call again later. She kept trying, unsuccessfully, to reach Carlotta, and then made a series of calls which eventually elicited the information that O'Neill was at Salem Hospital. Toward nightfall of that day, Patrolman John Snow, making his rounds on foot, recognized Carlotta as she walked down the street not far from her house. He noticed with surprise that she was inadequately dressed against the biting cold. He greeted her and immediately saw there was something wrong. He tried to persuade her to return to her house, but she said she would not go back. Shifting his tactics, he fell into step with her. She seemed tired, and when they turned the corner she told Snow she would walk no farther. After trying vainly to induce her to come into the neighbor's house before which they had stopped, Snow left her outside and entered the house alone. From the front hall he kept a watchful eye on the forlorn figure standing in the cold night, and telephoned the police station. He explained the situation and asked for a police car. In a few moments the car arrived. In it were Patrolman John Tucker and Norman Powers. They spent some time trying to induce Carlotta to enter the car, and she finally did. Tucker, recalling the incident some years later, said that she seemed, immediately after entering the car, to recover her self-possession. She confided to him that she wished to visit her husband in Salem and indicated that she would like them to drive her there. But seconds later she became hysterical. The policeman, realizing that their passenger needed medical attention, headed the car back toward the O'Neill house, from where they could call a doctor. Dr. Dana arrived, calmed Carlotta with sedatives and made an official request to the station house for the use of car number I to convey her to Salem Hospital. The request was granted by the officer on duty, George E. Gerard. The doctor followed the police vehicle to Salem in his own car and saw to Carlotta's formal admission into the hospital at 9:45. It was the third time in their marriage that O'Neill and Carlotta were patients simultaneously under the same hospital roof. Dr. Dana was troubled about Carlotta's condition. Salem had no facilities for the care of mental patients, and, unaware that she was suffering from bromide poisoning, he was convinced that she needed psychiatric care. Although it was within his power and was believed, his duty to have her transferred as quickly as possible to a mental institution, he hesitated to assume the responsibility. This, he said, was not because he was unfamiliar with the procedure. In his years of practice he had frequently been obliged to fill in and sign a pink slip, which is the order for temporary care required in such cases by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But the patient was Mrs. Eugene O'Neill and there was sure to be widespread concern and publicity over her transfer to a mental institution. He therefore took the precaution of telephoning Dr. Melvin Goodman, who was a psychiatrist on the staff of Salem Hospital, and asking him to examine his patient early the next morning. On the morning of February 7, O'Neill's second day in Salem Hospital, Dr. Dana, making his daily call, found O'Neill despondent. His leg had been put in a cast and everything that could be done for his physical comfort had been attended to. Dr. Dana told him that Carlotta had been brought to the hospital the night before, that a psychiatrist had examined her this morning and found her, in the official words of the temporary care request issued by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to be in need of immediate care and treatment. O'Neill listened, but said nothing. Dr. Dana told him as gently as he could that it was thought best by him and other hospital personnel that Carlotta be removed, within the next few hours, to McLean Hospital, a private psychiatric facility in the nearby town of Belmont. O'Neill was still silent. At noon Carlotta was taken away. She remembered nothing until she woke up just a little bit in an ambulance. She also remembered that her feet hurt her because they had been tied. She was brought into McLean Hospital and then lost consciousness again. A few hours after Carlotta left Salem, O'Neill received a telephone call from New York. It was Mrs. Langner. He told me, it was just like the last time, Mrs. Langner said. She assumed he was referring to his previous fall in New York. Alter assuring herself that O'Neill was getting all necessary care, Mrs. Langner said she would visit him soon at Salem. O'Neill had private nurses and a pleasant room with a private bath on the third floor of the hospital. His day nurse, Mrs. Claire Bird, was tall and pretty with blonde hair, light brown eyes, and a mild, gentle manner. When she first came on the case, the morning after O'Neill's arrival, she found him difficult to understand. His speech was so thick it was almost incomprehensible and his hands shook pitifully. He seemed disoriented and the words he mumbled made little sense. His mind was cloudy at times, particularly during the night, when he sometimes had hallucinations. During the day he had been taking, for his tremor, something called 831, a mixture of chloral and bromide that was a standard sedative of the time. Although no one realized it then, O'Neill, like Carlotta, was suffering from bromide poisoning. An experienced nurse and an intuitive woman, Mrs. Bird imposed as little routine as possible on her patient, while at the same time tactfully rendering him such help and sympathy as she sensed he wanted and could accept. Although he ate poorly, sometimes he took an hour to finish his breakfast. She realized it embarrassed him to be fed, and upset him even more to be watched while he fed himself. So she saw to it that his food was cut, and then left the room. She did light his cigarettes for him and always stayed while he smoked, for fear he would burn himself. He talked to her of his wife, 1 minute in an objective, oriented way, and the next minute, weeping, he would ask to see her. At first, he didn't seem to know what he wanted, Mrs. Bird recalled. He just lay there, looking so helpless. Sometimes he'd talk to me about his older son's suicide. He never mentioned his daughter directly, but he gave the impression, in his ramblings, that his entire family had gone wrong. He seemed to want to be alone most of the time, but every once in a while he wanted to talk and then he would ramble on about what a mess everything was. Since O'Neill's leg, which had turned out to have a fracture into the knee joint, was in a cast, he had to lie in bed during the early part of his stay. But after a while he was helped to get out of bed and into an armchair, and then he was taught how to get about on crutches. Mrs. Bird would walk him down the corridor. He appreciated everything I did for him, she said. O'Neill felt guilty when his nurse had to spend Easter Sunday at the hospital. You should have been in the Easter parade, he told her, giving her a check for $35 with which to buy an Easter bonnet. Mrs. Bird was touched. She was particularly appreciative of the gift because she knew how painful it was for O'Neill to write a check. I used to make out his checks for him at Salem, she said. He barely had enough stamina to sign his name. I felt guilty every time I had to get my salary, it seemed so painful for him just to scribble his signature. While O'Neill appreciated Mrs. Bird's brand of solicitude, he objected to the less tactful pampering of others. "Get rid of my night nurse," he once admonished Mrs. Bird. "Every time I turn over she throws a wet washcloth at me." O'Neill's pitiful craving in the hospital to be physically independent resulted one day in a near disaster that set the whole staff by the ears. Mrs. Bird had left briefly to have her dinner, enjoining O'Neill to ring for the floor nurse if he needed anything. He was not supposed to get out of bed unassisted, for his leg was still in a cast and the crutches were troublesome to manage. As she returned from her dinner, Mrs. Bird was greeted by a breathless floor nurse, who told her she had just looked into O'Neill's room, and he wasn't there. Mrs. Bird was flabbergasted. She hurried into the room, saw it was empty, and dashed for the bathroom. "He had fallen backwards into the bathtub," she said. "There he was, with his feet up in the air. When he saw me, he started laughing, and I couldn't help but laugh too." The cast had not broken, and O'Neill was unhurt, but it took the combined efforts of Mrs. Bird, an intern, and a male nurse to pry him out of the tub. When he was mildly rebuked for jeopardizing his safety, O'Neill explained that he hadn't wanted to bother anyone. As the weeks went by and O'Neill's leg began to mend, he seemed to settle down with some measure of resignation at Salem. He accepted the routine of heat lamp treatments and exercises for his leg and appeared, according to his doctor, to be in better spirits than he had been during recent months at home. A bout with flu set him back briefly, but he made a good recovery with the help of aureomycin. Although he showed little interest in reading or in any other occupation except meditation, broken by occasional, desultory conversation, both Mrs. Bird and the doctor felt that O'Neill was relatively at peace. Certainly he never complained to either of them or expressed any desire for change. He seemed reluctant to face a decision regarding his future and Carlotta's. On the other hand, he recognized that he could not stay at Salem indefinitely. Some gesture toward Carlotta, who was still at McLean, would soon be mandatory. And while his doctor and nurse felt that O'Neill had arrived at a state of utter pliability, with little will to live or fight, there were others who thought he could and would rally. Since arriving at Salem, O'Neill had resumed contact with the world, or, rather, the world had resumed contact with him. A small group of friends, informed of O'Neill's condition by the Langnas, began flying up from New York to visit him. Among them were a few who had not been welcome at Marblehead. Sax Cummins, Shirley Weingarten, and a handful of others visited fairly regularly. To some of his friends it seemed that O'Neill, with his air of helplessness, needed their assistance in reassembling his life. And he impulsively and dramatically responded to their sympathy. He listened, not without a certain amount of pleasurable self-pity, to their advice, and indicated that he was open to their suggestions. Sometime in March, believing that O'Neill required professional therapeutic support in addition to the ministrations of his friends, Lawrence Langner called in the Boston psychiatrist Merrill Moore. Dr. Moore, who had been recommended to Langner by the Broadway director, Joshua Logan, was a prominent man in his field. As a sideline, he wrote pornographic poetry. Dr. Moore's entrance into the case complicated rather than solved it, however. His diagnosis of O'Neill's condition was summed up by him on March 19, 195-1, for O'Neill's physician. In it he stated flatly that O'Neill was not suffering from what he called bromide intoxication. He said O'Neill was mentally ill and could not take care of himself. He suggested two alternatives, a mental hospital or a legal guardian. O'Neill's mental condition, said Dr. Moore, was due to his son's recent death and worry over his wife's illness. Dr. Moore felt that O'Neill needed protection from his difficult domestic situation and recommended temporary separation from Carlotta. He added that O'Neill was unable to plan and incapable of making decisions, that he could not stay indefinitely at Salem and that it would be unsuitable for him to return to Marblehead. Dr. Moore also looked into the situation regarding Carlotta, whose 10-day stay at McLean had been extended. He went to visit her at the hospital. "I have never felt so frightened of a human being in my life," Carlotta later said. She added that she had not wanted to see him, and that her doctors at McLean had not been happy about Dr. Moore's visit, either. In fact, one of them said he would stay in the room with her while Dr. Moore interviewed her. He took my hand and kissed it and said, "Beautiful Carlotta Monterey." "Oh, this is such a pleasure," Carlotta recalled with a shudder. She told Dr. Moore that the only reason she was seeing him was that she wanted to know about her husband. Dr. Moore told her O'Neill was ill and needed quiet. "I noticed there was a sort of accentuation on the word, quiet," Carlotta recalled, "and I said, well, I've lived with him a good many years and we've never had anything but quiet. I said if there was ever any noise or disturbance, it was through him, not through me." After talking for some time, Dr. Moore finally said, according to Carlotta, "I have something to suggest to you. I think it would be better if you made up your mind to live in one place and take up writing, or whatever you like, and allow your husband to have quiet in some sanitarium we can find for him. You know, dear Carlotta Monterey, you wouldn't want to see the leaf wither on the vine." Carlotta said she was so nervous after Dr. Moore left that she was unable to sleep. "I walked the floor all night," she added. Dr. Moore, on his part, made a singular and, in light of subsequent developments, unwarranted recommendation. He suggested that Carlotta's condition necessitated prolonged treatment. This recommendation was met by some of O'Neill's friends with considerably more enthusiasm than the suggestion regarding O'Neill. It was at this confused point in the proceedings that lawyers entered. James E. Farley, a portly man with shrewd eyes and a shy smile, was called upon by O'Neill's New York attorney to represent him in Massachusetts. A self-styled country lawyer, Farley conducted a practice in and around Salem that consisted largely of estate settlements. He had had some experience with marital difficulty cases, which was what he was given to understand he was now being asked to handle. When Farley visited O'Neill at Salem Hospital, he could not have been more surprised by his client's appearance and manner. Having read his plays and found them lusty, he was startled, as many people had been before him, to meet a gentle, considerate, polite man who seemed to bear no resemblance whatever to the violent characters of his creation. Fi was so darn nice he wouldn't have done wrong to a sparrow. If he were hurt, he didn't want to say anyone had hurt him, the lawyer later recalled, admitting that he himself felt personally pained that O'Neill should be reduced to the cheerless existence he was leading. Farley took particular care, of course, to observe O'Neill's mental condition from a legal point of view. Unlike Dr. Moore, Farley came away from his visits convinced that O'Neill was under no mental confusion whatever. He talked clearly, if haltingly, and appeared perfectly aware of what he was doing. Toward the end of March, after more than 6 weeks at Salem, O'Neill made a decision that pleased some of his friends, drew the attention of the press and public, and undoubtedly satisfied his own abeyance sense of dramatics. On March 23 he filed a petition in the probate court of the county of Essex, in Salem, stating that Carlotta, who was still a patient at McLean, was an insane person and incapable of taking care of herself. His petition went on to request that James E. Farley, or some other suitable person, be appointed guardian of said Carlotta Monterey O'Neill. The petition, signed in O'Neill's shaky and barely legible hand, and signed also by Dr. Moore, was returnable in 1 month's time on April 23. It is difficult to determine whether O'Neill really wanted to sign the petition or whether he had been talked into it. He later told several people that he hadn't known what he was doing when he signed. What the authorities of McLean Hospital thought of Carlotta's mental condition was demonstrated 6 days after the filing of the petition. They released her. "McLean was the most decent hospital I've ever known," Carlotta said. "I'd been in hospitals in different parts of the world, but I'd never met doctors who were so understanding or gentlemanly." Carlotta recalled that on her first day at McLean she had been scared to death. Awaking in a strange bed, she saw bars on the windows and doors. "I didn't know whether I was in jail, or where I was or what O'Neill had done to me, a little drama being practiced in the home. But finally," she said, "a nurse came in and soothed her, explaining where she was and assuring her that everything would be all right." Soon Carlotta was moved to a building in which the patients could come and go as they pleased. The doctors, she said, told her, "You shouldn't be here. You should never have been sent here." In a paper prepared just prior to her release, analyzing the bromide poisoning, Dr. William H. Florwitz, a McLean Hospital psychiatrist, stated, in part, that Carlotta's illness had had a very gradual onset some time before admission to McLean, when she became more nervous and began taking several teaspoonsful of liquid sleeping medicine every night that she thought was chloral hydrate. The report said that examination on admission to the hospital had revealed a disoriented woman, at times calm and at other times very excited, with periods of confusion and poor memory. After outlining her treatment, which, beyond eliminating the bromide, had been mainly supportive, the report added that eventually it was possible for her to be moved to an open ward, where she had friendly relations with many of the other patients and was able to go to the library, to the coffee shop and out of the hospital for walks or drives. On at least one of these occasions, accompanied by a nurse, Carlotta visited her husband at Salem. Mrs. Bird, who had left the room during the half-hour reunion, found O'Neill listless after the visit. But she had found him to be equally cheerless after the visits of his friends. He never got excited when they came to see him, and when they left he would sometimes shrug, as though to say he was glad they were gone, she recalled. He just let anyone do what they wanted with him. When on March 29, a Thursday, Carlotta was discharged from McLean Hospital, the prognosis on her discharge summary read good. A recommendation added that she should return home to the care of a doctor, and arrangements were made for her to see an outside psychiatrist. Since McLean was thoroughly convinced of Carlotta's sanity and was aware of the guardianship petition pending against her, the hospital was anxious to see her rights protected and called in Dr. Harry Kozel, a young, dynamic and highly regarded Boston psychiatrist on the Harvard staff, who was an expert in legal medicine. The O'Neill's situation was taking on the earmarks of a public, last-ditch battle. Newspapers all over the country were publishing accounts of the insanity proceedings, and many people felt that the O'Neill marriage, whatever strains it had managed to withstand in the past, could not possibly survive this round of hostilities. Lawrence Langner had been trying for some time to induce O'Neill to come to New York. He was convinced that O'Neill would be better off where his friends could more easily be in touch with him and attend to his wants. Langner said he felt that O'Neill truly wanted to get away from the Boston area. According to Langner, O'Neill had expressed anxiety over the possibility of political pressure being exerted to have him confined to an institution. O'Neill, added Langner, seemed hypersensitive about the fact that Boston political authorities had frequently been hostile to his plays, and that if any question of his sanity arose, he might have a hard time eliciting sympathy. "I loved and respected Gene," Langner said, in justification of the manipulations that went on in Salem. "I felt the transfer would be in his best interests." Mrs. Bird recalled that O'Neill betrayed considerable doubt about leaving Salem. "He finally agreed to go, with a reluctant yes," she said. "But even on the day he was supposed to leave, I thought he might change his mind." O'Neill, in the end, did not change his mind. Significantly, it was on the morning after Carlotta's discharge from McLean, a Friday, that his friends arranged for him to be taken by ambulance to Boston South Station. O'Neill's leg was still in a cast, although it was healing nicely, and he was carried by stretcher to a compartment on the New York-bound train. Carlotta lost no time in retaliating for the past weeks of humiliation and frustration. That same day, through her lawyers, Nutter, McLennan, and Fish, of Boston, she filed a petition in the Salem court. In it she asked for separate maintenance, charging her husband with cruelty. The petition stated that O'Neill had failed, without just cause, to furnish suitable support for her, that she was living apart from her husband for justifiable cause, and that on or about the day of February, 1951, and at divers other times prior thereto, O'Neill had been guilty of cruel and abusive treatment of her. The petition was signed by Carlotta in a firm hand. It was returnable on the same date as O'Neill's insanity petition against her. O'Neill's train ride to New York was a dreary one. Mrs. Bird accompanied him, at his request. She recalled that it rained all the way and that O'Neill napped during a good part of the trip. It was still drizzling when the train pulled into Grand Central, 4 hours later. An ambulance waited to take O'Neill to a small private hospital in the East 70s, where a room had been reserved for him. When they arrived at the hospital, which was more like a convalescent home, O'Neill was exhausted, and Mrs. Bird got him into his bed. He looked around at the dreary, hotel-like atmosphere of the room and said, "Get me out of this place." Mrs. Bird telephoned to several of O'Neill's friends, including Winfield Ehrenberg, and they promised to have him transferred the next morning. It was still raining when O'Neill, with Mrs. Bird seated by his side, sank into troubled sleep. LXIV. On Saturday, March 31, 1951, O'Neill was transferred by ambulance to Doctors' Blispital. Gratefully he found himself once more in the hands of Drs. Fisk and Patterson, and once again, too, he had a cheerful room with a river view. Mrs. Bird stayed with him that day, seeing him settled into his new hospital routine, and in the evening she joined her husband at a hotel. O'Neill was paying Mr. Bird's, as well as his wife's, weekend expenses in Manhattan. On Sunday Mrs. Bird, accompanied by her husband, came to say goodbye to O'Neill, and she handed him $400 in cash that she had been holding for him. O'Neill asked her plaintively why she couldn't stay and nurse him in New York, and Mrs. Bird smilingly gestured toward her husband, whose job, O'Neill knew, was in Massachusetts. Resignedly, O'Neill shook her hand, and then kissed her cheek. "I don't care whether your husband is here or not," he said, in a feeble attempt at jocularity. But there were tears in his eyes. Dr. Fisk and Dr. Patterson both greeted O'Neill warmly. Dr. Fisk had already received a report from Dr. Dana and was prepared to find O'Neill's nervous disorder worse than it had been 3 years before. Dr. Dana had also cautioned that O'Neill was still subject, intermittently, to hallucinations. But Dr. Fisk found O'Neill guardian. "If there is sufficient evidence for you in your judgment to consider her incapable of caring for herself, I have no objection to the appointment of some suitable person to act as her guardian. My paramount consideration is her welfare and proper treatment. Living at such a great distance and working at a job that pays $48 per week, which goes for the support of my crippled husband, 12-year-old son, home, and myself, I am in no position to actively participate in the care of my mother." At least 2 of O'Neill's frequent visitors at Doctors' Hospital were also in touch with Carlotta in Boston and had a pretty good idea that the O'Neills would eventually resolve their problems. One of them was Russell Krauss. He recalled that Carlotta was bitter, but he had the impression that she would take O'Neill back. She even suggested to Krauss that he relay messages to O'Neill, and O'Neill, who knew Krauss was having conversations with Carlotta, also asked him to relay messages. But Krauss insisted on maintaining his neutrality. He told each of them that he could not intercede without clearance from the lawyers, as the case was a legal matter and would only become more complicated if he involved himself. Armina Marshall Langner also was in contact with Carlotta by telephone during this period. Carlotta would no longer speak to Langner, but his wife had maintained friendship with her and had, in fact, paid her several visits while she was confined at McLean. Once, according to Mrs. Langner, Carlotta, telephoning from Boston, said that O'Neill had asked her to take him back. Mrs. Langner said that, of course, Carlotta must take O'Neill back, that she knew O'Neill loved her and needed her. While the battle of wills between O'Neill and Carlotta was being waged long distance and under the eyes of one faction of friends, which included Charles O'Brien Kennedy and George Jean Nathan, both of whom were sure from the start that the O'Neills would patch up their differences, another faction hadn't the faintest idea that O'Neill was in touch with Carlotta. Significantly, this faction consisted in the main of people who had been rebuffed by Carlotta, people who, O'Neill knew, felt they had been wounded by her and would obviously not be sympathetic to his real feelings about her. One exception, however, was Kenneth McGowan. McGowan, among the earliest and staunchest supporters of the O'Neill-Carlotta alliance, had visited O'Neill once or twice in Marblehead and still got on tolerably well with Carlotta. For some reason, though, he had the impression that O'Neill was now through with her. When I saw Jean in the hospital, he took my hand in both of his, and said, "It's nice to see you this way." I thought he meant without Carlotta around. When I saw him the next day, he spoke very little, but I felt then strongly that he was not going back to Carlotta. The most misled, and ultimately the most grievously wounded, among his friends was Sax Cummins. Cummins, whose devotion to O'Neill seemed at times possessive, was almost tearfully grateful to be able to re-establish his interrupted friendship with him. Snubbed by Carlotta since O'Neill's previous hospitalization in New York, Cummins was convinced that Carlotta was now completely and permanently out of the picture. He made every effort to persuade O'Neill that a future without Carlotta would not be black and assured O'Neill that he would take care of him. An emotional man, Cummins had suffered a good deal since being cut off from O'Neill. He had remained unflaggingly local and would willingly have sacrificed much personal comfort for his friend. But Cummins' strong devotion to O'Neill prevented his seeing that no amount sacrifice or loyalty would cut any ice when and if Carlotta chose to re-enter the picture. One of Cummins' plans to cheer up O'Neill and compensate him for his loss of Carlotta was to notify a number of the old Provincetown crowd of O'Neill's presence in New York. Joyfully they hawked to see him, and with each he played a touching scene of reunion. O'Neill's visiting hours were limited to 2 a day, and only 2 visitors were allowed into his room at a time. The anteroom outside his door was almost always thronged, and sometimes people had to wait as many as 3 days before they could see him. James Light was one of those who patiently waited his turn. "Hello, Jimmy. How about a cig?" was O'Neill's greeting, accompanied by a feeble smile which, in Light's opinion, easily spanned the 2 years during which the two had not seen each other. Light proffered the cigarette, which O'Neill took with violently trembling hands. "Liat non ti strike a match," but O'Neill snatched the book of matches from him and with a painful effort lighted his own cigarette. He leaned back and relaxed. He seemed, to Light, genuinely happy with the visit. Aside from Cummins, who arranged the flow of visitors, the person who spent the most time with O'Neill was Shirley Weingarten. Shirley had been divorced and remarried, and she brought her new husband, Robert Lands, a literary agent, to the hospital to meet O'Neill. Early in his hospital stay, O'Neill told Shirley that he did not want to read any of his mail. He refused even to be told who had written to him. He asked Shirley to deal with the letters in any way she saw fit, imposing a rather frightening responsibility on her. Shirley had no way of knowing in what relationship many of O'Neill's correspondents stood to him. She was obliged to trust to her instinct, and the sheaf of correspondence she conducted on O'Neill's behalf during that time is a remarkable testament to the art of tactful evasion. Despite her best efforts, she was rebuffed once or twice by return mail. A letter arrived during the first week in April, for example, from O'Neill's second cousin, Agnes Brennan. Miss Brennan, by then a spinster of advanced age, wrote to Eugene Dear that she could not conceive of him without Carlotta nor of Carlotta without him. "I always think of you as the little dark-eyed youngster that all we Brennans loved so much," the letter ended. As Shirley dared not even ask O'Neill whether Miss Brennan and he were actually acquainted, she knew he would tell her he didn't care if she tore up every letter that arrived. She composed a model of noncommittal graciousness. For her trouble she shortly thereafter received a brief, outraged note, this time addressed directly to her, scoring O'Neill's coldness. Shirley patiently filed the letter, along with all the others, and O'Neill never knew or cared about the ire he was arousing. He was interested in hardly anything, Shirley remembered. He was barely articulate most of the time. There was only one thing that seemed to give him momentary pleasure, according to Shirley, and that was listening to classical music over radio station WQXR. It was one of his nurses who interested him in that, Shirley said. Shirley was among those with whom O'Neill discussed his future more or less honestly. Within the first week or 2 of his arrival she asked him if he would write to Una, hoping that a renewal of his relationship with his daughter would give him something to live for. O'Neill was firm in his refusal. Shirley was aware that several plans had been presented to O'Neill as alternatives to his going back to Carlotta. But she interpreted O'Neill's remarks to her to mean that O'Neill, in spite of the pending insanity and separate maintenance proceedings, was never anything but en route to his wife even while he appeared to be traveling away from her. Shirley added that in her opinion the return to Carlotta was never weighed against any other possibility. "Where can I go?" O'Neill asked her. "You can't take care of me." And Shirley wept silently over his predicament. "I held him in my arms once, and he cried," Shirley recalled, some years after his death. "He didn't seem to have any flesh left. I don't think he weighed more than 90 pounds, the neurologist at the hospital told me one day that in the type of disease O'Neill was suffering from the heart goes on, but little else. The doctor said, too, that shortly he would become a vegetable. When he told me that I was so upset I felt like slapping him." O'Neill explained to Shirley what she already instinctively knew, that he was terribly sensitive about the loss of dignity involved in his disease. He could not bear the thought of letting his friends take care of him, nor could he face the dreary prospect of spending his last days alone in an apartment with a male nurse. That, however, was one of the plans that had been advanced for his consideration. Dr. Moore, for some reason, was still active in the case and was summoned to New York to help O'Neill get straightened out. This time he recommended that O'Neill take an apartment in New York and hire a male nurse, while Carlotta was to take an apartment in Boston. The two were to be on friendly terms, although they were to agree not to live together. Dr. Moore had some misgivings about the reception of his plan and called on Russell Krauss for help. He suggested that Krauss present the apartment with male nurse idea to O'Neill as the Krauss plan. "You present it to him as the Moore plan," said Krauss. A few days later, on April 26, Krauss dryly noted in his diary, "Jean wants none of the Moore separation plan." Krauss, a conscientious diarist, also recorded that O'Neill was suicidal during the early part of his hospital stay and that the windows of his room were kept locked. One diary entry quoted O'Neill as having said, "I dreamt I was in Japan 2,000 years from now, they showed me their scientific inventions, but wouldn't say how they were done." At the end of April O'Neill was recuperating from a severe case of pneumonia, which had lasted for 6 days. He was conscious during his illness, but ran a high fever. "We had a bad scare," Dr. Fisk later recalled. But after the pneumonia he improved quickly. He was up and about most of the day. His tremor improved too. His visitors, from that point on, were likely to find O'Neill standing to greet them, for the cast had been removed from his leg. One of the visitors he received during this semi-convalescent period was Eugene Jr.'s Ruth. It was a strange and poignant meeting for both. Ruth had met Winfield Ehrenberg before Eugene's death, and when she came to New York to look for a job she renewed her acquaintance with him. On one occasion Ehrenberg took Ruth to a restaurant to meet Dr. Moore, possibly with the idea that the psychiatrist might have a soothing effect on Ruth's jangled nerves. After Dr. Moore had questioned her extensively about Eugene Jr.'s death, Ehrenberg was suddenly struck with the idea of taking Ruth to visit O'Neill and, receiving an affirmation from Dr. Moore, ushered her to the hospital. Ehrenberg took Ruth through the waiting room full of people and presented her to O'Neill. "I want you to meet someone, Jean," he said. Ruth and O'Neill shook hands and Ruth understood that she was to go back to the anteroom and wait. She did so, trembling with anxiety. She had met O'Neill only once before, with Eugene, at a dress rehearsal of The Iceman Cometh, and she wondered if O'Neill had recognized her. Ehrenberg appeared in the waiting room. "Jean amazes me," he said to Ruth. "He told me, I know who she is. Bring her back." When Ruth re-entered the room, O'Neill was standing, shaking. "He embraced me," Ruth recalled, "and buried his head on my shoulder." In early May Dr. Fisk found O'Neill so much improved that he felt justified in recommending an outing. Illustrative of the esteem in which he held O'Neill, Dr. Fisk proffered his own services as chauffeur on the expedition. At O'Neill's request, Dr. Fisk headed downtown. We drove along the waterfront and O'Neill pointed out to me many of the places where he had spent his early days. Here had stood Jimmy the Priest's, there a brothel. O'Neill talked about the dock workers and the men of the sea. They led a rough life, he told Dr. Fisk, and they had been his friends. Dr. Fisk and O'Neill looked at ships for a while and then they drove through Greenwich Village. O'Neill began to talk about whores, comparing them with Mother Earth, endowing them, as he had done in so many of his plays, with what he called real souls and the capacity to solace man and give him comfort. Once I said something to O'Neill about what my colonel, during the war, used to refer to as a two-bit whore, Dr. Fisk recalled. O'Neill was upset by that. Several times O'Neill brought up the subject of the mythological Aeant Antaeus, whose mother was Earth. Antaeus was indestructible as long as he stood on the earth, but Hercules, who knew the secret of Antaeus' strength, defeated him by lifting him away from his strength-giving source. Dr. Fisk interpreted O'Neill's comments as an indication that O'Neill felt he had been separated from the lives of the whores and laborers and all those who live closest to the earth. O'Neill, however, may have been thinking of the often acknowledged strength he derived from Carlotta. O'Neill was urged by Dr. Fisk to take several walks in the mild spring air with his nurse. O'Neill was rapidly mending, at least in so far as his broken bone and respiratory condition were concerned, and the time was approaching when he could no longer lay claim to the strained facilities of an acute disease hospital. Dr. Fisk, who also had received one or two telephone calls from Carlotta, was among those most firmly convinced that O'Neill would go back to her. He, too, believed that a sense of drama had contributed to the separation. Carlotta had returned to Marblehead by the end of April, to dismantle her house. She was in temporary financial difficulties, as the legal proceedings against her had made it difficult for her to get at her bank account. She received a letter from her soon after, asking her to come up to Marblehead and bring some cash. She was stunned, upon her arrival at Marblehead, to find Carlotta looking ill and grey and behaving more nervously than she had ever seen her act before. But she was impressed by Carlotta's conviction, at this point, that O'Neill would soon be back with her. Carlotta was also visited at Marblehead by Francis Wiley, who wanted to check on some further details for his magazine. On a Sunday afternoon in early May, Wiley, accompanied by his wife, found Carlotta in the last stages of packing up the house. He and his wife sipped sherry while Carlotta told them how much she loved O'Neill and how cruelly she had been treated by him. She was planning to move to Boston and sell the Marblehead house, she said. Wiley recalled the start it gave him to see the stacks of cardboard packing cartons piled up in the house, with Eugene O'Neill written on them. Although it was known only to some of his friends, O'Neill's petition for guardianship over Carlotta had been legally dropped by a paper filed in the Essex County Probate Court on April 23, the date for which the hearing had been originally set. Carlotta's countersuit for separate maintenance had previously been blocked on O'Neill's behalf by Farley, who claimed that it could not be heard in Massachusetts, as O'Neill's legal residence was in New York. By the tacit consent of all concerned, no further action was ever taken in the matter. On May 2 O'Neill told Krause during a hospital visit that he definitely wanted Carlotta back. He asked Krause to relay the message, and Krause, after being apprised by O'Neill's attorney that legal actions were no longer pending, telephoned Dr. Kozel in Boston the following day and was then able to assure O'Neill that a reconciliation was imminent. On May 9 Dr. Kozel arrived in New York to have a talk with O'Neill. Later that day Dr. Kozel met Krause at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel and informed him of his conference with O'Neill. On May 13, after seeing O'Neill, Krause wrote in his diary, "Jean very gay and reports he and Carlotta will live in a hotel opposite Dr. Kozel's office, which is good." 2 days later Dr. Kozel wrote to Dr. Fisk that he had acted as a friendly go-between, an emissary at the request of both O'Neills. The O'Neills, he continued, had decided to come together and live at the Shelton Hotel, a family establishment on Bay State Road in Boston. The reconciliation was scheduled for May 17. O'Neill had been reasonably sure for several weeks that he was going back to Carlotta on her terms, but in this case, again, he gave completely different impressions of his feelings and plans. To Joe Haidt, for instance, he confided early in May that he was anxious to get home. He was all smiles, Haidt recalled. He had just talked to Carlotta on the telephone, and he said he was just waiting to get a little stronger. He also told me that he didn't want most of his friends to know he was going back. O'Neill was particularly reluctant to mention his imminent return to Carlotta to those people who, he knew, would never see him again. There was, consequently, a group to whom his departure was a staggering surprise. Some of these friends came, or were summoned, for a farewell, others did not know he had left the hospital until he was already on his way to Boston. Among those who saw him on the eve of his departure or the morning of the next day were Flo Sid, Aaron Berg, Kennedy, Krause, Sherlock Lance, Dorothy and Sax Cummins, Armina Marshall Langner, Bennett Cerf, and Brooks Atkinson. Light visited on May 16, and O'Neill told him he was leaving the following day. Haidt offered to take him to the train, but O'Neill declined, saying, "No, there'll be a nurse with me and I'll be all right." Krause and Atkinson visited the same day. Krause thought O'Neill in relatively fine shape. Atkinson also observed that he was in good spirits. O'Neill said he was happy about going back, Atkinson recalled, but I was shocked at how thin he was, and his hands shook so. He was in a humorous mood. I told him I had just seen the movie version of The Long Voyage Home and he said he had had the opportunity of taking a flat sum or a royalty on the deal, he'd chosen the flat sum and lost a lot of money. He said he always made the wrong decision when it came to money. The surprising fact is that O'Neill's enormous output during his lifetime brought him a net profit of less than $1 million. Charles Kennedy also found O'Neill in a humorous frame of mind. Like Russell Krause, Kennedy learned that O'Neill had been having Oriental dreams. He related a strange dream late in China and lasting 1,000 years, Kennedy recalled. We joked over the possibility that perhaps he was rewriting Marco Millions in his sleep. Kennedy ventured to offer O'Neill some mild advice, something he rarely took it upon himself to do. "If I were you, Gene, I'd get out more often when you're back in Boston," Kennedy said. "Yes," O'Neill agreed. "When you come to Boston we'll go to a lot of ball games together." The most emotional leave-taking occurred between O'Neill and Cummins. Cummins, who had been among the last to be told that O'Neill was going back, was convinced he would never see O'Neill again. He went with his wife to say goodbye. Sax brought a letter he had gotten from Una, Dorothy Cummins said. Una had asked Sax to give the letter to her father. Gene said he'd like to have it. And he put it under his pillow. Sax and I had offered Gene a home with us in Princeton, Dorothy added. I would have nursed him. But Gene said, I'm absolutely helpless. I can't even hold a cup of water. I can't burden you with this. Gene put his arms around Sax, his whole frame shook. He said, Goodbye, my brother. I went out of the room, weeping. Cummins was shattered, though he tried to understand O'Neill's motives in preferring to return to Carlotta rather than live with him and Dorothy. He was wounded to such a degree that, sometime later, he confided his distress to Professor Albert Einstein, a fellow resident at Princeton and a close friend. Dr. Einstein was very much interested in O'Neill's character and in his relationship with Carlotta. Indeed, he tried to comfort Cummins, but he was not able to give him a satisfactory answer. The paradoxes and complexities of the Black Irish temperament were out of his sphere. Bennett Cerf also saw O'Neill on May 16 but, far from bidding him goodbye, Cerf discussed his own offer of moving O'Neill into a suite at the Carlisle Hotel with a male nurse. Cerf had apparently not been informed of O'Neill's reaction to the Merrill Moore plan, and O'Neill, for reason of his own, chose not to enlighten him. The nurse was supposed to call for him the next day, Cerf said. He was all set to go to the Carlisle. The next day he left for Carlotta, instead. Shirley came to say goodbye on the morning of May 17. She was touched when O'Neill, forming the words painfully, commented on the new hat she was wearing. That is very natty, he said. Shirley herself was all but inarticulate with grief. You can't look at someone you love and just say goodbye, when you know it's the last time you'll see him, she later said. She finally thought of a way to save both herself and O'Neill the pain of an emotional farewell. "I'd like to take you to your train," she told him, knowing that arrangements had already been made for a nurse to take him, and that neither she nor O'Neill would have wished to say goodbye at the station. O'Neill understood. Gratefully he answered, "I'd like you to do that." Shirley, throwing him a KHS, said, "I'll phone you later," and hurried from the room, fighting back her tears. Later she called the hospital and was told by a nurse that O'Neill had left a message for her, just as Shylock had known he would. O'Neill had said goodbye and asked Juris not to come to the train because he did not want a dramatic farewell scene. He had already played too many. Taking his leave of Armina Langner the same day, O'Neill told her, "I know you and Lawrence and Sachs would do everything to help me, but I just can't live on your doorstep or on anyone else's." According to Ems. Langner, O'Neill thought he and Carlotta might be short of cash when he got to Boston and asked her for a loan of $5,000. "Of course, I wrote him a check at once," Mrs. Langner recalled, "and I asked him to sign a slip of paper with IOU. $5,000 written on it, no date, no strings, or anything, just a note for the theater Quilds records." A few days after O'Neill's departure, Carlotta sent Mrs. Langner a check for the $5,000 and asked for the IOU. Mrs. Langner put the I.O.Li. in the mail. She never heard from either of the O'Neills again. Ehrenberg, though he lent O'Neill no money and did not offer him a home, knew he was in line for amputation because of his part in the legal proceedings against Carlotta. With cynical foresight he told O'Neill the day he left the hospital, "Goodbye, Gene. I'll be fired in a week or so." O'Neill protested. But within a few days Ehrenberg received a notice that he was dismissed. A little before noon on May 17 O'Neill left Doctors' Hospital with a nurse. The nurse, a middle-aged woman named Sally Coughlin, settled him in a roomette on the Yankee Clipper for the 4-hour ride to Boston's Back Bay station. O'Neill, though he had gained a little, still weighed only 117 pounds. He sat huddled in an overcoat that emphasized his fragility. Miss Coughlin sat on a bench opposite him. That was the way Dr. Patterson found them when, taking time off from his busy schedule, he came down to the train to say goodbye to O'Neill. "I don't think I would have done this for any other patient," Dr. Patterson later said. "I wanted to make his trip easier for him. I felt that he loved Carlotta and wanted to go back to her. But he was suffering from hospitalitis. Everything had been secure for him at the hospital. We took care of all his thinking, and he hated to make a break." Dr. Patterson stepped up to O'Neill and patted his shoulder. "He looked small for all the clothes he was in," Dr. Patterson recalled. "I was used to seeing him in his bathrobe." "You're going to a good place," the doctor told his patient. "Everything is going to be all right." O'Neill at first could not bring out his words, although he was not shaking. Finally he managed a broken "thank you." The two men shook hands and Dr. Patterson, with a cheery wave, left the cramped roomette. LXV. "When O'Neill came back to me in Boston, I didn't go to the train to meet him," Carlotta said. "I couldn't do it. He had done something to me that never could be erased. I didn't know how he would act. The nurse brought him to the Shelton Hotel and when he came in he looked like a dead man. And as he walked by me he said, 'I'm sorry, forgive me, I love you.' He didn't even stop to say it. He walked right on and into his room. And that was that." Shortly after O'Neill's arrival, Carlotta told Boston reporters, "We haven't decided yet about where we're going to live," and added that the Marblehead house was up for sale. On the same day, in New York, Winfield Ehrenberg issued a press statement announcing that O'Neill and his wife had withdrawn all legal actions and were completely reconciled and that O'Neill was well again and in good spirits. Elliot Norton, a leading Boston drama critic, reached Mrs. O'Neill by telephone that afternoon and was told by her, I'm very glad to have him home." O'Neill, who was now very much on the defensive with Carlotta, felt that she was making a sacrifice in taking him back, for he was now not only an invalid but insolvent. His helplessness and Carlotta's sacrifice were subjects both of them dwelt on with masochistic pleasure. When Jean came back, he had no money and his friends had deserted him, according to Carlotta. Some time after his return he threatened to go away again. I said, "No one is keeping you, but let's not have another scandal." He said, "Oh, shut up," and he never brought it up again. But another time, he said, "Why do you stick with me?" I said that I wanted to help him, that he was no ordinary man. He would say, "I love you. I hate you." He was $17,000 in debt when he came back. I'd been able to get only $40,000 for the Marblehead house, and I had to pay off a $20,000 mortgage out of that. With the rest of the money I paid Jean's debts. Immediately on O'Neill's return, Carlotta went on 24-hour-a-day nursing duty. On many days O'Neill was totally incapacitated, though there were periods when he could hobble about, feed himself, and even write with a pencil. On bad days, however, Carlotta had to do everything for him. Since illness had reduced her husband to fragility, she was able to lift him and carry him about. "My back still aches from lifting him," she complained to a number of acquaintances several years after O'Neill's death. O'Neill fully appreciated Carlotta's sacrifice. He had been home only 10 days when he took steps to let her know of his gratitude. On May 28, 1951, he wrote a will, in which he made his wife his sole heir and executrix. The will, which began by stating, "I do expressly revoke all other wills or testamentary instruments heretofore made by me," may have replaced one in which he had named his children among his heirs. In his new will O'Neill specifically and explicitly cut off Shane and Una, as well as their issue now or hereafter born. An attorney, Albert B. Carey, drew up the will for O'Neill, and was one of the witnesses to O'Neill's signature. He found his client mentally alert. Another witness was Dr. Kozel. A day or two before the will was signed, Dr. Kozel wrote to Dr. Fisk, reporting that the O'Neills had a happy reunion and that he hoped it will continue. He was keeping a professional eye on them both, at their request. A few days after signing the will on June 3, O'Neill inscribed for Carlotta a set of uncorrect proofs of a moon for the misbegotten. "In a spirit of the humblest gratitude for her love which has forgiven my recent shameful conduct toward her." The suite in the Shelton Hotel became O'Neill's permanent home. His precarious health and Carlotta's unwillingness to struggle with the servant problem were among the principal reasons why a hotel residence was now the most practical form of housekeeping for them. In addition to bedrooms and living room, there was a small room whose windows overlooked the Charles River. O'Neill spent most of his waking hours there, seated in an armchair, thumbing through old copies of Theatre magazine. He saw practically no one but Carlotta, his doctors, his lawyers, and the hotel manager, Philip McBride, who, being a notary public, was summoned occasionally to put his official seal on legal documents. Mr. O'Neill hardly ever left his room, McBride recalled. He would just sit there and look out at the Charles. O'Neill did occasionally receive Russell Krauss as a visitor. "I called on him whenever I happened to be in Boston," Krauss said. Carlotta was always in the room with him. He seemed comfortable. On July 12, Drive W. Richard Oler, a Boston internist, was asked by Dr. Kozel to visit O'Neill. There was nothing specifically wrong, but Dr. Kozel thought O'Neill should have on call a doctor who was familiar with his condition. Dr. Oler, like all his predecessors, was immediately taken with O'Neill. "He was a pliable, lovable patient," Dr. Oler said. "But he struck me as a man in whom the flame had died. His wife would complain to me about him, and I had the feeling that they argued a lot. When I visited, I would usually find him sitting by the window, watching the sailboats on the river or the cars on the road along the riverbank. He was usually fully dressed when he couldn't dress himself, his wife dressed him. One of my big problems was trying to get him to eat. I thought if I could interest him in something, his appetite might improve. I was a detective story fan, and I urged him to read some. He did, and we used to discuss them. At one point he told me he could write a better detective story than any he'd read, and he said he was planning to write one. I don't think he ever did, but his appetite eventually picked up and he began to look better. O'Neill spoke slowly and was slow in his movements, but his mind was alert. What he lacked was spirit. We kept him on barbiturates to ease his tremor, but none of the drugs we had could help him fundamentally. At the urging of Dr. Oler, Carlotta engaged a professional nurse to relieve her for 8 hours a day. Jean didn't want a nurse, she said. He wanted no one else around. But his doctors told him that if he didn't get a nurse, I would end up needing one, because my spine wouldn't hold out, and he'd end up having to have 2 nurses around. So he agreed, and we hired Miss. Chronological table of O'Neill's published plays. Title, year, written date and place of first New York production. A Wife for a Life, Thirst 1913 to 1914, unproduced. Thirst 1913 to 1914. The Web 1913 to 1914, unproduced. Warnings 1913 to 1914, unproduced. Fog 1913 to 1914, The Playwrights Theatre, January 5, 1917. Recklessness 1913 J914, unproduced. Bound East for Cardiff 1913 to 1914, The Playwrights Theatre, Noy. 3, 1916. Servitude 1913 to 1914, unproduced. Abortion 1913 to 1914, unproduced. The Sniper 1915, The Playwrights Theatre, February 16, 1917. Before Breakfast 1916 to 1917, The Playwrights Theatre, December 1, 1916. The Movie Man 1916 to 1917, unproduced. Isle 1916 to 1917, The Playwrights Theatre, Noy 30, 1917. In the Zone 1916 to 1917, Comedy Theatre, October 31, 1917. The Long Voyage Home 1916 to 1917, The Playwrights Theatre, Noy. 2, 1917. The Moon of the Caribbees 1916 to 1917, The Playwrights Theatre, December 20, 1918. The Rope 1918, The Playwrights Theatre, Noy. 22, 1918. The Dreamy Kid 1918, The Playwrights Theatre, April 26, 1918. Beyond the Horizon 1918, The Playwrights Theatre, October 31, 1919. Where the Cross is Made 1918, Morosco Theatre, February 2, 1920. Chris Christopherson 1919. The Straw 1918 to 1919, Greenwich Village Theatre, Noy. 10, 1921. Gold 1920, Frazee Theatre, June 1, 1921. Anna Christie 1920, Vanderbilt Theatre, Noy. 10, 1921. The Emperor Jones 1920, The Playwrights Theatre, Noy. 3, 1920. Different 1920, The Playwrights Theatre, December 27, 1919. The First Man 1921, Neighborhood Playhouse, March 4, 1922. The Hairy Ape 1921, The Playwrights Theatre, March 9, 1922. The Fountain 1921 to 1922, Greenwich Village Theatre, December 10, 1925. Welded 1922 to 1923, 39 Th Street Theatre, March 17, 1924. All God's Children Got Wings 1923, Provincetown Playhouse, May 15, 1924. Desire Under the Elms 1924, Greenwich Village Theatre, Noy. N. 1925. Marco Millions 1923 to 1925, Guild Theatre, January 9, 1928. The Great God Brown 1925, Greenwich Village Theatre, January 23, I-91. Lazarus Laughed 1925 to 1926. Strange Interlude 1926–1927 John Golden Theatre, January 30, 1928. Dynamo 1928 Martin Beck Theatre, February 11, 1929. Morning Becomes Electra 1929–1931 Guild Theatre, October 26, 1931. Wilderness. 1932 Guild Theatre, October 2, 1933. Days Without End 1932–1933 Guild Theatre, January 8, 1934. A Touch of the Poet 1935–1942 Helen Hayes Theatre, October 2, 1958. The Iceman Cometh 1939 Martin Beck Theatre, September 2, 1946. Long Day's Journey into Night 1939–1941 Helen Hayes Theatre, Noy. 7, 1956. Huey 1941–1942 Royal Theatre, December 22, 1964. A Moon for the Misbegotten 1943 Bijou Theatre, May 2, 1957. More Stately Mansions Unfinished Broadhurst Theatre, October 31, 1967. Epilogue. Carlotta Monterey O'Neill survived her husband by 17 years. Far from being released by his death from the role of tragic heroine in which O'Neill had cast her, she continued to follow his script. O'Neill had chosen her to be his antagonist in a passionate personal drama of love and fury. She had fulfilled his expectations of her. She had helped him to live and she had helped him to die. Carlotta assumed with gusto her new role as widow and literary heir of the great dramatist. Her methods, particularly with regard to the disposition of some of the O'Neill plays, were sometimes viciously disparaged by O'Neill's friends and associates, but O'Neill himself would probably have viewed her actions with ironic detachment. He knew her character thoroughly and, knowing it, had left her the absolute right to dispose as she pleased of his literary estate. Her final years of loneliness and desperation and her eventual mental collapse were part of the O'Neill scenario. She became, like Mary Tyrone of Long Day's Journey into Night, a ghost haunting the past. There were no happy endings for O'Neill heroines, and Carlotta was the ultimate O'Neill heroine. For a while after O'Neill's death, Carlotta continued to live in semi-isolation at the Shelton Hotel. She saw her lawyers and doctors, and corresponded with a handful of people, mostly with regard to one or another aspect of O'Neill's plays and papers. Gradually, and uncannily, she began assuming O'Neill's character, in much the same way that Lavinia Manon, in Morning Becomes Electra, assumed the character of her dead mother, Christine. Carlotta played a dual role, that of the dramatically mourning widow, who dressed exclusively in black, down to her carefully chosen jewelry of jet, and that of O'Neill's alter ego, managing his literary property in a manner that was, she believed, dictated to her in vaguely mystical terms by O'Neill's spirit. 6 months after O'Neill's death, Carlotta wrote to Brooks Atkinson, from the Shelton. Have been working hours a day up to 11 or 12 at night. Good, in a way. I sleep at least 4 solid hours a night. A heartbreaking job beginning February 10, 1928 until Jean's death. But, this must be done. I found the diaries were fading. And it must be done right and honestly. I must stick to the diaries, which will take me all summer, she wrote to Atkinson. All I do is work and talk to Mr. Meserve, my lawyer here. 3 months later, she wrote again to Atkinson, this time complaining, with mixed anger and humor, that the Random House set of O'Neill's plays had been allowed to go out of print. If the books were not to be had in the stores, she wrote, the would-be purchaser gives up his effort of owning O'Neill's works and Mrs. O'Neill eats less, so to speak. All this disturbs me more than I care to say. Not for me. Jean isn't dead 9 months and this is how they behave. It sickens me. Late in 1955 Carlotta moved from Boston to the Lowell Hotel in New York. She and O'Neill had stayed there briefly years earlier, and now his ghost moved in with her. On November 27, she wrote to Atkinson. 2 years ago today at this hour Jean was dying. Will I ever be able to free myself from this man and the love I felt for him? For the next 12 months Carlotta engaged in a tug-of-war about long day's journey into night. The war took place on several levels. There was the initial struggle with Random House, which was trying to honor O'Neill's written wishes with regard to withholding the play for 25 years after his death. Carlotta, of course, triumphed, and gave the play to the Yale University Press, which published it in February of 1956. In the same month it was produced in Stockholm with great success. And now Carlotta, not entirely convinced that she was really carrying out O'Neill's wishes, began struggling with her conscience. In April of 1956 she wrote to the Broadway producer, Alexander H. Cohen. I regret to have to tell you Long Day's Journey into Night is not available for production in this country. I am carrying out O'Neill's wishes to the letter. He wished me to publish this play but not to allow it to be produced by anyone under any conditions. I hope you understand. The letter mystified Cohen, who, of course, knew the play had been produced in Sweden. A month later, Carlotta did a turnabout and gave the play for production on Broadway to the young Proto-King directing team of Theodore Mann and Jose Quintero. Her reason was that she admired their off-Broadway revival, that May, of The Iceman Cometh, a superb production that featured an unknown actor named Jason Robards in the role of Hickey. The revival was enormously successful, and critics began re-evaluating O'Neill's gift. Carlotta was shrewd enough to realize that a production of Long Day's Journey could revitalize O'Neill's reputation and that Mrs. O'Neill could eat more, so to speak. Carlotta liked to eat well. She had been accustomed all of her adult life to luxurious and elegant surroundings. At 68, she was still a handsome, vital woman. After her many years of seclusion with O'Neill and following his death, she was enjoying her re-emergence into the world. Not that she became a social butterfly. Her social and business contacts were strictly limited, and she carefully maintained an air of semi-seclusion and noblesse oblige, inviting a select group of acquaintances to lunch or, more rarely, dinner from time to time. The meals sometimes served in her hotel suite, sometimes at the Quo Vadis restaurant, sometimes at Passy, sometimes in the dining room of the Carlton House, where she moved from the Lowell, were always lavish, prolonged, and festive, and quite often very gay. While Carlotta was exceedingly erratic and volatile and could strike like a serpent when she fancied herself crossed, she could also be warm, funny, loquacious, and entertaining. But to all those to whom she drew close during the next dozen years, it was apparent that she was a haunted soul, still embattled with O'Neill, reliving and questioning her relationship with him. The emotional whirlpool in which she spun was exhausting. Every decision she made regarding the production of an O'Neill play seemed to intensify the deadly struggle in which she was locked with O'Neill's ghost. Carmen Capalbo and Stanley Chase were two in the series of young producers and directors who caught Carlotta's fancy and were, for a time, captivated by her. In May of 1957 they produced on Broadway A Moon for the Misbegotten. One day, in the fall of 1956, Capalbo and Chase were invited to the Lowell for dinner. They sent ahead a huge bouquet of yellow pompons and brought with them a bottle of wine. Mrs. O'Neill was appreciative, but acted very coy. Capalbo recalled, she said, "So charming, so European." Carlotta's suite was sparingly dotted with memorabilia, framed inscriptions of plays from O'Neill to his wife, photographs of both O'Neills, including a particularly charming one taken in the woods in France, showing them leaning against a thick, ivy-covered tree trunk, smiling tenderly. A small ceramic Dalmatian, symbolizing the O'Neills' beloved Blomie, stood on the mantelpiece of the living room. And, of course, there was Esteban on the couch. "That monkey had the silliest grin you ever saw," Capalbo said. Mrs. O'Neill would jokingly address wisecracks to it, every so often. There were bookcases filled with volumes of O'Neill's plays. Capalbo was surprised at the lack of sentimental clutter, and ventured to ask where all of O'Neill's scrapbooks and other effects were kept. "I sent everything to Yale," Carlotta said. "When I need something they send it here for me." Carlotta asked Capalbo and Chase what they wanted to drink. They hesitated, not knowing whether she approved of drinking, and finally took a chance on asking for cocktails. "Good," Carlotta said. "I like people who take a drink. There are 3 important things in this world: eating, drinking and making love." The meal was sent up from Passy. It was sumptuous, Capalbo recalled. Steak, broccoli hollandaise, French peas, wine, etc. The waiter who served us was an old man whom Mrs. O'Neill had known for years. They reminisced a little about the old days at the restaurant. She treated him in the manner of a great lady to an old retainer, warmly, but aware of the distinction. After dinner, Carlotta insisted on serving brandy. The apartment was uncomfortably hot, and Capalbo, slightly stupefied from the meal, the liquor, and the heat, suggested opening a window. Carlotta said she kept the windows closed, because the cold affected her arthritic hands, but she allowed him to open a window for a few minutes. We'd open it and close it every so often till around 12:30 a.m., when we finally left, Capalbo said. Stanley and I were reeling. We went to Piuben's and sat up all night talking about the evening. It was an extraordinary experience. There had been no sequence to her conversation. It was as though she were on a psychiatrist's couch. Within a half hour after we arrived, she started telling us the most intimate things about her relationship with O'Neill. We were stunned, not so much by the information she gave us, but because she talked so freely. She would say things like, "Jean was such a horror, crazy." Then she'd cast her eyes heavenward and say, "Oh, Jean, he was my darling baby. I was his mother. He never had a mother." She was a dope fiend. Most of the people Carlotta saw were men. She throve on being courted, and had little use for women, with 1 or 2 exceptions. Most women, particularly on short acquaintance, made her nervous. A woman writer who was asked to lunch by Carlotta at Quo Vadis in the spring of 1957 found her personality almost painfully forceful, but her looks surprisingly drab. Her face was bloodless and she wore no trace of makeup. The white skin was unlined, but there were purple shadows under her eyes. She wore tinted glasses, and explained that she had ruined her eyesight deciphering O'Neill's handwriting. Her hair was iron gray, thick, silky, short, and brushed straight back in a boyish style. She was, as always, dressed in black stockings, a black wool suit, a black silk blouse, a black satin pillbox hat. Her hands were remarkable square, puffy, with thick fingers and heavily mottled skin. During the luncheon, they were never still for a moment. While she spoke, her hands were busy playing out a private, almost frantic pattern of their own, unrelated to what she was saying. She moved the silverware about, arranging and rearranging the knives and forks into vertical and horizontal patterns. She smoothed her napkin along the edge of the table, pleated it, crumpled it, then smoothed it again. After lunch, in her suite, she pulled and twisted the wire of a table lamp with such unconscious abandon that she nearly toppled the lamp. By contrast with this near-hysterical manipulation, her voice was deep, vibrant, theatrical, and beautifully controlled, often conveying the effect of rehearsed speeches. In speaking of O'Neill's and her own friends and acquaintances, she showed a marked preference for the men they had known. She slandered every woman whose name was mentioned, with the exception of the nurse who had attended O'Neill in his final months of illness. In parting from her bemused guest, Carlotta suddenly confided that she was terribly shy. "Even the butcher or baker can terrify me," she said. "You wouldn't think it, with all my English training, but I really am shy." It might very possibly have been the truth. Carlotta was established at the Carlton House, an elegant residential hotel on Madison Avenue, when Theodore Mann began seeing her regularly. Her flat on the 11th floor, IICC for Carlotta, she would gaily tell visitors, was painted a bright, pumpkin yellow and was tastefully and comfortably furnished. "I got to feel very responsible for her," Mann said. I had moved into an apartment not far from the Carlton house and I would drop in very often to see her. To spend lunch with her was to practically spend a day. While Carlotta's appetite was undiminished, she was, by this time, feeling her age. When we walked to a restaurant, man said, she used to walk very, very slowly. She was afraid of falling down. But she enjoyed the exercise. Sometimes we'd walk to the Central Park Zoo. She always went to the monkey house. She loved the monkey house. Man was amused but not surprised by Carlotta's evident affinity for monkeys. He had heard that Carlotta had met O'Neill for the first time during the Broadway production of The Hairy Ape, and he had been introduced to Esteban and told that the stuffed monkey had been O'Neill's first gift to her. But he was startled to see that the monkeys in the zoo seemed to return Carlotta's affection. Even when there was a whole crowd of people looking at the monkeys, they would pick her out, he said. They would look right at her. She really had a very close thing with them. Man felt that if he did not regularly accompany Carlotta on walks, she would not go out at all. I'm sure that, like every other woman, she was seeing other people and had a whole other life, he recalled. But the man always likes to think he's the only one. During the next few years, Carlotta would often complain of being short of money, of being harassed by business responsibilities and of being haunted by O'Neill. She tended, at times, out of loneliness and depression, to drink too much. But she had lapses that were due to more than over-drinking. She would give things away impulsively: jewelry, clothing, bric-a-brac, even the rights to plays. Once, during the summer, her behavior became so erratic that her doctor put her into Regent Hospital, a small, private facility on East 61st Street. She just clicked out, man recalled. She was there about 4 weeks. I visited her, but I'm not sure she knew who I was. She made a remarkable recovery, though. Later on, I saw her at the Carlton house and she was fine. She was never quite the same as she had been. But she would have periods of tremendous lucidity. And then there would be times when she would kind of drift off. Her whole life at this time was totally centered on O'Neill. Everything was a recalling of her various experiences with O'Neill. And she would interweave episodes and characters from the plays into her conversation, without making any distinction between them and the actual episodes and people in her and O'Neill's lives. She would also say, often, that she wanted to die. She wasn't bitter about it, she just said she was tired. The 3 persons who were most closely in touch with Carlotta throughout the time she lived in New York, following O'Neill's death, were O'Neill's literary agent, the lawyer handling O'Neill's estate, and the curator of the O'Neill collection at Yale. Of the 3, O'Neill's agent, Jane Rubin, was perhaps the most long-suffering. Miss Rubin had been handling the O'Neill plays since the death of Richard Madden. After O'Neill's death, she found herself assuming a number of duties for Carlotta, out of old friendship, above and beyond those of a literary representative. When Carlotta was in failing health, physically or emotionally, Miss Rubin helped to look after her. There were times when Carlotta was completely helpless. She had no relatives on whom she could call. Her daughter, Cynthia, lived in California and had serious difficulties of her own. Over the years, Carlotta's close friends had either been cut off, or died, or moved far away. Miss Rubin seems to have been the only woman friend Carlotta had within calling distance. It was Miss Rubin who, in consultation with Carlotta's doctor, oversaw her stays in the hospital, visited her regularly, brought her the things she needed, and acted as a buffer between Carlotta and her social and business obligations. Richard Crockett, of the law firm Cadwallader, Wickersham and Taft, paid Carlotta's bills and also made it a point to visit her regularly. Carlotta probably felt the closest, however, to Dr. Donald Gallup, because of his guardianship of, and intimacy with, the O'Neill papers at Yale. In a sense, he and Carlotta now shared O'Neill's life. Carlotta lived with her memories of O'Neill, and Dr. Gallup lived with the tangible evidence of O'Neill's life work. He spent the major part of almost every day at the Bain Ek Rare Book and Manuscript Library, collating the material in the vast O'Neill collection. Dr. Gallup's involvement with both O'Neill and Carlotta led him, in 1962, to undertake a somewhat quixotic project. He edited a version of More Stately Mansions with, of course, Carlotta's blessing, and this, in tum, eventually led to a Broadway production. In the prefatory note to the published version of More Stately Mansions, Dr. Gallup has described the circumstances that inspired the project. In the spring of 1957, Mrs. O'Neill informed Carl Ragnar Giro, then director of the Swedish Royal Dramatic Theatre, of the existence of More Stately Mansions, and eventually gave Kim permission to attempt to shorten the script for possible production in Swedish translation. There was at that time no question of its publication, either in Swedish or in English. After 5 years, Mr. Giro succeeded in making an acting version, guided in part by the author's own notes, but following Mrs. O'Neill's stipulation that only O'Neill's words could be used. Mrs. O'Neill now feels that this play should be produced in future only in the repertory of the Swedish Royal Dramatic Theatre, but she has agreed that its text may be made available for students of O'Neill's work. Had he lived, O'Neill would certainly have revised and rewritten extensively, as he always did. But shortened by a friend, in whose judgment he had confidence, the text is one which O'Neill himself might well have authorized for publication. Dr. Gallup was aware, he referred to it in his preface, that on a flyleaf laid into the unfinished manuscript of More Stately Mansions, O'Neill had written, "Unfinished work. This script to be destroyed in case of my death." That Carlotta, in her highly volatile state, should have disregarded O'Neill's enjoinder to her is understandable, if dismaying. On April 26, 1961, she told a drama reporter, who had heard about Dr. Giro's attempt to shorten More Stately Mansions, "I can't stand it when people question what I'm doing with O'Neill's plays. I am carrying out his wishes. He gave me the plays and said I could do anything I wanted with them, burn them, destroy them." O'Neill held the Swedish Royal Dramatic Theatre in very high esteem. "Giving them this play to do is a tribute from my husband to that theatre. The play is not to be produced by any other theatre and not to be published ever." That O'Neill's written instructions were ignored, and that the published version of More Stately Mansions was proclaimed as a new play by Eugene O'Neill is more difficult to accept. The play, as published, is clumsy and unconvincing. It might have been clumsy and unconvincing had O'Neill completed it himself. But he did not, and, in fairness, the record should show that More Stately Mansions is, quite simply, not an O'Neill play. More Stately Mansions was produced on Broadway in October 1967, again in the guise of a new play by O'Neill. It was not well received by the critics, but had a run of several months, largely because Ingrid Bergman, making a Broadway comeback, looked beautiful and youthful and glamorous in the leading role. The production was directed by José Quintero, whose perceptive interpretations of Long Day's Journey into Night and The Iceman Cometh had been largely responsible for America's resurgence of interest in O'Neill during the 1950s and 1960s. Quintero, since 1956, had had a very close relationship with Carlotta. Their friendship had its ups and downs. "She would drive me, sometimes, to the point where I wanted to choke her," he said. "She had a tongue that could cut." The qualities that enabled Quintero to interpret O'Neill brilliantly and intuitively were also those that recommended him to Carlotta, and that caused their quarrels. Quintero was sensitive, mercurial, and often passionately theatrical. In his early 30s at the time, he was handsome, slim, and dark, with piercing eyes that resembled O'Neill's. In a number of ways he might have been a Latin incarnation of the Black Irish O'Neill. Quintero was dazzled by Carlotta. Having long been an ardent admirer of O'Neill's work, he found it easy to be swept into the aura of O'Neill's widow. And, of course, he was flattered by her interest in him. Quite early in their friendship, Carlotta gave Quintero O'Neill's wedding ring and insisted that he wear it. Later, during her lapses, Carlotta would often address him as Gene. During these times she grew very defensive, shouting at Jean to stop tormenting her, stop accusing her. At other times she would tell Quintero, "He comes and stares at me in the night." On these occasions Quintero did his best to defend Carlotta to her husband's ghost. Carlotta was grateful, as she was to anyone who seemed sympathetic and understanding about her relationship with O'Neill. She knew there were some who believed O'Neill had hated her and had been imprisoned by her, and accused her of inventing the ardent inscriptions to her in the published versions of his later plays. This infuriated her by its injustice. Primarily to dispel this myth, Carlotta collected about 100 letters, poems, and inscriptions that O'Neill had written to her between 1926 and 1952, and arranged to have them photographed and privately printed by the Yale University Library. In May of 1960, she sent the book to O'Neill's biographers, with a triumphant note. "Now that you have inscriptions, there can be no question as to who wrote them. Indeed there cannot." Shortly before the breakdown that sent her to Regent Hospital, Quintero became aware, on his visits, that Carlotta was beginning what he later came to regard as a certain kind of pattern. "She gave away a ruby bracelet to the elevator operator," he said. "She would give me jewelry for my sister and my mother. I'd leave it on the table when I went. One time she began talking to an empty chair, as though O'Neill were sitting on it. But when she was at her best, she was the most charming conversationalist. She had a very broad, all-encompassing kind of humor. She was enormously pleasant to look at. She hadn't just shared a life with O'Neill. She had embraced his life and lived it with him. She really had a right to be Mrs. Eugene O'Neill. And she was tremendously loyal to him as an artist." Early in 1968 Quintero left for Mexico. Not long before he left, Carlotta asked him if he knew of a lawyer who might represent her personally. She said she wanted someone for herself, not a lawyer for the O'Neill estate. Quintero said, "Someone who would look after her personal interests, since she had no family to do this for her. I went to see a lawyer, and I took him to Mrs. O'Neill. He called Jane Rubin, and I don't know what happened, but the lawyer called me and said he didn't think he could handle it. Jane Rubin was cool to me after that." By October of 1968, Carlotta again seemed to be verging on a breakdown. Her behavior had become irrational. Some members of the Carlton House staff attributed it to drinking, but it was actually due to a psychiatric disorder. Carlotta was now nearly 80. Dr. Gallup, who saw her in October, said that it was he who persuaded her to enter a nursing home. "It was very plain that she needed care," he said. But it was Miss Rubin who accompanied her, once again, to Regent Hospital toward the end of October. Among the personal effects that Miss Rubin took along for Carlotta was Esteban. Miss Rubin said it was shortly after this that she became convinced, after consulting with Carlotta's doctor, Gilbert R. Sherrick, that Carlotta would never again be able to live by herself. Confirming this, Dr. Sherrick said that it was clearly hopeless for Carlotta to remain at the Carlton House. The management was becoming exercised about Mrs. O'Neill's behavior, he added. She would wander in the halls, and go down to the desk and complain that people were spying on her. Carlotta became Dr. Sherrick's patient in 1967, when the older doctor who had attended her for many years during her stays in New York retired and left his practice to Dr. Sherrick. Though quite young, Dr. Sherrick had excellent credentials. He became quickly convinced that Regent Hospital could not give Carlotta the care she needed. In November 1968, he arranged for her to be admitted to the psychiatric ward at St. Luke's Hospital on Amsterdam Avenue at 114 Th Street. The apartment at the Carlton House was given up, and Miss Rubin packed up all of Carlotta's possessions and sent them to storage. Among them were several wardrobe trunks of clothes, her jewelry, books, papers, and a few items of furniture. There was one item, of little intrinsic value, but of major significance to all those who knew Carlotta in her final years, that Miss Rubin could not account for. It was the stuffed monkey, Esteban. Miss Rubin could not recall ever seeing it again after she deposited it with Carlotta at Regent Hospital. Miss Rubin's explanation of why Carlotta, with her ample financial means and access to the best medical care, was transferred to St. Luke's and not to one of the better-known psychiatric facilities, such as Payne Whitney, was that we wanted to avoid publicity, we wanted Carlotta somewhere she would not be known. Dr. Gallup's recollection was that St. Luke's was chosen simply because Dr. Sherrick was an attending physician there, and Dr. Sherrick himself said he believed St. Luke's psychiatric facilities were much the same as those of any other reputable hospital. The only thing better would have been round-the-clock nursing care in her own home, he said, and that kind of arrangement for Mrs. O'Neill, or for almost anyone, would have been prohibitively expensive. At St. Luke's Mrs. O'Neill was very attentively looked after by the staff, and she could not have had better treatment in any other hospital. Carlotta, according to Dr. Sherrick, was suffering from senile psychosis in one of its more aggravated forms. Her behavior was, at times, violent, he said. She was somewhat paranoid and believed that certain people were out to molest her. She had delusions. At St. Luke's she was given custodial care and treated with Thorazine, a strong tranquilizer. Dr. Gallup saw Carlotta for the first time at St. Luke's in late December, 1968. She was on the violent ward, and a visitor had to be passed through locked doors. Off the corridor there were 4 rooms, and Mrs. O'Neill was in one of them. It was a large, bare room, with a barred window. She seemed quite rational. On Dr. Gallup's second visit, about a month later, he felt that Carlotta's condition had worsened. He attributed this to her grim surroundings. At one point, he said, a woman wandered into Mrs. O'Neill's room and began talking to me about something that was obviously very important to her, but didn't make much sense. Mrs. O'Neill said, "Pay no attention, she's a loony." Dr. Gallup spoke to Dr. Sherrick about the possibility of moving Carlotta into a more felicitous atmosphere. Dr. Sherrick had to agree that Carlotta was deteriorating rapidly, but believed, as he put it, that she would not have reacted well to any institutional setting, and her disorder was such that an institutional setting was mandatory. But he was concerned. At one time, I really feared for her life, he said. She stopped eating, and lost a shocking amount of weight. But Carlotta made a sudden and surprising recovery. In a sense, you could say it was a complete recovery, Dr. Sherrick said. She got back to the state she had been in before coming to St. Luke's. She still had senile trends. On his final visit to St. Luke's, shortly before Carlotta was discharged, Dr. Gallup found she had been moved out of the psychiatric ward into a private room in the general medical section. Quintero returned to New York at the end of January, 1969. He had brought back a few small gifts for Carlotta, and he telephoned her at the Carlton House the day he arrived. He met what he regarded as very mysterious resistance. The manager told him Carlotta had left, but would not say when or where she had gone. He was very courteous, Quintero said, but told me he was under strict orders not to let anyone know where Mrs. O'Neill was. Quintero, aware that Jane Rubin was not likely to receive him with much warmth, nevertheless telephoned her. I could tell by her voice that she was sorry she had answered the phone, Quintero said. But I told her that the hotel would not tell me anything about Mrs. O'Neill, and that I wanted to know where she was. She said she was very sorry, but she couldn't tell me that. I said I had to find her, I was going to find her some way, even if I had to put an ad in the newspapers. Finally she said that the best she could do was to give me the name of Mrs. O'Neill's doctor. Quintero telephoned Dr. Sherrick, who, after some hesitation, conceded that Carlotta was very ill and was at St. Luke's. According to Quintero, Dr. Sherrick suggested they meet in the hospital lobby at 7 that evening. The visiting hour was from 7 to 8, he said. They would have coffee in the cafeteria, and he would explain certain things. I went, and it got to be 7:15 no doctor, 7:30 no doctor. At 7:40, fearful of missing the visiting hour completely, Quintero, armed with the doctor's name, talked his way onto the floor where Carlotta was a patient. There, he told the nurse that he was a relative of Carlotta's on the Spanish side, the Monterrey side, we're first cousins. He was let into the ward. It was not a private room. It was not even a room for two, Quintero said, recalling his initial shock. 3 women were in this room. There was a small window with bars in it. Part of the room was in gloom. Mrs. O'Neill's lamp was off and she was sitting at the very edge of the bed, looking out through the barred window. I didn't recognize her from the back at first, because her hair was down to her shoulders. I said, "Mrs. O'Neill." No response. I said, "Carlotta." No response. Finally, she looked at me and said, "There you are bothering me again, Jean. Haven't I expiated enough? Not even Lavinia had to go through what I've gone through." Finally, said Quintero, she recognized me, and we had a chat. He was horrified at the way Carlotta looked. She was wearing a once elegant black street dress, now stained and soiled all over. Her hair was a mess, and her nails, which she always wore very short and polished, were so long and ragged. I couldn't believe that the widow of America's greatest playwright was in this kind of situation. Not only the madness, because I know that was inherent in Carlotta, but to see the conditions in which that madness was surrounded. And she told me she had only that one dress she was wearing, and a white hospital gown that she could change into while the black dress was being cleaned. She said she didn't need much. During the course of the conversation, Carlotta would switch back and forth between recognition of Quintero and addressing him as Jose, and accusing him of being Jean, come to upset her. At one point she began talking about those beautiful kimonos we bought in Shanghai. "Don't you remember, Jean?" she said. "Or were you too drunk to remember?" Knowing something of the O'Neill's background and the China episode, Quintero could follow Carlotta's conversation. "The conversation did not seem mad at all to me," he said. Carlotta had moments in which she was oriented enough to ask Quintero quite rational questions about his mother and sister. She also told him that she wanted to leave the hospital, and asked if he would come back. At one point Quintero asked her why she had let her hair grow so long. She replied that she would not let that butcher touch her hair. Quintero, like Dr. Gallup, felt that Carlotta's surroundings might be a contributing factor in her mental condition. "I could understand how she felt," he said. "You couldn't ask Carlotta Monterrey O'Neill to submit to that. She had grown accustomed to a certain way of being handled. It was impossible for her, really impossible. She was a vain woman with cause. When I left, I promised her I would come back." Quintero did the one thing he could do for Carlotta, to mitigate somewhat the squalor of her existence. He made an appointment with her hairdresser from the Carlton House, to accompany him to St. Luke's and give her hair a proper trim. He cut her hair, and she was perfectly willing to let him trim her nails, too, Quintero said. People came to the door to watch. I chatted with her, and she was quite lucid. We talked about the theater, and about O'Neill. She was wearing a clean dress. Jane had brought it. Shortly after this visit, Quintero's father died, and he returned to his native Panama for a long stay. He never saw Carlotta again. In March of 1968, Carlotta was transferred to the DeWitt Nursing Home on East 79th Street, where she spent the next 15 months until July of 1970. There, again, she was visited regularly by Crockett, Dr. Gallup, and Miss Rubin. Dr. Sherrick continued to attend her. She was no longer on Thorazine, he said. That had gradually been tapered off before she left St. Luke's. With Dr. Sherrick, Carlotta would ruminate about her past, about O'Neill, and often about her own early life. In the winter of 1970, Miss Rubin was seriously injured in a car accident and was confined for some time to a hospital. When she recovered, she decided to retire and move with her husband to Sarasota, Florida. Carlotta didn't know me, Miss Rubin said, recalling her last visits before she left New York. There was really nothing I could do for her anymore. To fill the gap left by Miss Rubin, Richard Crockett engaged an English woman, Marjorie Miller, to act as a kind of companion to Carlotta. She looked after her clothes, bought her underwear, did the kind of things Carlotta needed a woman for, Crockett said. She visited Carlotta twice a week. Carlotta grew unhappy with DeWitt. It was as good a nursing home as any, Crockett said, but it was a big institution, with all the drawbacks of that sort of place. One of the things Carlotta complained about was that an attendant was always at her side. Carlotta still had a tendency to wander. She would wander into other patients' rooms and disturb them. And DeWitt insisted on keeping someone with her to prevent this. She didn't like the way she was handled. It was felt that Carlotta would be happier in the country. In June of 1970, Crockett and Miss Miller drove Carlotta to Westwood, New Jersey, to look at the Valley Nursing Home. It seemed to please her, and she was, accordingly, transferred there in July. Only 8 years in existence at the time Carlotta became a patient, the Valley Nursing Home was pleasantly situated in a country atmosphere. It was not a place you'd choose to give a party, Crockett said, but for a nursing home, it was pleasant. Both Crockett and Dr. Gallup, who visited her there, felt that Carlotta was reasonably contented. Crockett, who saw her for the last time in October of 1970, said that she was aware of her surroundings and seemed to relate to the staff and other patients. Dr. Gallup saw her at the beginning of November. Both men spoke with her attending physician, Dr. H. Richard Hoff, and were assured that for a woman of her age, she was now nearly 82, she was in good health and might live to be 100. Carlotta's death, on November 18, 1Q70, was a shock to both men. Evidently it was sudden, for neither had had any word from the nursing home that she was failing. Arteriosclerotic coronary thrombosis was given as the cause of death. More simply, her heart had worn out. Carlotta had instructed in her will that her remains be cremated, and her ashes interred in the lot she had bought for O'Neill and herself. She had left no other instructions in her will regarding the disposition of her remains, but Crockett said she had written him memoranda asking that there be no religious rites at her burial. Only a handful of people were notified. Crockett sent a paid announcement of Carlotta's death to the New York Times, and it appeared in the agate type, alphabetical listing on the obituary page. He reasoned that someone on the Times would recognize Carlotta's name, know that his law firm represented her, and call him for details. That is what happened. An alert editor spotted it, and ordered a full-length obituary, which appeared in the Times on November 21. The date of the burial was not given. On November 28, within 4 days of the date that O'Neill, 17 years earlier, had been secretly buried in the Forest Hills Cemetery in Boston, Carlotta's ashes were placed beside her husband's grave, under the Italian marble headstone Carlotta had bought. Several of the mourners who attended the interment, which, like O'Neill's, was accompanied by no ceremony, were the same as those who had looked on when O'Neill was buried. Dr. Kozel was there, and O'Neill's nurse, Jean Weldon. Also present were Crockett, Dr. Gallup, and Carlotta's Boston lawyer, Robert Meserve. No one planted laurel for Carlotta. Carlotta Monterey O'Neill wrote a will, on October 23, 1964, bequeathing all of O'Neill's papers not yet at Yale to the O'Neill collection, and making Yale the beneficiary of all royalties from the O'Neill plays. Carlotta stipulated that a portion of the royalties be used for the establishment of Eugene O'Neill scholarships, to be awarded to worthy students of playwriting. Richard Crockett and another member of his law firm, Jacqueline Swords, were named Carlotta's trustees. Swords was personally acquainted with Carlotta, and was chosen as the second trustee because of his experience with copyright litigation. Carlotta would sign over the rights to things she didn't own, Crockett said, things she had already signed over to someone else. That was when we needed someone experienced in litigation to act for her. Carlotta left all of her jewelry, wearing apparel, and personal household effects to her daughter, Cynthia. And in a codicil to the will, made on March 3, 1967, Carlotta left bequests of $25,000 each to Cynthia and to her grandson, Jerry Eugene Stram, directing that these sums be paid as soon as possible after my death. This was done to sidestep an intricate tax problem. The codicil made it possible, according to Crockett, for the estate to dispense the cash bequest quickly. Carlotta's signature on the will, while not as flamboyantly aggressive as it once had been, still had the large capital C and flowing connectives of former years. On the codicil, signed 2.5 years later, her signature is that of a feeble old woman, not minuscule, like O'Neill's, but every bit as shaky. The two signatures symbolize Carlotta's decline from the assertive, still forceful woman she was at 75 to the distraught wraith she had become at 79. Carlotta had been in poor health for some time, Crockett recalled. Her eyesight was bad. She was almost blind. In order for her to be able to see to sign the codicil, Crockett arranged a chair for her under the brightest lamp in her apartment, and handed her the magnifying glass she had used to decipher O'Neill's writing. Carlotta's jewelry was sold at auction, at Cynthia's request, by the Park Burnett Gallery in May of 1971. The most expensive piece was a platinum, diamond, and sapphire ring that brought $4,000, the whole lot brought only $6,980. Another auction was held to dispose of furniture, bric-a-brac, and clothing, also at Cynthia's request. This sale netted $2,690. Cynthia had asked that a few of her mother's things be sent to her, Crockett said. We packed them up and shipped them to California in two of Carlotta's old and very expensive Vuitton trunks. And certain things Cynthia asked us to give away. She wanted Marjorie Miller to have her mother's television set, for example. Carlotta's most priceless possession, her memories of O'Neill, she could bequeath to no one. They were painfully, preciously, her own. She tried to share some of them with O'Neill's biographers in a taped interview, at the end of 1961, when her mind was still clear, her voice dramatically self-assured, and her collapse into a haunted past still some years off. These memories random, rambling, but throbbing with the wonder and exultation of having captivated and been held captive by the extraordinary man who was her husband are Carlotta Monterey O'Neill's most fitting epitaph. He asked me if he could come to tea. He came, and he drank 4 cups. And he sat there, looking like Hamlet in distress. And he started talking, and began with his birth, almost, with his earliest memories of babyhood. And he talked and he talked and he talked, the whole time looking as if he were tortured. Then suddenly he looked at the clock, and said, "Oh, my God, I've got to go," and off he flew. Then he rang up again, asking if he could come up to tea again. I thought, what is this, that poor man? So I said, certainly. He came to tea and he began right where he'd left off the last time. He looked so tortured. He looked so unhappy. And he was dressed almost shabby. He didn't have the right things on. And then I didn't see him for months. And then he asked me if I'd have lunch with him. And he was staying at a funny, rat trap hotel. And I said, why, yes, I'd be delighted. And I became interested in him. What was he like, this man who had this talent? But he was not the kind of man you fall in love with. I don't think any woman could fall in love with him, because they were all frightened. Even after I married him I was frightened. I went to this frowsy hotel, with rubber plants sitting around, and I went to the desk and said I have an appointment for lunch with Mr. O'Neill, and they phoned up and said for me to go upstairs. I said, has he a sitting room? They said, yes, he has a sitting room, so I went up. I wish you'd seen the sitting room. It had a table and a frowsy couch and a couple of chairs. I broke my nail and I said to him, have you a nail file, please? And he went into his frowsy little bedroom and he was fussing, and I said, Do you want me to look? I wish you'd seen his suitcase. It had nothing in it but a couple of frowsy, torn pajamas, no dressing gown, no bedroom slippers, no anything. That's what got old, maternal Monterey, you see. We went downstairs and had a not too good luncheon. And I said, thank you so much, what size is your neck? And I went over to Abercrombie and Fitch and I bought him a fitted case and pajamas and socks and a dressing gown and God knows what else, and sent them to him. Why, he nearly had fits when he got them. He'd never seen such things. I don't know what his life was like, but he didn't have anything to wear. And he was working all the time, making money, and I don't know where the money went. I didn't see him for months after that. I think O'Neill looked upon me at that time very much as a savior and a mother. I really do. If you live with a man, you're either his wife or his mistress, whichever he wishes you to be. The wife tends to the house, and the mistress wants to love him. Speaking of mourning becomes Electra. We wrote that play, he wrote that play 6 times. And then he'd tear it up at the end of the year and write it all over again. He wrote it 6 times and I typed it 6 times. I said to him, why do I have to retype the whole damn thing 6 times? He would write it from a different angle. Some men, when they rewrite plays, they keep this page and they keep that page, to put in here, and this scene can be used over again. Not him. The whole thing, and he would think, and start from a new point of view. And that's the way it went. Speaking of her husband's entry into the world. There she was, in a hotel room again. She felt pains, and whatnot, and she rang for the maid and told her to go down to the bar and see if her husband was there, and tell him to come quick. So he came up quick. He was in the bar. And she said, get me a doctor, quick. And this is what angers me, and upsets me. They had no nurse arranged. They had no layette. They had nothing. And he goes downstairs, asking for the hotel doctor. Now you can imagine what the hotel doctor is like. He comes upstairs smoking a cigar, and he doesn't even wash his hands. Well, she's delivered of Eugene O'Neill. I'm surprised that he lived. I asked him once how he had the guts to quit drinking. And he said, Carlotta, I came to the place where I had to decide whether I was going to be a drunk or a writer. And I preferred to go through the hell of never drinking, and being a writer. He had 3 or 4 lapses. But he had them cold-bloodedly. This is what I think is wonderful. And he had Mama there to help him. And Mama was pleased to help him. I didn't do him any favor. It was a joy to help him in his work. I married him because I was proud of his work. And that is a much deeper feeling than having a wild flame for a man and marrying him. I really wanted to marry that man and stick to him and help him. And I think I did. This may sound boastful, but I do think I did help him.